theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens. Catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself. In a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory a thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season 8. Said rewind it slow it, zoom in enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got miles of receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in From's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the clout.
They don't die like us.
Hey guys, it's Julie B, and I'm here to break down the season 4, episode 3 of From, and Scarlet was here a moment ago, but I think she'll be right back. I'm guessing she'll be on to help me break it down, and so sorry about the lateness. I'm still kind of getting things together here. It's been a really rough couple of days. I mean, it's a rough life in general, but some days are a lot harder than others, and I've just been having a lot of difficulty managing my pain more than usual. So I'm sorry about that. I'm still not giving up trying to figure out how to get treated and, see what's wrong with me. The latest thing will be an MRI tomorrow, but I'm not really hopeful that it's going to point to anything because nothing ever has. I've had almost every test known to man, and it doesn't lead me anywhere. But I'm not going to stop trying anyway. So I really didn't want to do it this late, but it couldn't be helped. So sorry to keep you waiting, but I don't know why my phone is not on silent. Hold on, let me turn my phone onto silent. You see, I'm not on top of my game right now. Hi, Scarlet.
This will make you feel better. This will make you feel better.
Some screaming goats.
Somebody please donate me batteries.
It's the batteries that are the problem.
The batteries.
That's why they're like hiccuping like that.
Somebody needs to donate 3 LR44s to me if you have them available. Put them in an envelope. Send them to me.
I've never heard of that. What's an LR42?
They look like little watch batteries, like the circular ones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
I gotta get
Okay.
some. So my goats are good.
Oh, okay.
Goats not good.
So let's say hi to the awesome chat here. Faith says, I hope they give Doug more screen time. He's so talented and he really deserves it. Also, I hope that showrunners will consider extending seasons to add in backstories from past cycles. Oh, that would be great. And I second that. I'd love to see Doug get more screen time. I think he will. I expect him to appear via Julie's story walking. I've said that all along. So I think we'll definitely see more of him. And I mean, they're not going to just introduce such an iconic villain and then have him gone that fast. No way. Not with a show where time isn't linear. Uh, so we don't have to worry about that. He'll be back. And hope, I don't know if Doug is listening, but I hope he's doing well. And you know, he had a really scary run in on his bike. Thankfully he's okay, but cars need to be a lot more careful with with bicyclists. They have in Toronto, they have bike lanes, and you're supposed to watch for those bicyclists in the bike lanes and be careful, and some people just act like the bike lanes aren't even there. So he posted on social media about that, and it sounded very scary, but it could have been terrible, but he's okay. I hope that we see more of him on the show as well, maybe even in season 5. As far as getting extended seasons, though, I doubt it. I think we're stuck with these 10 episode seasons, unfortunately. I don't think we'll ever get extra episodes, but we can dream, I guess. Please strike the like, save video to playlist, share even to self, subscribe, and comment in the permanent comment sections when available for maximum algorithm engagement. Thank you, Faith and Repentance. Really appreciate that. Yes, those are all ways that you can help with the algorithm and, get the channel more visibility. And the biggest thing that you can do is use the power of the hype button. The hype button is an incredible new feature, and it's the like button on steroids, and it really amplifies your impact, especially with small channels like this one. The lower the subscribers, the more points you can give per hype. So I get like 2.2k points for every hype that I receive, which is a huge help. You have no idea how it helps with the algorithm. The best way to do it, I've noticed that when my live stream replays are hyped, it doesn't seem to really get them anywhere. Like, it doesn't seem to get any boost in views for the live replays, but for the scripted videos, it does. I notice the views go up by a lot. So I would recommend, if you want to hype something, instead of hyping this replay, you can. I mean, if you really want to, you can. Hype the live replays once the live stream is over. But if you really want to help the channel, I would recommend saving your hypes for the separate videos that I do, the breakdowns from the episode, or theory videos, scripted videos. It's easy to tell the difference when I upload those videos. I noticed that's where the hype actually makes a huge difference. That's where I see the views going up because of the hypes. And you get 3 hypes per week. I'll be putting out at least 1 video per week. So if you want to help the channel and hype something, please save it for that, because I will be putting out another video this week. So far this week, I did put out 1 already, which I pinned to the top of the chat. It's the rest of my breakdown of episode 2. I already did part of it in the Ghost Gym theory video from last week. And thank you to everyone who supported that theory video on Ghost Gym, Ethan's importance, and the Lake of Tears, as well as the other ghost entities. It's a bunch of theories rolled into one deep dive. So thank you for all the support on that. I broke down the rest of episode 2 in a separate deep dive, and I released that on Sunday. So if you haven't checked that out, please give it a view. It didn't do too great because I released it so late. I had to release it after episode 3 was already out. So if you haven't checked it out, I would greatly appreciate it. It's only 17 minutes long. For me, that's really short, actually. So take a look at that, pinned at the top of the chat. Maybe save it for later. And you can also find it if you're listening on the replay in the description of this video. It'll be the very first one, I think. I think it should be the first one listed there. So yeah, but if you want to hype something, that one is kind of a lost cause. I would save your very, precious few hypes that you have. If you want to save one, save it for the video I'll put out later this week, which will be on episode 3. I mean, don't get me wrong. I hope you watch the video that I just described. But if you want to hype something, I think hyping would work best for the episode 3 video that's going to come out in a few days. I'm going to get to work on that starting tomorrow and try to get it done much faster this week. I'm not going to be doing any theory videos this week, so I think that'll help. Anyway, that's my long speech on that. Now we can move on. Hey there, Kenny Lewis. Welcome. Hopefully we get a 7-hour stream in. Oh my gosh. I don't think I have a 7-hour stream in me tonight, but
Neither do I.
I've said that before. Yeah. But I've said that before, and then people are laughing at me on the replay because I'm, they'll see I clocked 7.5 hours or something, and I'm saying I'm not going to do it. But I really don't. I don't think we're going to be doing that tonight. I'm pretty sure we're not.
It's just when you say that you're going to be done in like an hour at about 4:30 in the morning, and then when I wake up, I realize you're still on.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
like it's fun.
Yeah. This is my escapism. This is my escapism from the pain condition that I have.
You escape to from as opposed to escaping from.
Yes, exactly. I'm in pain all the time. So from is like my fantasy land. So sometimes I get carried away. But tonight, I don't have as much to dissect as usual in this episode. It was a little bit more low key this episode. We still have a lot to comb through. We're going to go frame by frame as always. But there was a little bit more filler in this episode than the previous ones. I don't think there was any filler in episodes 1 and 2. In 3, I wouldn't say filler, but necessarily, but some borderline filler was in there. Some stuff that I think, was just not as important to the overall mystery. Not that it wasn't worth watching. It was, but not as crucial.
Intriguing. Not as intriguing as you would say.
Not as intriguing.
Or necessary? Or even necessary?
Yeah. There was some amazing stuff in it, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But, I would point to Fatima smashing cars, that rage therapy. It was not, not important to the overall mystery of the show, and it was more character development. So we don't have as much to ramble on about, is what I'm trying to say. It's like it gave Ellis
something to do. We've all wanted Ellis to get something to do, and now he did something.
Yeah, it was good. Ellis, it was kind of, he almost didn't seem to even know how to play this kind of role, because as a character, not the actor. Because it was like it was so foreign to him to have something to do. So that scene. What I'm saying is not that I don't like the scene. What I'm saying is that it's more about character development, so we won't have as much to ramble on about and dissect when it comes to that. It's not like, oh, okay, what symbolism is here? What clues to the mystery? No, it's character development. We can discuss it and move on.
But there were some people that were theorizing that she was going to hit the trunk of a car or something, and it was going to flip open, and there'd be something inside, and that would have been intriguing.
Well, that would have been cool, but it didn't happen. So there you go. It's the end of that. It's a short discussion. So, and then the scene with Julie. that didn't need to happen at all. Julie and Randall, she did not need to send Randall to risk his life to fetch those 2 books that were Ethan's. Ethan knows those books cover to cover. All she had to do was go ask Ethan, for God's sake. Like, that did not need to happen at all.
In the
like,
trailer too, Julie had that book, and never for 1 second I was like, oh, those books are still in the. She could have just had the book in her hand, and I would have been like, yeah, okay. Julie, are you there?
Yeah, you cut out. What did you say?
Oh, when we saw Julie in the trailer holding the book, she was holding Adventures of the Grand Gulagog, and I wouldn't even thought like, oh, those books are still underneath the house. They have to go get them underneath the house. You know, they could have just had the scene without.
Yeah, they totally could have. So anyway, then there's the boy in white. Of course, we've got the boy in white appearance. That was really interesting. Actually, I have stuff to say on that. So there are obviously major developments in the episode. It's just a bit more low key, and I know some people don't like when the show slows down and does these lower key episodes, but I love all of them. I enjoy when it slows down and we have more lore building and we have characters communicating. I loved seeing the characters actually talking to each other and sharing information. Finally, this is what we've all been screaming to see, and it's finally happening. I mean, people like Jade and Boyd actually communicating on what they're working on. Jade and Ethan and Victor connecting. That was amazing. I mean, I loved seeing the communication and working on this stuff together, talking about the Lake of Tears. Now Jade knows about the Lake of Tears. I mean, this is fantastic. We can put Jade's brain to work on this too. Oh man. So I was excited to see this kind of stuff. As a fan of the show, I'm excited even by episodes that are low key like this because of stuff like that.
Well, this one sets up a lot of exciting stuff, like Costa investigating things and what she'll glean from that, and how Sarah and Sophia will get along as roommates.
Yes. There's a lot of setup going on for sure. That
or Jade in the mushrooms too.
Yeah, Jade and the mushrooms, and Victor and the man in yellow's jacket. Oh my God, he literally peed himself from terror over finding that jacket. That is insane. That is crazy. So I mean, and I figured that was going to happen. Apparently, there have been clues in an extra promo trailer that Victor was going to remember the man in yellow. I didn't find that out until the other day. I've been expecting for weeks that Victor would remember the man in yellow, that he'd remember eventually that the man in yellow was a man who came to town when Victor was a kid and pulled the whole Sophia routine and was a mole who infiltrated the town, and then everything went to shit after that. And that's why he sees that jacket and he's terrified of it. And last week I was actually in our last live before we did a quick live Saturday night, just to squeeze one in, since I wound up not being up to doing a second live last week. So we did a quick theory and prediction stream for not even a full hour right before the new episode dropped. And I showed the images from the trailer and I said, I think Victor's going to find that jacket and he's going to remember it from when he was a kid. And he hasn't said anything about it yet in detail, but I think he's going to remember that, the man in yellow pulled the Sophia thing. And, I just hope that he doesn't remember too much, because he could be a big target. If he remembers too much about that, then they could start pointing the finger at Sophia because they found the jacket. And if he remembers that the man in yellow was a mole and he was only pretending to be a regular person, now they found his jacket, they might start putting pieces together and suspect Sophia So Victor could be in big trouble. I mean, knowledge comes at a cost, and I would be devastated. I think that would be the most emotional death that they could possibly have on the show. So I hope that doesn't happen. I hope that he didn't know the full truth, that he didn't know the man in yellow was a shapeshifter, and maybe he didn't know that part, and that'll keep him safe. I can only hope.
I thought that Acosta might find something incriminating too, like a picture of Sophie from the 1930s, or a picture of the man in yellow and Sophie from the 1930s.
Right. Yeah.
Then she'll be in trouble.
That would be interesting. Yeah. That's the most intriguing development to me. The Victor and the man in yellow's jacket. That was what I found the most exciting. So anyway, let's keep saying hi to the chat. We've got 64 people here. Thank you for watching. Please hit the like button. That tells YouTube to show this stream to more people. It helps people find the channel. I'm not sure if Karl is going to be joining us or not. He's dealing with some extra pain in his shoulder, so he might not feel up to it. But we might get a Karl appearance tonight. Anyway, let's get back to the chat. I had posted a message saying I needed to delay the start of the stream. Thank you for the kind words, MG, and I will check my DMs. Didn't get a chance to yet because I was scrambling to get ready for this live, but I will definitely check them later. Cool, interesting. I will definitely look into that. Hey, Bill Chill, Crow Gang, Rewatch Gang, and Lurker Gang. Nice, yes. Shout out to the Rewatch Gang who will be listening to this later because this is too late for some people. Thank you for always listening to this. I really appreciate it. And some of you comment, so that's really cool. Thank you. And thank you, Faith, for the kind words. Hope you find relief, Julie. That chronic pain really makes life rough. We can wait as long as you need. Much appreciated. It's not easy. Jay says, has the channel moved more to what's a VOD, video on demand, than live streaming? Oh no, I will never just give up live streaming. I find live streaming the most fun part of the channel. I mean, I'm passionate about my videos, my scripted videos, but the thing that's the most fun, which is just, having a good time, it's the live streams. The videos feel more like work. Like this is an assignment I've got to do. Like I'm back in school, but the live streams are where we just have fun, so I'm never going to just give up live streams unless my pain reaches a point where I just can't do it anymore. And I hope that doesn't happen. I hope I don't have to just give up my channel one day because my pain is so severe that I can't do it anymore. That would be terrible because it's a source of therapy for me. Hey, West of Westeros, always love the deep dive music. Such a professional. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, I can't take credit for the music because that was created by Mr. Grant Gregory AI. Made the intro video for the show and made the song based on Kendrick Lamar's "Not Like Us," since he knew I was a fan of it, and I just love it. So thank you I'm glad people like the song, and more people who are finding the channel now are getting a kick out of it all the time. So I will always be appreciative of that. I'm trying to get it as a standalone video that I can upload to the channel so people can see it when they come to the channel. It'll be right there. But I don't know where the file is. So I just need Grant to send it to me again because I don't know how he sent it the first time, but it disappeared. Anyway, Jackson says, what's up, everybody? Hope everyone had a great weekend. And hope you had a great weekend, Jackson and everybody else. Indeed, I hope everyone had a good start to your week, too. And hey there, NSB. Nice to see you. Karl said the trees are spies. Yeah. Maybe the crows are spies, or the crows are trying to warn them. After this episode, we're talking more about the crows again. Some interesting scenes.
There's so much contradictory information. Just when I think they might be helping at the funeral, and Julie's like, it was like the crows are celebrating. And I'm like, what do I think?
Yeah. Interesting. It's like they're trying to make it ambiguous. They don't want it to seem too much like the crows are definitely trying to warn them. So they threw in that bit of ambiguity where Julie said it seemed like they were celebrating. So we're like, So now we're not sure what to think, I like that. I like the ambiguity.
Mm-hmm.
But I've always thought the crows are evil. However, after this episode, I'm starting to think that they're trying to warn people. They're harbingers of bad things and trying to warn them. I've seen a lot of interesting theories about the crows the last couple days. So we'll talk about that and a lot more. Thank goodness you don't get drunk during interviews. No, I've never done that.
What?
I've never done that. Is there someone we know who gets drunk during interviews?
So we should invite Doug back, and we should all get drunk and interview each other.
I mean, I don't
like a drunk history, but like drunk interview.
Yeah, that would be a bad idea. I would never do that. I don't get drunk at all. Anyway, I don't drink. I don't like alcohol. But yeah, I don't get drunk during interviews. No. I'm gonna try.
That's not prep.
I'm gonna try to get some interviews for From. I'm working on it. I'm gonna see what I can do, and last night Tony got to interview Samantha Brown, who plays Acosta, which was awesome. That was a very entertaining interview. So congrats to Tony on that. That was one of the most entertaining interviews I think I've ever seen. That was very cool. She surprised everyone. It was not expected. It was not announced. She allegedly surprised Tony and Phil, but I have my doubts. I don't know. I think they might have set that up in advance and just put on an amazing performance like it was a surprise. But who knows? I could be wrong. Maybe I'm just overly suspicious. Yes, it was really cool. Whether it was a setup or not, it was highly entertaining to watch, and I would recommend checking out the replay of that one. I wanted to call in, but I just didn't get a chance. So anyway, and he wasn't drunk. So, I mean, like, as always, they do have a drink or two, but he definitely wasn't drunk from what I saw. I don't know if I was a reference to that. Hey, Kelly. And I don't know how to say this without butchering it. Maybe Bianca? Maybe it's Bianca. Welcome. Hey, Jane. Welcome. Thank you for the kind words. We support you regardless. You are not alone. Thank you, West. Hey, welcome, Jan. This whole day has gone by so fast. Almost 10 p.m. here. Oh, so what time zone are you in? So you must be on the West Coast. It is 11:09 here. So, thank you, Bill. Scarlet, were you talking? It broke up a little
12:09 here. That's what I said.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Bill. Good luck with your health. NSB says, don't be sorry, Julie. You know one thing about us From fans, we're extremely patient. Only we can tolerate the slowness of the show. That's for sure. You said a mouthful there. Thank you. And, another Jane with a different spelling. Welcome. Bill says, let's see. Oh, okay. He gives this, this is explaining what that type of battery is that Scarlet needs for her, for her goat.
Send it to me for the goats, please.
Hey, Jen. Nice to see you. Welcome, Jen. Hey, the Soul Taker. Welcome. Soul Taker, do you have a channel? Because I thought I saw the Soul Taker on another channel's panel recently. I was just curious. Yeah, let me know in the chat. I don't know if Soul Taker is like our friend Jen the teacher who appears as a co-host, is an amazing co-host on multiple channels, or if the Soul Taker has a channel. But if you do, let us know. Wes says, poor Doug had to dismount from lives. I was hit by a car 3 weeks ago as well. The pain is real. Oh my God, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're healing well and feel better soon. It's terrible. God, people are scary on the road. You're taking your life in your hands out there, around moving vehicles at all. It is scary, whether you're driving or you're a pedestrian or on a bike, it's scary. Welcome, Joyce. Let's see. Bill says, I think season 5. What? Oh no, I hope not. I think season 5 will only have 7 episodes, so they control us with a number of 47 total episodes. Yes, 47. That would be terrible. No, they would rip us off. No,
It'd be like, what was that show they showed on Earth Abides? Like, it will just be 3 episodes of Earth Abides.
Yeah,
There'll be like 10 episodes, but then it'll cut off and they'll be like, that's the end.
Yeah, let's not do that. We need our full 50 episodes, and I wish it were more, actually. Hey, Smokey, welcome. I like your name. It's funny, Smokey. That's cute. NSB says they should increase the number of hypes you can give in a week. I only get 3. Yeah, we all only get 3. I would hope so. This person says I would hype so many videos by so many creators because they deserve it. Yeah, me too. I wish they would give out. I don't know why they limit it to only 3. Like, why 3? I wish they would do that more. I mean, if it were a total free for all and we could just hype unlimited times to unlimited videos, maybe that would be chaos. But 3 doesn't feel like enough. You can only do 3 per week, and you can do all 3 on the same video or spread them out. So that's all it is. West says him and I both got hit by a car at the same week, and it was a recovery moment. The person that hit me and ran, but we are both going through recovery. Luckily, I'm 39, so I'm recovering faster. Wow. Well, yeah, I hope you heal fast, and I'm glad that you're okay. That's terrifying. Yeah, I hope you get better very fast and feel better soon. Yeah, that's wild. Hit and run. What is wrong with people? It's terrible. Samuel says hypes refresh every Monday. That's right. You get 3 a week. Save them for your favorite small creators. Yes, that's where you get the maximum impact. If you want to have the biggest impact, you use them on a small channel, and your hype has so much more power, so much more reach. West says we are all here to commit to your live. We missed you. Well, thank you. Yeah, I haven't been doing as many streams lately. Haven't been logging as many hours here. I've been working hard on videos. I guess that's why Jay asked if I'm focusing more on videos. I have been recently, just because last week I did 2 videos in 1 week. I made 2, and that's tough for me. It takes me a long time, and I was working hard on that theory video on Ghost Gym, but I'm going to do better. And this week I want to commit to doing the 2 live streams as planned. So the plan is to do another live stream every Thursday on theories and predictions. It didn't work out the last 2 weeks, but I really want to do it this week. So I think we're going to be able to make it work. And if Thursday doesn't work out, then we'll do Friday. But Thursday is the plan at 10 p.m. Eastern. Jen is on the way home from a road trip. 1 live lasted the whole drive home. Nice. 5 hours. Nice.
We will be there for you.
Yes, we will be your company on your travel excursion, and drive safely. Carl said low-key, aka filler. Yeah, he wasn't the biggest fan of this episode. And I mean, sitting there on the first watch, I don't know what's wrong with my voice. On the first watch, it wasn't really hitting with me either. Like, I gotta say, I was kind of disappointed watching the episode, but I realized what the biggest problem is. It's not anything that was really wrong with the episode per se. It was that we knew too goddamn much about it going into it. Thanks, MGM, for spoiling your own show all the time. Like, there are too many trailers, too many details released in advance. We practically knew every major thing that happened. We knew the boy in white was going to appear because of the episode trailer. So that wasn't a surprise. We knew Victor was going to find the man in yellow's jacket. I mean, like, imagine if we didn't know any of that. It would have hit a lot different. It would have been a lot more interesting and exciting and intriguing to watch. So just MGM, if you're listening, please stop spoiling your own show with so much information in the trailers and the episode descriptions and the promo photos. It's too much. We want some mystery in our mystery box, please. Like,
Yeah.
it's really decreasing my enjoyment of the show when it comes to these lower key episodes. I want to be able to theorize. And they've already revealed too much about Victor knowing who the man in yellow is. And, you know, there's some other stuff that was also released in trailers, which I won't talk about right now, in case there's anyone who didn't watch the trailers and they don't want to know.
I haven't watched them, Julie, because I just don't want to.
Yeah. So I'm not going to even talk about the spoilery season, like a look ahead at season 4 trailer that they put out there. I'm not going to talk about it because I think it's ridiculous that MGM is spoiling their own show so much. I refuse to participate in that. I'm not talking about it. I want to save some mystery for some people out there who don't want to know. So if you don't want to know too much ahead of time, I got you. I'm not going to discuss that ridiculously spoilery trailer. And like, I'm just frustrated with it because I want to be surprised by the show again. And so far, there's not much that's surprising anymore because of MGM. It's not even leaks. In season 3, it was unauthorized leaks. This time around, it's just them doing it to themselves. It's ridiculous. Anyway, there was one thing that came out. We thought it was a leak, and it was MGM. It was an official thing that MGM. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'll stop rambling so we can finish catching up with the chat and then get into the breakdown. So Jen says, I think Fatima has other plans and pretending to Ellis. She knows he can't relate or understand anymore. Elgin can. Yeah, that's interesting. You know, I think it's weird that she's hiding stuff from Ellis, that she's secretly working with Elgin right now. That's really weird. Why is she doing that? That secretly working with her captor, her former captor who fed her his blood. That's super weird.
Especially
I could understand her.
Sorry, Julie.
Yeah.
Especially if she's just gonna do an art project with that mud. You think that Alice should be like, Alice, I'm gonna do some art with some mud. You want to help me?
Yeah. I could understand her, you know, like, no, what was I gonna say? I lost my train of thought. This is what happens when you're in pain.
Yeah. Well, it's about Ellis and Elgin and Fatima being besties. What's about that?
I can understand her forgiving him because she has a forgiving, kind nature. But working with him secretly doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
I think she's probably going to use that dirt and like mold this mud and maybe try to like visualize what she saw from that revelation about where the monsters came from, how they sacrificed their children. Maybe she's doing it as some kind of exercise, the way Jade does these thought exercises trying to remember things. Maybe it's something like that. But why hide it? There's no need for the secrecy. So I don't know. Maybe there's more to it then. And SB says, I would have liked it more if Kenny or Boyd had a rage room moment. The problem with the writers is that they think we care about Ellis and Fatima. I guess you don't. Well, I understand. Yeah, I would have liked it more with that too. I know they're not the most popular characters. They're not my most popular. They're not my most favorite characters. So I feel you on that. I do. They kind of put me to sleep sometimes, the two of them. But you know, I do love Fatima though. I've always liked her. She's a beacon of hope for Colony House, and I hate to see her broken like this, but I think in this episode she's shown signs that she can rally, and I was glad to see that.
So you did like Fatima Smash.
Yeah, that was cool. So West says, my are takeaways: Dirt, books, Sophia, Sarah, Roomies, Bottle Tree, Boy Dreams and Hand from Ground. Acosta in Community Basement. I wanted Randall having corpse coming to life. Hashtag books. Yeah, the corpse was a giant letdown for me. I'm just gonna say.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say. I went out on a limb with a theory that was wrong. I thought that corpse from the trailer, that was in the trailer, I thought it was gonna be Toby, and Jade was gonna see him when he's down in the cave with the monsters in a vision. But I was wrong. It was just boring brick under the house, like a cheap jump scare. Come on, From, you're better than this. That's all it was. It was a cheap jump scare with brick under the house. That was just lame. I think Toby would have been so much more interesting.
Yeah, and plus the showrunners with that little tidbit that, like, we're not done with Toby.
Yeah. So
I think you're done with Toby.
Yeah, I think maybe we are.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sucked. But, you can't win them all. Sometimes we're all wrong with theories that we have.
Or sometimes you come up with something better. I think the thing with Toby was something better.
Yeah, I think it was. Sometimes we come up with better ideas than the writers, frankly.
I mean, is there from fanfic? Should we start writing some?
Oh, probably. Hey, JulieB, it cracks me up every time I see this because that's Karl's nickname for me. JulieB says, after watching that scene where Victor was so afraid of the man in yellow, it made me wonder why this place let Victor live, because if it wanted him dead, he would be dead. Yeah. I think it let him live for a reason. I agree. If it wanted him dead, he'd be dead. I think it let him live mainly because it needed some person alive whose fear it could feed on in those intervening years after everyone died. It couldn't just kill everyone. I think it needs a lone survivor to feed on his fear and suffering. And that's why I think it left Victor alive and kind of like the Mongols, like they would come through, or the Huns, they would come through and terrorize people and leave a lone survivor to tell the tale. It's kind of part of the politics of fear mongering. This place does that fear mongering stuff, and Victor would tell people, don't go looking for answers because people who do that don't come back. And so he was useful in that regard, but he's not doing that anymore. Now he's trying to uncover his lost memories. He's trying to uncover forbidden knowledge, and I think that puts him at major risk of dying. I really want to be wrong on that one. I hope I'm wrong on that one. I really do. Samuel says, Julie doesn't want to put Ethan at risk. Knowledge comes with a cost. Yeah, maybe that's why she didn't want to involve Ethan. That could be. Just a second, Scarlet.
Oh. What song should I sing? I have been working on a call response one called she had reasons, where it's like, woman needs dirt, she had reasons, Julie starts to flirt, she had reasons, Ginger died, she had reasons, Tilly lied, she had reasons, kind of like that. But I can't think of any of the things right now, and I just downloaded my iPad, so I can't sing. I mean, I did write one for Mayday where that about Julie and the rope that was like, Julie's gonna get that rope on Mayday, Julie gonna get that rope, Julie gonna get that rope on Mayday, Julie gonna get that rope. She's gonna have to try to cope. She talks to Ethan, he's no dope. Julie gonna get that rope on Mayday, Julie gonna get that rope. Are you back? Julie gonna get that rope on Mayday, Julie gonna get that rope. Julie gonna get that rope on Mayday, Julie gonna get that rope. I had a second verse for this, but I gotta look it up in my notes. Julie gonna get that rope for Mayday, Julie gonna get that rope. Okay, here's the she has reasons. Okay, woman needs dirt, she had reasons. Now everybody just say she has reasons in her head, okay, when I sing it. Woman needs dirt, she had reasons. Julie's a flirt, she had reasons. Sophie's grab a tooth, she had reasons. Tilly's uncouth, she had reasons. Donna's breaking down, she had reasons. Trudy's a clown, she had reasons. Tabby wants a tree, she had reasons. Acosta had a flea, she had reasons. It goes on. The calm response, like I would say, woman needs dirt, and everybody would say she had reasons.
Is this like a pre-written thing, like, or did you just come up with that?
Well, I came up with it, but then I wrote it down and then I recorded it, so if I got tired, I could just play it.
Oh, okay. So you had this pre-planned.
Oh yeah, I got a she had reasons. I have a things are changing, Boyd is changing song. I got a and the ever so favorite. Julie gonna get that rope, but Julie got that rope, and then she didn't use the rope, so I was kind of sad and disappointed about that song.
Yeah, the rope was kind of pointless, and especially since Julie and the rope had such history. She threw the rope to Boyd. Julie and rope. It wound up being just a nothing burger.
Yep.
Anyway, hey Daryl, I'm gonna try to keep. Sorry, I'm way behind the chat. I'm gonna try to speed through it really quick right now.
Oh, it is Cinco de Mayo. Happy Cinco de Mayo, everyone.
Yeah, happy Cinco de Mayo. Okay, let's try and speed through this quickly. All right. So, hey, adorned by Charisse. Cannot believe Randall was under that house for 45 minutes. Right? What the fuck? That was just so unnecessary. Hey, Tam. Nice to see you. Randall once died under that house. He's the last person who should have gone back under there for a pointless thing. Like, come on. The Soul Taker said, please do a 7-hour stream tonight. Oh my god. I just, hey, if you want to come on and finish, I could leave and do my shift and then you could finish it. Maybe you could finish the stream for me, but I can't do 7 hours. I'm sorry. I'm kidding, but I can't do 7 hours. It's too much tonight, but I'll do maybe I can't really predict how much right now, but maybe 5 hours or so. Jay says mushrooms. Jade is about to get his Super Mario Brothers power up to go against the man in yellow. Yes, he is. And gotta give MG in the chat, M. Gmerkin. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name, Michael Gmerkin. Gotta give you your flowers because he predicted that Jade was gonna find those mushrooms in the woods at some point and get high in order to remember his past lives. And he predicted that a year ago. That was a theory he had a year ago, that Tabitha and Jade, both of them potentially, would need to do that. And now Jade, it looks like he's definitely going to do it. So kudos to you. Your theory was spot on. It's happening. It's actually happening. That's so cool. He's going to do that because he needs to remember, like Miranda used acid to see her past lives. What an amazing job coming up with that theory. And I have to say, it's so impressive considering you made that theory way before MGM put out all the spoilery stuff for this season. So, that's Carl's phone in here. It's over here. It's over here. You need me to get it?
No.
Okay. So anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, so Michael put that theory out in the chat, out in the ether, way before any of the spoilery stuff came out for MGM. So, gotta say, that's really impressive. And for those of us theorists, I wish that MGM would stop putting out all this spoilery stuff because it's so much more satisfying to put together a theory just based on clues that we find in the episodes that have already aired. And instead of so many trailers and so many photos that come out and episode descriptions and whatnot. Thank you. So it's so much better doing it that way. Anyway, Jen says this episode set the stage for so much to come. Can't wait to see what happens with Acosta in that room. I bet she proves herself. Yes, I think she's definitely gonna find something. I don't think it's gonna just be busy work like it might seem. I know Boyd might intend it to be busy work, but I think she's gonna find something. He's doing this to keep her, to give her some purpose, so she doesn't snap again and want to just give up and end her own life.
Yeah, he's using her sandbag technique on her.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. She said that after there was like a natural disaster in Camden, they gave people something to do. Like they had people help with sandbags and stuff, and it helped them deal with the aftermath of that disaster. So now he's using that technique on her. That's right. Giving her something to do so that she doesn't spiral. Victor pissed himself, and he doesn't act that way around the normal monsters. Right, Daryl? He's terrified of the man in yellow's jacket. It reminds me of when he saw Jasper in the cave in season 2, and he had a really bad panic attack from seeing Jasper, and he didn't remember why it scared him so much. He was just terrified of it. We later found out that Jasper belonged to Christopher, and here's the thing that can make me a bit more hopeful that Victor might not die, because Victor still doesn't remember why he's so afraid of Christopher. He just remembered Christopher started seeing the symbol Jade sees, and it made him get scary, and and he changed. He didn't make people laugh anymore. And that's all he remembers. He doesn't remember what else Christopher did. He remembers his mom told him to hide from Christopher, and that's it. So if he just keeps it like that, and he doesn't remember everything that the man in yellow did, and that he was a shape-shifting mole, then he might be safe. He might not die. So we have that to hold on to. Shay says, hashtag my favorite part. The diner scene was epic. Man in yellow, Sophia, has already met Julie numerous times before, but this was Julie's first time officially meeting. Yes. It was so great when Julie said, hi, I'm Julie. And Sophia was like, I know. Yeah, it was just such a smug, I know, because she's already met Julie multiple times, and Julie has no idea. That was the subtext of that was amazing. And this piece says Victor is braver when it comes to the monsters. Yes, indeed. So the monsters are not, because the monsters have never actually come for him, and I think they could have, if the evil entity wanted them to. Jane says, I hope Acosta finds an old photo of Sophia. Now that would be super interesting. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, imagine, I'm sure Sophia used to be a real person living in the town, and, from the past somewhere. However, my guess is Sophia will probably be somebody who lived there long before there were pictures or anything. Like, she looks like she could be from, a really like an old time, with the dress she's wearing. I mean, it's hard to really date it. I don't know what people think about how old it looks, how old that dress could be. It could have been, they probably would have had cameras at that point, looking from the looks of the dress, but the man in yellow said, Sophia said, I couldn't come to them as I was, not with everything they learned. So Sophia must have been somebody that he thinks Jade and Tabitha won't remember, because they just learned about their past lives. So who would Sophia be that they wouldn't know? It seems like they don't remember a lot. Jade and Tabitha don't remember everything from their past lives at all. It seems like it's very foggy. So it's interesting, with how much do they know? How much could they remember? They don't remember everybody they've ever known in their lives at all, in their past lives. Mm-hmm. So, but it seems like a man in yellow thought that they would remember him, though. Like he might stick out, and they might remember him more easily than other people. So it's interesting. All right. So Jay says, how long will it be until Ellis's next injury? He's had a lot of them.
Fatima can miss with that bat, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Man in yellow must have told Victor that when I come back or you see me again, it's going to be your ass. Oh, God. Yeah, it could be. Could be, Jay. Yes, Jen Boyd did well putting Acosta to work. The actor said she couldn't tell me what she will find. Samantha Brown is great playing Acosta. She stirs things up. Yes, she does. She does. She does a great job. Hey, welcome, Stronger Every Day. I like that. Very life-affirming, uplifting handle there. I need Sophia in yellow gone. My heart can't take it. I know it's really hard on us, isn't it? It's hard. For the first time, we know something the characters don't. None of the characters know. And that's not usually the case. We usually learn things along with the characters, and we're in the dark along with them. And now we know about this evil lurking all around them, and we can't reach in the TV and warn them. It's hard. So I understand the feeling. Hey, welcome, Max Breacher. We've got some new names in the chat tonight. Welcome. Please subscribe if you're not already subscribed to the channel. I'm trying to reach 3,000 subs by the end of season 4. And recently, not long ago, passed 2K and now just passed 2.3K. So definitely on the way. So please subscribe and hit the notification bell. I do have a severe chronic pain condition, so I do have to postpone lives more than I would like to. And so if you hit that all notification bell, then you'll be able to get that update about when we do go live. But I try to keep it as early as I can and not push it back too long. It's supposed to be 10 p.m. Eastern on Mondays and Thursdays. Daryl says, Julie wants Victor to know less info. Many people watching the show won't be happy to hear that. Yeah, wants Victor to know less info. You mean Ethan? Or why Victor? I'm guessing maybe you were referring to Ethan. NSB says, Boyd giving Acosta some work to do felt similar to the way I give my kid brother some chores so he stops being a pain in the ass. Oh, absolutely. Yes. And Jen, yes, Acosta dropping in on Tony Teflon yesterday was hilarious. Having her answer fan questions was great. Long live Samantha Brown. She was so funny and charming, and what a cool person. Maybe we could get her on here. I'll try. I'll try reaching out to her and see if she'll do a live stream here. That would be fun. Daryl says Scarecrow attack less than 2 weeks away. Yes, episode 5. But let's not rush it because, season 4 will be over before we know it, and let's keep it. I want it to last as long as possible. And she says Boyd was really giving busy work. Yeah, he basically was, or stay out of my hair work. But I think it's going to lead to something. Acosta likes bald men. Yeah, she said that her type was funny, charming, bald men. And Tony shut off his camera and came back with his hat off, wearing a suit, and totally bald. that was epic.
Did he just go shave?
That was epic. I think his hair. I think he really is like that all the time, but he just never takes off his hat, so nobody knew.
And then he immediately just shaved his head and came back.
That's what people were joking about, but I think he really just is bald all the time. That was hilarious. Anyway, Jay says, in between seasons 4 and 5, I want to see a prequel season of the 1978 massacre. Enough is enough. Teasing. Just show me. Hell yes. I would love to see that. I wish we could get it. I doubt it. That's like our fantasy, right? But I don't think they'll do something like that. But I mean, I want to see so much of the backstory of this town. Maybe we'll get a prequel when this is all over. I would watch a prequel series like Welcome to Derry. That would be awesome. But yes, we need to know what happened in 1978. And I'm sure we're going to finally get answers soon. I think they're going to probably answer the main questions about the massacre of 1978 this season, because they've definitely teased it too long, including what happened to Eloise. They're going to finally, I think, show how Eloise survived. Welcome, SL Rose. Nice to see you. 37 likes, at least I think it was like half an hour ago. Please hit the like button and help people find the stream that way. Jay says, why did Tabitha decide to leave her kids with Donna, who couldn't keep track of the same kids in the last episode?
Yeah, exactly.
Good point. Yeah, they just literally ran off. I mean, Ethan ran off in the previous episode, and she's going to leave her kids with Donna? Really? Yeah. Not so smart. Oh, we're almost at 100 people. Awesome. I gotta hurry up. So I'm going to start skipping through the chat more. Apologies if I miss your comment. If you have some really burning comment that I miss and you want me to see it, please feel free to write it again in the chat and tag me, and I'll try and get to it, because I'm going to have to start skipping through faster so we can catch up. Daryl says, I think Julie is right about the crows celebrating. Okay, so I think the crows are evil. I should do a poll. I'll set up a poll on whether the crows are evil, good, or I don't know, something else. Jan says, seems like Sophia does not like the crows. Yes, I agree. Right? I mean, didn't it seem like that, Charlie? It seemed like
she kind of like at the funeral scene, she almost took a little step back, like she didn't know why they were there. Like
right.
they were trying to out her.
Yes.
Which makes you think they're good. But who knows? I guess neutral or other.
Right. Okay, I'm making a poll to see what people think. So, let's see. Trying to warn people. So.
Trying to trick people.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. So tool of the evil entity. Let's see. Spirits of the dead in crow form. That's another theory.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. What else?
Other spies for the man in yellow.
Yeah.
Or did you have one about entities already?
I've got tool of the evil entity. So I'll put spies or tool of the evil entity.
Yeah.
Neutral or other. So yeah, let us know what you think in the poll, and I'm going to put up right now.
And if you say other, then just put in the chat what other you mean.
Yeah. So there we go. And pinned at the top of the chat, you'll see my latest video, which is a breakdown of episode 2, part 2 of my episode 2 analysis, actually. So it's everything except Ghost Jim, basically. So please give that a view, a like, a comment. I would appreciate it. It's struggling because I put the video out late. So it's only 17 minutes long. It's not that long of a watch. And it would be much appreciated if you could check that out. And it's also linked in the description of this live stream if you're listening on the replay. But yeah, it could use a little support, that video. Anyway, there were 69 in the chat at that point.
Oh, nice.
Yes. But that was before. Let's see. All right, just skimming through the chat now. Hey, welcome, Just Stacy Lee. MGM released a shot of the crows at the funeral with the words "Look out" over it. This makes me think that perhaps the crows are trying to get the residents' attention, warning them. Yeah, that's a great point. Interesting. Look out. I didn't see that. Yeah, they also put out stuff on social media. Sometimes it's spoilery, too. That's another thing that they do. They put out
the bracelet picture came from that one time.
Yeah.
On Instagram. Yeah.
In season 3, they put some spoilery pictures on Instagram and other social media before the episodes aired. I hated that. Just Stacey Lee says it's 2 p.m. on Tuesday here in Australia, so technically I'm in the future. Hey, cool. So you're our story walker from the future. Nice to see you. Very cool. So many Australians who we meet in the chat. It's cool. Like Jen Hack as well. And lots of others. David Agile. We've got a bunch of Australians. Grant Gregory is also Australian, who made our theme song for this channel. Hey there. I'm not sure how to say this. S. Ryam, I guess. S. Ryam 86. Try South Florida. Driving's perfect. Oh, well, I bet it's really humid though. I don't know if I could take the heat and the humidity, but I do love Florida. It's beautiful. Anyway, nice to see you. Joy says, a week ago, I literally passed out on my toilet. Oh my God. And face palmed into the bathroom tile. That's horrible. I'm so sorry. I hope you're okay. Like hitting your head like that. That's terrible. You could have gotten a concussion. It's awful. Sorry about that. Let's see. Miss Ryam says, every YouTube video I saw was talking down on this episode, but I actually thought it was fun. The whole lake floating scene had me laughing. Really, I didn't realize there was a lot of negativity about this.
Yeah. I mean, I thought Jade went back to form, and I thought some of the comedy had come back, like when Victor's line about throwing his stuff out the window. I thought it came back.
Yeah, he's like, he said it's a good thing I threw all my stuff out the window because now we've got plenty of space here. Yeah, there were some gems like that. It was funny. You've got a grown man pissing himself, a terrible mother, and an unstable father whose kid was basically locked in their own version of Narnia. That's right. There was plenty to appreciate about this episode. I liked it. Hey there, Wilbert. It's chaotic as hell, but it works. And overall, it felt like a really solid filler episode. I agree. It felt like a solid setup episode.
Mm-hmm.
Darryl says people just went crazy. Stuff happening every episode. Oh, want crazy stuff happening every episode. But you need episodes like this to set that stuff up. Definitely not a filler episode. The plot moved forward. I agree. Welcome, Aaron Courageous. So many new names here. Very cool. Skipping the trailer this week. Yeah, Jen, I wish I could totally skip it. But if I do, I'll be in the dark while people just probably spoil it anyway in the chat. So I'll probably watch it, but I won't talk about it in these lives. And if we bring it up in the next one, I'll do a spoiler warning first for people who don't want to know. So don't worry. People who don't like the episode trailers, I'm not going to just talk about them. The only time I ever bring them up is with a spoiler warning. Like I did on Saturday night. I did mention it, and I was like, spoilers before I said it. So we're not going to be doing that tonight. I didn't even watch it. We're not going to be discussing it. So Stronger Every Day says, I do not watch any of the trailers. Yeah, so people are agreeing on this. Let's see. Hey, Football Infinity. Oh, this was like half an hour ago. This is what I was talking about, the spoilers. Vladimir says, preach, Julie. Hallelujah, Julie. I wish I had seen this when I was actually saying it. Get it out, Julie. Yeah, I get very heated sometimes. I get passionate about the points I'm making. Football Affinity says, just like the Sophia reveal trailer, it's too much. One thing they never seem to get right are trailers. Yes, exactly. There are so many freaking spoilers. It's ridiculous. It's messing up my enjoyment of the show. West says, I caught Dirt, Book, Sarah, Sophia, Crows, Boyd, Nightmare, Hand from Ground, 3 Masterminds, Ethan, Victor, Jade, Adventure, Jade got jacked, Randall, Books, and Bottle Tree. Yeah, I think that was great. It was a good episode. Joyce says, I was watching episode 3 and felt like I had seen it already. Right? That's how it felt in season 3 a little bit too. I'd be watching it like feeling almost like I'd seen it already because there were similar issues, similar spoilery stuff. Talk your shit, Julie. Yeah, I feel strongly about this. Darryl says seasons 1 and 2, I didn't see the trailers and I was so surprised by so many things. Exactly. So they need to fire their PR department and their promo.
That's what I did with seasons 1 and 2. I didn't see any promotional materials for those seasons.
Right.
And I'd like to do that again.
Yeah.
Go back to a simpler time.
Hey, Alice. Samuel says there was one spoiler preview with spoiler preview trailer with Man in Yellow, and I hated it. Yes. Hell yes. Yeah, there's one I won't even talk about related to that because it's so ridiculous that they spoiled something related to that. Joyce says, you guys, what if she secretly transformed into evil smiley mama and she's only pretending to be recovering? Oh, wait a minute. Wait, who? Like Sophia? I'm confused. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean. Jen says, I think Fatima is angry, very angry. No one believed her, even Ellis afterwards. Oh, you're talking about Fatima. I see, Joyce. Yeah. Yeah, you never know. Bill says, I believe Fatima is making some type of art piece with the dirt to counter what she experienced with the smiley birth. It may turn out to be a golem. Oh, cool. Aaron says, I think Fatima and Ellis are going to use the dirt to create a big talisman for the monsters down in the tunnel so they can't get up to the ground.
You know, I've heard about the golem stuff, and to me, that's kind of biblical, so that kind of fits.
Right. Yeah, it could be with all the biblical references in the show, and yeah, interesting, Aaron. Yeah, I like that theory too. Tam says, I love the reactions people have had to the dirt. She could totally recreate something now that we're thinking more about it, but it was so ridiculous at first watch. A bunch of dirt. Yes, it was ridiculous.
I mean, with all those people in Colony House having to all share the living room, there's now a room just for dirt.
Right. Just for dirt. Yeah. It's just one room. It's so ridiculous how big that place is. They have so many rooms, and now they're able to somehow hide a giant pile of dirt in a room, and no one's going to disturb it. Daryl says, Fatima smashing the cars was my favorite scene. Ellis gave a really nice speech. Yeah, I liked it. It wasn't the most consequential scene of the episode, but it was cool. Ellis says, I think the fandom forgets that mostly no one knows what Fatima went through. Only a select few, since Elgin took her to the cellar before Fatima started showing her pregnancy. That's right. So she's very alone in all this. Welcome. Let's see, what is this? Jamal, sorry, Jamal Walker. Jamal Walker, welcome. Jamal thinks scene could have been deleted. Yes, I think it could have been, and the episode would have been fine. The car smashing scene, or maybe you're talking about the scene under the house, because that also didn't need to happen. Daryl says, we aren't done with Toby just because our Toby theory was wrong. Yeah, hopefully they'll still mention, like, they'll bring up Toby again. Hey, welcome, Ozrod MD. All in all, just another brick in the hole. Just another brick in the hole. Yes, Randall always being a hero, Daryl. Oh, this is so good. You guys have so many interesting points, and I want to be able to read them all, but I can't. Damn it. Welcome, Quan Solar. I agree. That's why Victor was left alive, and that's why Ethan might become the new Man in Yellow, which would have been the saddest, best ending ever. Which would be the saddest, best ending. Oh my God. Yeah, I know that there's new life given to the Ethan in Yellow theory lately.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That suit doesn't fit, but guess which suit fits? The yellow suit fits.
Right.
Ethan, put it on.
Yeah. There are definite, there are clues pointing in the direction of Ethan becoming the Man in Yellow. I still don't think he is. I used to think he was going to become the Man in Yellow, but I think that the Man in Yellow is an ancient evil shapeshifter. And I just don't, when you add ancient to that and shapeshifter, I find it hard to imagine Ethan becoming that entity, but I'm not going to say it never, because it could happen. I'm not going to rule that out. It's still a possibility.
Yeah, it's a complicated story, but I think I'm writing it.
Right.
You gotta do a little dance, but you can make it happen.
Right. Quan says, or Ethan becoming the new Victor lone survivor would be sad and awesome too as an ending. Well, that would be devastating. I mean, and so futile, everything they're going through just for history to repeat itself, and Ethan is the new lone survivor. I would riot. I would throw something at the TV. Welcome, Jim Boyd Stevens. That's an amalgamation there. of characters. Welcome. NSB says Fatima has some storyline going for her. Ellis just exists for emotional support. Indeed. Yes. He is either a son, a husband, and sometimes Kenny's rival. He should be useful enough to keep an eye on Elgin. Yes. I could not agree more on that. He's just there to be, yeah, Ellis is Mr. Useless. Yes. He's just there to be a support to other people. Jujubee says, anybody have a weird flashback when Sophia pulled that tooth out to Fatima losing her tooth? Coincidence?
Mhm.
Oh yeah, I hadn't thought of that. But yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, Smiley had that tooth as well.
Smiley had a tooth in his wallet, or in his pocket rather, when they killed him. So maybe they always take a tooth from people. Maybe they always need a tooth for some reason. The man in yellow, maybe the monsters are like collecting a tooth from every victim so that the man in yellow has the option of shape-shifting into them. Maybe he needs a tooth for some magical reason, or maybe it's just a souvenir, like she said. But
I had this horrible thought because his teeth are so bad that he just replaces his teeth with the teeth of his victims.
oh,
Ugh.
yeah. Gross. Thank you for liking the stream, Quan. Please hit that like button. NSB is afraid Ethan will get an ending like Victor. Oh God, I hope not. Football says, starting to think Ellis out of here. I thought that before. I was thinking Ellis is going to die. Now I'm on the Donna is going to die train. I think Donna is going to be the big emotional death coming up.
The pillow fist death.
The pillow fist death, like Karl just said. Yes. I think Donna's going to die in the cabin attack instead of Ellis. That's my prediction. So we'll see. I agree, Jim. From should get a happy ending. It deserves it. Yes, after they suffer so much, somebody should get a happy ending. At least some of the characters, I think, are going to.
Maybe the man in yellow and the creatures are Cardassians because they take a tooth from you. If anyone knows DS9.
Oh.
You remember when Miles went on trial?
Oh,
they
yeah.
took a tooth from him because you're supposed to give up a tooth to the government when you're like 9 years old in Cardassian society.
Oh, really?
Sorry, non sequitur.
Yeah, it's a Star Trek Deep Space Nine reference. Anyway, Football says, Boyd yells, "What else do you want from me?" in the trailer, which makes me believe this correlates to Ellis's death. Oh, if that's the case, then they just spoiled something else that's too huge in the trailer, so I hope not. Ellis is most definitely going to die at the end of the season, so Boyd breaks even more. So that's what Aaron is predicting. Maybe so. Maybe. I mean, he was on my death list. I still think he's at risk of dying. Maybe. But definitely Donna. Welcome, Kaiser Bowl. Sci-Fi Efficient Refugees. Hello. Oh, hey. I guess you just came from over there. Welcome, Kaiser Bowl. Nice to see you. Shout out to Sci-Fi Vision. Let's see. Joy says maybe she's planning to go to tunnels and use the rope there so she doesn't get lost. I don't know. Yeah, was it? I think it might have been to try to retrieve the book, maybe, in case. I don't know. I don't know what the rope was supposed to be for, to be honest.
I think I think Anna was going to lower her down with it.
Oh, okay. Quan says, I'm Pacific time, so it's still May the 4th be with you. Yes, it was for me too, until just now. So May the 4th be with you to the Star Wars fans. Welcome, Benjamin. The Scarecrow in the Hut will take out Ellis. Hopefully he goes out a hero. Yeah, could be. You know, Ellis is a useless character. He's useless. He's only there to be a son and a husband. So I think he'd be a great choice to kill off just for an emotional gut punch to the other characters. Daryl agrees with me that Donna's going to die in the cabins.
Oh.
I don't want to see it, but it's just what I'm predicting. She's right in the direction of the giant, the evil Kool-Aid man, demonic Kool-Aid man, looks like he's coming straight for Donna in that shot. Donna's blonde
And
hair.
the retrograde path of the soft fist. Yes, I know.
Donna's blonde hair is in the shot. I'm just saying. Hey, Michelle Williams, welcome. SL Road says Jade is about to get lifted and gifted. Yes. Daryl says Randall mentioned the mushrooms in season 3, and now here they are. Yep, Chekhov's mushrooms are coming up now. MG says thought it was going to be Randall needed to forge them up, but Jade just found them himself. Yeah, but you may not have gotten every detail of the theory, Michael, but you predicted a major plot point with that. So kudos to you with the mushrooms.
But don't you think that the mushrooms in the forest being there at that particular time is kind of sus?
Yeah, I think maybe it could be sus. Quan says, well, fanfare and Reddit brought Smiley back, so maybe the writers saw the mushroom theory also. You never know. Honestly, I think they do get a lot of material from fan theories on this show. They definitely write them in, and I think they could be trolling us because I think they probably saw the Ethan in Yellow theories, and they're trolling us, with these little Easter eggs, these clues that maybe Ethan could become the Man in Yellow. We've got to look at the possibility that they could be trolling us, because in season 3, they trolled us with fan theories multiple times. They said that Boyd said he was going to trap a monster with a talisman. That was a fan theory that Tony Teflon had since season 1. They had Tilly try to do a tarot card reading. That's a shout out to the tarot card theory from Taryn Matheru. So they definitely take note of our theories, and sometimes they troll us with them. So I think they could be trolling with Ethan and his suit jacket that's too big for him, and the Man in Yellow quoting Ethan saying, didn't anyone tell you no one can change a story once it's been told. Yeah, I think he
and Doug saying how well the suit fit when we interviewed him.
Right.
It was. Yeah, I didn't know the fans brought Smiley back. I thought that was just part of the story. I didn't know that was a fan thing. I mean, is there a link or something to people saying that?
Yeah, that was not a confirmed thing. That's just a fan theory that they did that. So I don't know. I'm not sure about that one. I think they always planned on bringing Smiley back, personally, because the monsters are immortal.
Yeah, the cave painting too, though, I feel.
Yeah. The cave painting. It's been there since the beginning. That big red blob, it looks just like Smiley with the membrane on him as he's getting reborn. So I think they always planned on bringing a monster back from the dead. Anyway, so, okay, I'm going to skim through the chat here so I can catch up with you guys as fast as I can now. For real this time. Juan says this is the best season because the show has a real direction with a real villain. Everyone is trying to find answers and talking to each other finally. Great points, Quan. Absolutely. They're finally connecting and talking to each other. And I think it's because they know that season 5 is going to be their last season. So now they're like, okay, we don't have to throw in a bunch of MacGuffins and keep the characters in the dark and not talking to each other. Now we can actually have them making connections and talking. They're building towards the end at this point. Hey, Lady Smith official, don't be sad that you're late to the stream. We're just getting warmed up here. We still have to break down the episode frame by frame. So you came at a great time, actually. Actually, this was half an hour ago, so you're good. If you're even still here. Please hit the like button, everyone, and tell YouTube to show this to more people. That's what the like button does, and it brings more people to the channel. And please subscribe and check out my latest video, which is pinned at the top of the chat, please. That would be much appreciated. And she says, Boy in White is the magic tree collective unconscious of the Ankui kids. I agree. Would be cool to get a confirm on that also. I agree with your theory on that. I think it's great. I love that theory. Okay. Lady says, I'm just going to start from scratch. Oh, no. Well, I don't know if she's probably already done it because this was half an hour ago. But I was going to say to Lady, you might as well just stay listening to us live and listen to the replay later. It's more fun if you listen to it live. But glad that you care enough to do that and to care that you were late. That's awesome. Juan says, I truly enjoyed Doug as Sophia. He is so good. Oh, God. Yeah. Amazing. Benjamin doesn't like yellow Sophia. Oh, no. I think she's deliciously evil. I'm enjoying Sophia so far. Carl says maybe Christopher was the man in yellow at some point, aka shape-shifting. Yeah, it's possible. I mean, we don't know what the hell happened to Christopher. That's a big mystery. How did he die? That's a question that they need to answer this season. Let's see. Juan says basically the man in yellow can become anyone he killed before. Yeah, I think he can become anybody who died. Absolutely. Chuji says, I think Victor doesn't remember things because he was traumatized by the phrase. Yes, I agree. By the phrase, knowledge comes at a cost in previous times. So I think he tries to forget because he's afraid of knowledge. Yes. When Victor saw that phrase, he had a meltdown. I don't think it was just because Jim was hung up there, his body was hung up there, and he's scared that his own dad will die. He said those words on the wall, and I think those words triggered him because I think he remembers them. That's part of my theory, that he remembers the man in yellow, and that the man in yellow was a mole when he was a child in the 70s. He was just like Sophia, and he looked like a normal guy at that point. Anyway, so I completely agree with that, Jujubi. And so he's terrified of knowledge. That's why he's always telling people, don't go looking for answers. Stop asking all these questions. Remember how Victor always tells people you shouldn't be asking those questions. Mm-hmm. Why? Because knowledge comes at a cost here. Knowledge makes people get punished. Knowledge gets people killed. And he remembers that. So I think that phrase came up when he was a kid, too. Hey, welcome, the Drew B. I can't decipher Sophia Man in Yellow's expression looking at things like the figurine or the crows. Is she responsible for all of it and playing stupid, or is she looking at her rival's handiwork? Yeah, you know what? I haven't had any pictures up yet, so let me put up the picture of that while we're going through the chat here, because that was really interesting. So I'll put this up just to leave it there and study it for a few minutes while I finish with the chat. Because this was interesting, I think this expression is, she was uneasy, and I don't think she expected those crows to be there. I don't think this was her putting on a show. When she puts on a show, she gets all dramatic and cries and whimpers, and she's very over the top with her, humans are fragile act. Like the man in yellow said, people are such fragile things. She's over the top and melodramatic. That's not what this is. I don't think she's just putting on a show. She looks like she was taken aback by the crows, and she didn't expect them to be there. So I don't think they're on her side anymore. I don't think that's that they're a tool of hers, or I think that they're potentially trying to warn people. But what do you guys think in the chat? I'll check on that poll in a few minutes. Let's see. All right, just skimming through the chat here. Michelle says, wasn't the father on a traveling mission? I wonder if he had extra clothes, traveling things in the car, and if so, where was Sophia's clothes and stuff? Yeah, how does she explain that she didn't have anything with her?
Oh, that's right.
It's a good question.
Because he has a box of effects, but she doesn't have really anything.
Right.
Huh.
Hey, Anon, nice to see you. Hope you're doing well tonight. Anon wanted to know, does anyone know how Doug is doing? I haven't seen him in the chats lately. Doug is doing well. He's taking a break from, making the rounds, doing the chats, and and being on live streams, but he's doing well. He did have an encounter with a car hitting him on his bike. Very scary thing, but he's okay. He just had some bumps and bruises. He's okay. So I just want to let everybody know that he's fine. Let's see. Hey, Dothex? I don't know how to say that, but welcome. Her glasses are definitely 50s, 60s though. Well, her glasses, her old ones, yeah, they could have been 50s or 60s, the ones that broke. Yes, welcome new Fromaholics. Welcome all the new folks in the chat. I second what Bill said here. So Quan says, I guess the only thing the man in yellow can't shapeshift into is someone who is still alive. I agree with that. Jen thinks Sophia took man in yellow's glasses. Victor might recognize them. Well, they're broken now. She just traded them for another pair. Daryl says, you said you don't want Victor to know more stuff about the man in yellow because it could get him killed. Yes, I do feel that way. I hope he doesn't remember, even though I want to know. I think we'll find out answers from Julie's story walking, and I hope Victor doesn't remember. Let's see, Dothex says, I think Sophia was there during Victor's timeline. Her look fits that era. Could be. Quan thinks Sophia knew who those glasses belonged to because she killed them. Ooh. Let's see. Hey, welcome, Chris. I'm about to set my notifications. I'm a longtime subscriber. Oh, nice. I just don't post much. From is incredible, and so is your channel. Thank you so much for the kind words, Chris. Thank you very much for that. That means a lot. Thank you for setting notifications. I'm going to do my best to stay on schedule, but I do have a pain condition that makes that difficult sometimes. So if you turn on your notifications, that helps. You can also join the Discord, too. And it's another way to keep up with the channel. And I truly appreciate your support. It still trips me out that anyone even cares about this channel at all, to be honest. I never thought anyone would be interested. I never planned on starting a channel. I just kind of fell into it because I was so passionate about From, and I needed a place to get all my theories out other than just spilling them in Discords all the time. And so I made the channel specifically for that, and I started covering other shows too, but From is my biggest passion, and I just never thought anyone would have any interest in what I had to say. I did it on a whim, really. I was all alone at the time, and I needed a creative outlet for my mind, and this was just exactly what I needed for that. Something to channel my love of communication into, my love of writing and making an argument. Anyway, I'll get my Discord link and throw it in the chat. So if you want to follow the channel and get the latest updates, I also post them in there. We do watch parties every Saturday night. I should mention that. For the new episodes of From, I stream them when they drop at midnight Eastern in the Discord. So if you want to get in on that, join the Discord. The link is also in the description of this live stream always. And also you can share your theories in there. Love to have great conversations, continue the theory chat in the Discord. So let's see. So Dothex says, I got it. Victor is going to remember Sophia. That's what's going to kick it off. Could be. Carl says, R.I.P. Donna, pillow fisted to death at the cabins. I'm afraid so. Yes. Faith, thank you so much. Please strike the like, ring the bell, save video to playlist, share even to yourself, subscribe and comment in the permanent comment section when it's available at the end of the stream for max algorithm engagement. Thank you, Fromally. Yes. Thank you so much for all of that, Faith. All that stuff helps so much. And also hyping is your superpower. So when you see my video come out each week, my scripted video breaking down the episode, and sometimes I put out a theory video, that's the best way that you can support the channel. The maximum amount of support you can give is through the hyping, the hype button, and that'll be out in a few days. It'll probably take me a few days to get my breakdown of episode 3 done. So if you want to hype something, I would humbly ask you to hype that, please. And that's been really helpful in getting new subscribers helping people find the channel. Welcome, One Black Panther. Nice to see you. Okay. Tony was in the chat, and I missed him. Hey, shout out to Tony Teflon. Tony said, "Do you think the Don Tony Teflon has the power to have a famous actress make all that up? You give me too much credit." Yeah, that's true. But it was just so amazing. I couldn't tell if it was a show that you put on or if it was really a surprise. But if it was a show that you put on, it was so amazing. It was so realistic that Tony and Phil should get like Emmys for that. It was so good. And the Oscar goes too. I mean, it was amazing. But hey, if Tony says that it was actually a surprise, I believe you. And that was just such a fun interview. Really happy for Tony that he actually got to have that amazing interview with Samantha Brown. He deserves it. He deserves to interview the whole cast. Benjamin thinks episode 4 will be epic. Yes, I think episode 4 is shaping up to be pretty good. And Kwan says, so you all think that every time the monsters kill somebody, the man in yellow gets a power-up and another victim to shapeshift into. Maybe. You know, you could look at it that way. I think it's like it kind of works like a game. Let's see. Cherian, welcome. I don't know if I'm saying that right. No, Sherry Ann. Sherry Ann, I think that should be. Tabitha loves to leave those kids. Yes, she does. She really does love to leave her kids. That's something she's great at. Tabitha was all set to leave her kids yet again. One Black Panther says, Tabitha is really getting on my nerves. Oh, yeah. Indeed. Hey, Levy. Levy thinks crows are warnings. Ben doesn't think the crows are bad. Dothex thinks the crows are the watchers. Osrod says Acosta will definitely find something useful. Agree with the possibility of her finding old photo of Sophia. Yeah, so happy for Tony that he did that amazing interview with Samantha Brown. I still have to finish watching the replay, actually. Kwan says the crows just seem like they're trying to warn people about the man in yellow because they watch everything and know everything. Yeah. I think so. Let's see. I think they're probably trying to warn them. Bill says crow crash. Hashtag crow crash 2026. The crows crashed the funeral and took over the eulogies. Basically. Rayval Joe says Rockstar Tony in the building. Yes. And hey, Ray, welcome. Sherry says, I think it's a warning simply because they weren't at any of the other funerals or agitated by anything other than those tarot cards. Yes. Agreed. Does anyone speak crow? That one crow had something to say. Yes. Tony said Acosta is taken by me, she told you. Yeah, I expect an invite to the wedding, Tony. You wanted a VIP invite to my wedding. I expect a VIP invite to the Tony Teflon Samantha Brown wedding. Susie says, I think if they were spirits of the dead, they'd also be good, warning people of danger. Yeah, probably. Okay, this is so hard. I want to read all these comments, but I can't because we'll never break down the episode. So, oh, Levy, sorry that you watched a spoiler video. That's terrible. Watch out for spoilers out there, guys. Watch out. Stay off of Reddit and the Facebook groups is what I recommend if you want to avoid spoilers. Okay. Let's see. Just Stacy Lee says, sometimes I feel like I'm the only Australian into From. Oh, you're not. There are a lot who pop into this chat, who are regulars in this chat. A lot of them. So you're hardly the only one. Jen Hack is one. David Agil, who's often here in the chat. Mr. Grant Gregory. I mean, a bunch of other people. Chris says spitballing, but I think the key is remember, learn from the past, or repeat it. The past stories are done, cannot be changed. Khatri theory is this story is being written. The future can be influenced. Yeah, that makes sense to me. That's logical. I agree that they can't change the past stories, and the future is the thing that they can influence, and they need to learn from the past or repeat it. I think the kids kept repeating Ankui, not just so that they could remember, but so they could learn from their mistakes. Absolutely. They need to finish remembering. I think they need to remember the rest of their past lives. There's so much they need to remember. Hey, Amanda. Nice to see you. Jay says, is Boy in White the original Storywalker, which is why his appearance keeps changing the way Julie's does? Oh, my God. I think it's just because he's getting older and they don't want to recast him. But, oh my God, he's getting ridiculously mature. His voice was so bassy. I was just cracking up. Like, you got to be kidding me. He's like, you're asking the wrong questions. Like, what the fuck? His voice is so deep. He looks like a man at this point. This is crazy. They need to just recast him or something. I couldn't believe how much he's grown. It's a good thing Ethan isn't like this. I mean, Ethan has grown a lot, but he still has a baby face and a little kid voice. Thank God.
Because then if you like, Victor, we've got to go to the Lake of Tears.
Right? Yes, seriously.
My
God.
And Victor's like, whoa, Ethan.
Yes. So no giant jacket could save Ethan from our our logical brains knowing that he is getting way too big, and our eyes that can see. And yes, he's getting very big and they're trying to hide it with baggy clothes, but at least he has a baby face and a little kid voice. Mm-hmm. Samuel says no trailer previews if you care about spoilers. That Man in Yellow preview spoiler was insane. Yes. And I still haven't watched that one. I've only heard about it secondhand. So yeah, it's terrible. Yeah, so let's not even talk about episode preview, episode trailers here. I don't even want to do it. Sherry says, anyone else think it's strange that Tabitha wasn't confused to find Ethan in the forest? Didn't they say they were going to Colony House? Yeah, like, Ethan, what are you doing here? God, Mother of the Year strikes again. Oh, jeez. Yeah. 69 likes. Oh, yeah. Carl. I hope it's a little higher now. Please hit the like button. We've got 94 people here, so please hit the like. It's free. But if you do want to support in a way that's not free, because StreamYard is very expensive and I'm having trouble, it's difficult. Like, it's very expensive running a channel, and I'm not monetized. I don't make any money off of the channel. YouTube doesn't pay me. I do have Cashapp and Venmo. I'm trying to get a PayPal set up, but my PayPal is broken or something. There's something wrong with it. So once I get it set up, I'll put that out too. But right now it's just Cashapp and Venmo, and my banner's not up. It's usually here at the bottom of the screen with Cashapp and Venmo, and in the description of the live stream, that's also listed there. And any amount is helpful. It doesn't matter how small. Every little bit helps, and it adds up big time. I've got to find some free software because this is killing me. This is ridiculous how much that I have to pay just to do these streams every month. Let's see. Osrod says, Dirt Room gave me Close Encounters vibes. Think she will create something she saw in her visions during the kimono lady baby delivery? I'm thinking the same. Yes. I am thinking that too. Let's see. Susie says, I think Fatima is either doing a rain-bringing ceremony or propagating a potato head baby. Oh, man. Let's hope not. No potato head babies. Lee says they needed the house scene because they were in the living room. Tabitha and Jim and Tabitha read them to Ethan the last time we saw the books. Very important scene. I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, I just felt like he was risking his life. Randall was risking his life for books that Ethan knows cover to cover. But it is nice to have the books back, though. I want to hear more from that Chromonacle book. I hope that we get to hear more from it. Because I think this show follows the Chromonacle a lot. The plot of the Chromonacle. Welcome, Maze. Fatima will draw on her Iranian culture's mythology, sculpting a protector figure. Somewhat to do with the trauma of her cleric father being killed. Yeah, could be. It's an interesting idea. I like it. And yes, Karl was saying Elgin Fatima corrupted to work for evil. Yeah, maybe the two of them are being corrupted to work for evil. Yeah, you never know. Could be, Karl. It is kind of creepy how they're doing this in secret. Lee says that they wouldn't purposefully hurt people. That would ruin their characters. It would ruin the show altogether. Well, let's hope not. Lee says the people who hurt others are under the control of the entity. It breaks the authentic people. Yes, and speaking of which, speaking of the evil entity controlling some of the characters, I have a theory at this point that basically the spirits of the dead, you know, their images can be used by the man in yellow if they do something terrible, if they're broken by this place. And Abby was broken by this place. So at the end of the episode, Boyd went and talked to her and he asked if there's anything she could do to help. And I think he did that because Ethan saw Ghost Jim. And since Ethan saw Ghost Jim, and, you know, like, if it's possible for people to come and give them advice after death, I think Boyd is actually thinking maybe Abby can do that. You know, like the Abby voice spoke to him through Sarah once before. But I don't think it's possible. I think maybe, no, this isn't, I didn't come up with this on my own. Somebody, I forget who it was, somebody wrote in my comments that, you know, maybe people who die there, if they're broken by the place and they did something bad, like Abby killing people, then the man in yellow or the evil entity can use their image after death. And so they're basically a tool of that entity now, even after death. And I think that may be correct, and that may be why this Abby ghost seems evil and just grabbed Boyd from under the ground and terrorized him instead of helping him. I think this was kind of like an evil trolling thing that it did to him, because he was asking for help and she gave him a helping hand by reaching it from the ground and scaring the shit out of him. And that's all she did. He's asking for help from his deceased wife, the spirit of his wife, and that's what he gets. I think it could be because she died in that way. She was broken and she killed people. So the man in yellow or evil entity can use her in this way to terrorize Boyd after death. Whereas Jim redeemed himself in the end. He wasn't broken by the place. And his image, his spirit, was able to come back and talk to Ethan and give him good advice. So maybe that's why Ghost Abby is so evil and Ghost Jim, I think, is going to be helpful. I'm predicting that. We don't know yet. That's still up in the air. But anyway, let me see if I can catch up with the chat finally so we can just break down the episode. But I mean, I like to do this first anyway. And Tony does a similar thing, but not for as many hours. You know, talk about the episode in general first with the chat, and then break it down scene by scene. So let's see. Quan thinks that any tooth he has, he can shapeshift into them. Could be. I think it could be that. Tam says Man in Yellow wants to make dentures. Let's see. So if Ellis is a goner, then Boyd shot Abby for nothing. Yeah, Ben, it could be. That's why Daryl thinks that Ellis is not going to die, because that would kind of make Abby's death pointless. We can let Kenny go. He has no role. No, I love Kenny Levy. I love Kenny. I hope not. Jen says, why did the boy in white tell Victor to bury people's items? Man in yellow uncovers them too. I think that's a great question, and I don't think it was just to honor them. I've always believed there must be another reason why he told Victor to bury people's precious items. I think maybe if you have those precious items, then you can shapeshift. The man in yellow can shapeshift into them. And if the boy in white had Victor bury them, that could have been to keep them away from the man in yellow. It could be that it's against the rules. If somebody buries them, then the man in yellow can't get to them. Because obviously he knows everything, he can see everything that's going on, but maybe he's not allowed to take them if they were buried in that way. Because I think everything operates here like a game. Yes, they spoiled the most important thing of the show in the trailer. I agree, Levy. Terrible. Jen liked Carl's Cardassian reference from Deep Space Nine. Yeah. Daryl says, Boyd yelling, what do you want from me? Didn't feel like Ellis died. Felt more like Donna died. Agree. Yes. I agree with Benjamin that Kenny dying would break Boyd because he made a promise to Tian Shen. Yes, to protect him. Absolutely. Quan says Ellis has to die. He's doing all the pre-death. I'm so perfect, I'm going to die moves. Yeah, you make a good point. He's being a great husband to Fatima, and that happened with Jim. He was doing all that, father figure, good husband stuff, redeeming himself right before he died. That's what made me think Jim was going to die. His really emotional scene with Ethan. All right. God, so much good stuff here, guys. So much good stuff. Love it. I love all these ideas. Yes, boy in yellow versus man in white. I need that showdown. Yes, Benjamin. That is what's going on here. Those are our two opposing entities. I believe that. I have a 2-part video theory on that. If you want to check it out, I have the links in the description of this live stream, I think. But I know in the description of this live, you can find a playlist with my theories in it. Let me see. Is it there? Yes. Actually, the links to those videos are right in the description. So one part is on the boy in white, the other part is on the man in yellow, and I think it's a cosmic chess game going on between those two. And they're using the characters like chess pieces, manipulating their actions. I think the man in yellow trying to keep this vicious cycle of violence going, and the boy in white trying to make it stop and helping as best he can. And that's how I think it's functioning. So it's my overall theory for how the show works. So yeah, check out my 2-part video theory if you haven't already on that. I still stand by everything I said in those videos, and I made them a little over a year ago. Tony says, I don't think that in the case of the mushroom. I interviewed Kenny's mom and got her to say something about it years ago, and that when I made the theory. Oh, in the mushroom. Yeah, I don't know what Tony meant by that regarding Kenny's mom and the mushroom. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if Tony's still there and can clarify what he meant by that. Jen says man in yellow looked way too excited when he went to the store.
Mushroom tea.
Oh, she was going to make mushroom tea? Okay. So Carl said that she was going to make mushroom tea for Jade. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that happened a long time ago. Jen says man in yellow looked way too excited when he went to the store with items. Welcome, Jeff. What if Victor is the one who betrays everyone after he remembers everything? Oh, I don't think Victor could ever turn evil like that. Yeah, I don't think so, but you never know, I guess. Tony says, I made a theory after I interviewed Kenny's mom that they needed to take the acid in the form of mushrooms to access the parallel universe. Oh, cool. Yeah, that was a long time ago, too, that you made that theory. Because that interview was way back early season 3, at least. Cool. I asked her about the tea and what was in it, and she said mushroom tea. Nice. Amanda says, since Henry has been in Fromville, Victor seems to be more communicative when speaking, even being a bit more detailed and or interactive. That was until he sees the crumpled yellow suit. Definitely, yeah. He's opening up more, and I think one of the reasons Tabitha was sent out to the real world was to bring Henry back so that Victor would be able to remember more. But mainly, so Tabitha could remember more about her past life. But it's definitely helping Victor too. Aaron says, do you think the Lake of Tears is going to help Boyd and the townspeople with finding a way out, or turn out to actually be in the Man in Yellow's favor? I think it's going to help. I believe it's going to help. I trust Ethan's judgment, and Ethan thinks that it could heal people. I don't know if he's right that it could bring Victor back, though. Bring Jim back from the dead. I don't know about that. I think that's unlikely. I just find it hard to believe that his dad's going to come back to life, but I'm starting to have second thoughts about that, because in the story, Julie said the secret fairies came from the Lake of Tears and healed Norman. She changed the story, and I don't know, but it contradicts with what Ethan said about how you can't change a story that's already been told. So it's hard for me to imagine how Jim could just come back to life. Just a second.
Julie gonna get that rope on Mayday. Julie gonna get that rope. Julie gonna get that rope on Mayday. Julie gonna get that rope. Without Jim, she can't cope. She talks to Ethan, he's no dope. Julie gonna get that rope on Mayday. Julie gonna get that rope. Julie gonna get that rope and dance round the maple. Julie gonna get that rope and dance round the maple. Man in white, he's not good. Julie's gonna beat him like she knows she should. Julie gonna get that rope on Mayday. Julie gonna get that rope. Julie gonna get that rope on Mayday. Julie gonna get that rope. I was trying out another one that was about Boyd. That was to the tune of a like 1950s kind of ballad that goes, things are changing. Boyd is changing. The boy in white is becoming a man. Let me see what Sophie's. I can't remember the second thing. Let me get my my notes here. I haven't seen Becca, and she, Langella Moore was listed in the credits, and I thought I would see her more than in the funeral, and that was kind of shocking. And I thought that she would have a time. You want to do the call and response one? That, like, she needs to... Woman needs to... She has reasons. Julie's a flirt. She has reasons. God, I can't remember the rest of them. Let me get my notes. Let me see what they are. Let's see. Oh yeah, she has reasons. It's like, woman needs dirt. She has reasons. Julie's a flirt. She has reasons. Sophie's grabbed a tooth. She has reasons. Tilly's uncouth. She has reasons. Donna's breaking down. She had reasons. Trudy's a clown. She had reasons. Tabby wants a tree. She had reasons. Acosta tries to flee. She had reasons. Sarah took an eye. She had reasons. Ginger died. She had reasons. Kirsty heals pain. She has reasons. Murray fights with her again. She had reasons. So if you say, from changing seasons, and the crows are coming, yeah, she had reasons. She had reasons. Yeah, she had reasons. She had reasons. Yeah, she had reasons. She had reasons. Remember her reasons to say that you gotta go. That's that one. Another one was the things are changing. Boyd is changing, the boy in white is becoming a man. Sophie is snickering, townsfolk bickering, grab that tooth while you can. And that's just like the first verse. I'm going to make some choruses. Let me see here. I do like She Has Reasons, though. It's one of my favorite ones. It's like a call and response. So if you said woman needs dirt, then the chat would be she has reasons. Like if I sing it, just say that she has reasons in your head. Like woman needs dirt, she had reasons. Julie's a flirt, she had reasons. Sophie grabbed a tooth, she has reasons. Julie's uncouth, she had reasons. Breaking down, she had reasons. Judy's a clown, she had reasons. Tabby wants a tree, she had reasons. Acosta tries to flee, she had reasons. Sarah took an eye, she had reasons. Ginger died, she had reasons. Christy Hill's pain, she had reasons. Mari fights her again, she had reasons. So if you say From's changing seasons and the crows are coming, she had reasons. Okay, tired now. But I've been I try to walk away from Ethan being the man in yellow, but that suit, it's loose, it's itchy, it doesn't fit. The man, a respectable man, needs a good fitting suit. And now I'm like back on the train again. So, and I don't know if anything's going to happen to Donna, because I keep on thinking that picture of that Victor has of the flood, and it really looks like Boyd and Donna on top of a roof of a flooded house. So I feel like both of them survived. I kind of feel like they have plot armor. But then when Sophia was talking about the Bible, and she was talking about Achan, and then the whole story about him having gold and silver and a Babylonian robe, and he wasn't adding it to God's treasury. So he was punished for that sin, and he was punished because God killed 36 people. Well, there's 46 people in Fromville right now. So what if 36 people just died? And a lot of those people could be red shirts. Then there'd only be 10 people left. So I kind of came up with a list of the 10 people that would be left. So I thought the survivors would be, if this would happen, biblically from the Bible, I thought these survivors would be Boyd, Donna, Kenny, Maury, Randall, Julie, Tabby, Jade, Ethan, and Sarah. And what befalls the rest? Well, Elgin and Fatima make beings from mud that cause their demise. Maybe the golem goes a little bit berserk. Ellis and Christy tend to be goners because when I did the recommended rewatch, they just weren't hardly in any of the scenes. So I kind of put them on the list. Becca, she hasn't been on at all. So maybe she's on that list. And Vicar and Henry might die trying to save each other. And the rest are probably red shirts that nobody really cares about but me. So, yeah. I can sing Goat in a Sack. Goat in a sack, he ain't coming back. Anyway. I thought maybe adjusting the Julie gonna get that rope for Easter, because I thought that the whole timeline was closer to around March 20th. At least the vernal equinox, but that would be longer than Easter. And that would be Julie gonna get that rope on Easter, Julie gonna get that rope. Julie gonna get that rope on Easter. Julie gonna get that rope. Julie knows she learned to cope. Okay, hold on. Blah. Julie gonna get that rope on Mayday. Julie gonna get that rope. Everyone, Julie gonna get that rope on Mayday. Julie gonna get that rope. Wait, Julie gonna get that rope on Easter. Julie gonna get that rope. Julie needs to learn to cope. That with Jim there is no hope. Gonna be no hope on Easter. Julie gonna get that rope. Julie gonna go collect some eggs. Julie gonna get that rope. Julie gonna find a rabbit in the woods. Julie gonna get that rope. Julie's story walks the cope. Learn from Ethan, he's no dope. Gonna lose that hope on Easter. Julie gonna get that rope.
All right. Scarlet?
Yes?
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me
Sorry about that.
My tablet here.
So
You doing all right?
Yeah, I'm just I was trying to get comfortable. My pain is getting really bad. Oh, okay. So anyway, so yeah, Aaron, I think that the Lake of Tears is actually going to help. It's going to be key in the end to them potentially healing. It could be a source of healing, like Ethan said. I think it's going to be essential to finding a way home in the end. I don't know how exactly, but I think the Lake of Tears is going to be helpful.
I'm gonna get you more ice. Okay.
Thanks.
Can you hand me that right there? My bottle.
Hey, M. Abdul. I think the man in yellow let Victor live because he had no knowledge. Just a dumb kid. Could be. Let's see. Jay says, what ultimately happened to Tabitha and Jade's kid that they didn't sacrifice? But she did get sacrificed. I don't think she didn't get saved. She died. They had a daughter and she died. That was implied. That was heavily implied by the scene in which the Ankui girl knelt down in front of Tabitha. I think that was their daughter. Tabitha said, we tried to save the children, and one of them was ours. So I think she died. Yeah, which is devastating. Carl said 72 likes, 92 in the chat. Who wasn't liked? Is it you? Yeah, you don't want to be that person. Definitely hit the like button. Now, I'm going to try to skim through some of these older comments quickly. And sorry for the noise.
You want something other than
Thanks. That's enough. Anyway, Tony said when they dropped the titles this season and I seen the Grateful Dead song, I knew that was it. Yeah, so Tony predicted the mushroom thing too. That Jade was gonna trip on the mushrooms. Okay. So much good stuff in here. I wish I could read every comment, but we would be here all night and day. Amanda, I'm having a bad pain day, unfortunately, really bad. But I hope you're not having a bad pain day. I know Amanda understands what I'm dealing with in some way, anyway. One Black Panther says Sophia is probably from a time cycle before Victor. He would have recognized her when he was in the diner, and the man in yellow knows Victor knows who he is, so he changed to someone he wouldn't know. Yeah, it could be that. I that's what I'm thinking too. I believe that he wouldn't have known Sophia, but he will know the man in yellow.
But if Acosta finds something in the basement that she's cleaning up, that might be something different. There might be a picture of a black and white picture of Sophia or something in there.
Yeah.
Right? Isn't she in the basement investigating?
Yeah.
Clearly, I would assume that's going to happen. Everybody's going to have like a oh fuck moment, you know?
Yeah. I think so. I think she's going to find something crazy. Jay says, Bacta. I see Bacta in the right corner. She's the new Where is Waldo? Yeah, where's Bacta? Bacta, they mentioned her, but she wasn't on screen in this episode. So, let's see. What else did I miss here? Hey, AA, nice to see you.
Did you have this out for a reason?
No, thank you. Amanda says, I am the only one around me that watches From, sadly. So I am grateful to you and Speed Parkland for your videos and live streams and for this wonderful Fromily. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you for the kind words. And I'm grateful for this wonderful Fromily too. It changed my life in a myriad of ways. I could not have gotten through this life I'm living without From and this community and the people I've met in this community. It literally, it's saved my life. It's not hyperbole. Carl says, hype the standalone videos, guys. It's the best way to help Julie's channel grow. Yes, thank you, Carl, for saying that. Please hype the standalone scripted videos, the deep dives into the episodes that I do, and the theory videos. So all the scripted ones, that's the best way to support the channel. AA says, I actually really liked this episode, and I heard it was the lowest rated episode of the season. Yeah, I don't understand that. I think it was a good episode. It was solid. Football says, Man in Yellow definitely eats people. I truly believe the monsters are soldiers and they get food for him. Hence why they take out parts of the people. Oh my God, that's crazy. Maybe. That's really interesting. Oh my God. Let's see what else is here. Hey Annie, nice to see you. Boy in White sounds like Barry White. Good one, Michelle. Vladimir says Boy in White was terrifying. Yes. AA, the frat boy in white. Oh my god. Tabitha keeps repeating the same mistake of leaving her children life cycle after life cycle. And Kui means mama don't leave. Yes, Quan. Good point. Annie, I don't know if they spoiled episode 4 in the trailer. I haven't watched it, so I don't want to know, frankly. I know everybody else is going to cover it, but I'm not. I'm going to try to avoid it for now. Lee V says the Ethan character I think will always look boyish from an interview I saw. They lucked out. Yeah, he's got that baby face. I interviewed him too. He's got that baby face. Hey, Martin. Nice to see you. NSB says the boy in white is a teenager in white. By the 5th season, he's going to have his own partner, the woman in white and the children in white. Oh my god. Thank you. Hey there. Welcome, Helm. So, I don't know if I'm saying that right, or hi, LM? I'm not sure. Oh, it's hi, I'm 3. Hi, I'm 3. So, why weren't the crows around when the priest saw the tree? Wouldn't it make more sense the birds are connected to the entities instead of the latter, like the crows of Odin mythology? That's a great point. I wondered that too. Why weren't the crows there? They're always at the tree. Everyone sees the crows. It could be that the scene was just too short and they cut it before the crows showed up, but that seems unlikely. They could have easily shown that. It's such an essential part of the fallen tree experience. So there could be something to that. And I'm not sure. I'm not sure why they weren't there, to be honest.
Were they not there because the man in yellow was in the woods transforming and they hover around him?
It could be. I think it's got to be related to what the man in yellow was doing.
Right. Is the man in yellow that brings everybody here? You don't feel that, right? You feel that it's like this time it's this and that time it's so it's like yellow and white kind of thing.
I think it's the boy in white and the man in yellow who bring people there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's see. Hey, Joe still knows. I need to be sleeping, but here I am listening. Nice to see you. Got the FROMacademy crew here. Quan says Ghost Jim with forehead scar is different than the Jim the man in yellow killed, I think. The scar is there for us to notice. I think that may be a mistake, honestly. I think it may be just an error. Like, in some shots, the scar was really red, and in others, it wasn't. I think that may be, like, a makeup error that they made, a continuity error, but I could be wrong. Ethan standing on business. They killed my daddy. Time to figure this shit out. Hell yes. Ethan standing on business. It's great to see, I'm so glad he's out, looking for answers. He's not giving up on the quest because Ghost Jim intervened, and I think Ghost Jim was sent there to help by the boy in white. That's my theory on that. I think he was sent there to help and get Ethan back on the quest. Because he was ready to just give up. And that's who he needed to see. He said, I want my dad. He needed to see him in order to continue with this. G421, welcome. So, say that ain't no boy in white. That's the man in tights. Yeah. Yep. Let's see. Finally, someone is rummaging the old Matthews house. Randall proving to Julie and everyone else that he is a good guy, speaking to and protecting Julie, taking on a dangerous task. Yeah, that is cool when you put it like that. That is cool. Hi, M3 says, I do predict 3 characters may die by episode 10, but we'll see. Yeah, I think there's going to be a high body count this season. Indeed. I think you know, a lot of people have to die, a lot more than usual. Maybe not a lot of important people, but, you know, a couple of major deaths and a bunch of minor deaths, you know, maybe another massacre, and a bunch of red shirts obviously die. Yes, Bacta was at the diner too. We just didn't actually see her. Let's see. Faith says Lake of Tears. You mentioned salt water. Maybe Lake of Tears is an ocean and Boyd's boat finally shows up. Yes. Oh, that'd be great. I think Boyd is going to get his boat. I think it's going to manifest eventually. Vaughn says, why is the boy in white so limited in his abilities? I'm looking forward to finding out his history. Yeah, I think that he's way less powerful than the man in yellow. Way less powerful. And, you know, I think the man in yellow is like a godlike entity. And the boy in white is probably just an avatar of the magic faraway tree that was created by the hope of the dying children. Which is Michael Merkin's theory in the chat. And I think that makes a lot of sense. And the boy in white is just trying to help, but he's not strong enough to do as much as the man in yellow. Let's see. Okay, I'm almost caught up with the chat finally, and we're going to break down the episode scene by scene that we've kind of just talked about it. Had a general discussion about it. Hey, Trace.
Is that Ingo's Trace?
Yep. As always, with the, I don't know if that's supposed to be tea or coffee.
Otra vez. That's tequila.
Oh, okay. It's tequila?
Yeah. It's tres comas.
Oh. Daryl says, I think 5 characters who won't die are Ethan, Julie, Fatima, Ellis, and Kenny. I would agree with all of those but Ellis. I think Ellis could die. I still think that he could. It's not off the table. And Amanda, I do think there are 2 Chromonocles, Tabitha and Jade. Absolutely. What else are you guys saying here? Almost caught up here. And has Ethan only talked about a Chromonocle to Tabitha and Jade? I'm not sure, Daryl. I mean, yeah, I think he might have been. Tabitha, Jim, and Jade. Yeah. Let's see. Annie said, great idea, Karl, about finding something in the basement. That's where Kimono Lady came on the picture Polaroid when Ellis and Julie took pictures. Yeah, so Acosta will probably find something down there.
Yeah. And then again, also, where is the Polaroid camera at this moment?
Right.
So maybe it's like, hey, this was down here when they found it, and maybe it'll come into play again.
Well, that
I think she'll find something down there.
The camera, Boyd actually tossed that into the bag of tools that he had with Elgin and then kicked it under the bed.
Oh, so that's in Donna's room then?
Mm-hmm. But I think they'll find something down there. She'll find something in the basement. It's an information dumper in any storage area. Absolutely. They need to search it all. Yes, Annie. The diner, the root cellar, the church basements. Yeah, I think they could actually learn something useful.
And then yes. They'll die.
And then they'll die. Yeah. Knowledge comes at a cost. Mm-hmm. You don't want to learn too much.
It comes at a costa.
Yeah, it comes at a costa. Hey, Ladysmith official, welcome. Yeah, I started over. I just got to the part where you respond. Good. Then we're caught up now. And we're about to start the episode breakdown. Samuel says, if this is the lowest rated one, then this season's going to be fire. Yeah, absolutely. I think it was a lot better than people are making it out to be. I just think, honestly, some people, like me included, actually, on the first watch, I found it underwhelming because I knew too much about what was going to happen. And I realized that when I watched it again, like, wait a minute. This is a really solid episode. I just knew too much because MGM spoiled too much. So, you know, I didn't enjoy it as much only because of that. It wasn't surprising. MGM gives too much away in the goddamn trailers and the pictures and everything. Manon says the only part I hated was the tooth thing. Too gross for me. Yeah, that was nasty. That was nasty. Did all the other monsters rip the organs out for the man in yellow? Could be, Annie. Maybe so. Did anyone else see Jim's organs still in his body, though? Because it looked to me like Jim still had his organs. The first one we've ever seen who didn't have the organs taken out. I wonder why.
Yeah, he wasn't hollowed out like homegirl, like the little girl. I forgot her name, and then that one lady who was having dreams, who died in her dreams. She was straight. You know, she looked like a turkey carcass at a family reunion. You know what I'm saying? She was like empty.
Oh yeah. Samuel hasn't watched the preview since the first two previews spoiled so much. Well, let me tell you something, guys. If you want to go to a channel where we're not going to be talking about the episode previews because they spoil too much, then come over here, because that's what I'm thinking. We won't talk about the episode previews because they're way too spoilery. I want some mystery back in my mystery box show. So if you're sick of it, then come to these lives and we won't spoil it for you. Enough with these trailers, with these stupid trailers, and they even put out extra ones, like not just for the episodes, but you know, this season on From, and they show us more revealing shit.
It's one thing to be teased, but it's another thing to give it away. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it should be like, ooh, they went in that room. What's in there? As opposed to like, hey, look, what's in this room? You know? No, you want it set up so that you have a reason to watch, you have a reason to theorize, you have a reason to talk about it, as opposed to like, oh yeah, I saw that already.
Exactly. Anyway, Anon says, well, the Victor Ethan scenes were a tad weak. It's the only time Scott McCord's acting seemed forced. Perhaps Ethan is no longer a kid. Well, because Ethan is no longer a kid. Oh, I know what you mean, Anon. There was something different about the way Victor was acting. I really noticed that on the second watch even more. The way he was trying to support Ethan, I think it felt forced for a reason, actually. Deliberately. I think Scott played it that way on purpose. And here's why. Because Victor is not used to being in a supportive role to other people. It's uncomfortable for him. He doesn't know how to support others like an adult would support a child. And he was trying to do that for Ethan. He was trying, and it's hard for him because he's like a child inside emotionally. He's so stunted, and he's not a mature child emotionally. He's not as mature as Ethan. So I think he was deliberately playing it that way. Scott was playing it like, when we get to those scenes, I'll point it out. Like, you know, Ethan, friends don't keep secrets from each other. And, you promised you would tell me what, about the Lake of Tears. And, and I think that he was uncomfortable trying to be a supportive friend, but making himself do it because he felt this is what he needed to do. And he's trying to be more of a grown-up. He's trying to be more mature, but it's hard for him. So I don't think that was weak acting. I think it was just, it was what he was intending to do. It's supposed to look forced. Scott McCord is a genius actor. He really is. I think he's phenomenal. Yes, the people are starting to talk. Bill, it's so great. Randall and Julie, also the Supreme Dream Vision team is formed. Ethan, Jade, and Victor. Hell yes. I was so happy to see that. So psyched to see people communicating. So, it's going to be essential to them figuring out how to get out of there in the end. They need to communicate, the key people, and they're doing it finally. Okay, see you later, Annie. Thanks for being here. Getting daughter ready for school. Oh, I wonder where Annie's located. What time zone that is? No, Annie was international. He welcomed Thomas O'Rourke. Victor was the only one who's seen both Man in Yellow and Boy in White, probably, so could get some answers maybe between them if they find out his identity, if they out his identity this season. Yeah, that's a great point. He's probably seen both of them, so I hope Victor is not going to die this season. It worries me. He knows too much. He's remembering too much. Knowledge is dangerous. Football says Boy in White is so corny to me because if I'm in town, I'm on his ass. What the fuck do I know, bro? I'm trying to get the fuck out of here. I have shit to do. Oh, yeah. It is getting annoying how he can't tell them anything. I think he can't tell them much because knowledge could get them killed, and it's against the rules for him to spell out too much. And when he tried telling Christopher a lot, it looked like it went very badly, and Christopher snapped. So he's doing things differently this time. I know it's frustrating. I find it frustrating too. Lady says, now how has no one in town figured out that prescription glasses are not interchangeable? Yes, every glasses wearer was looking at that scene with Sophia. Like, you can't just pick up new glasses without a new prescription from anybody. It doesn't work that way. That was so dumb. A says Ethan didn't seem like he really cared for Victor. He seemed like he just wanted to hang out with Victor and use the fact that he's special needs to go and look for the Lake of Tears. Like, Ethan knew Victor is easier to persuade than the other adults, and Victor will most likely give in to Ethan. I think Ethan is just on a mission. I don't think he's trying to manipulate Victor. I think, if anything, Victor pushed him into going along. You know, Ethan was saying he was just going to go find it himself, and Victor feels a duty to protect his friend. He promised Tabitha he'd protect him. So I don't know. I think Victor just needed to be there with him and wanted to protect him. So he pushed his way into that. And Ethan is just focused on finding the Lake of Tears and not so much on being Victor's friend right now because he just lost his dad. Hey, Football 24. In episode 4, the town gets to know the reality of Sophie, or they only find that man in yellow is in town. In which form? No idea. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be an interesting episode from the, the episode synopsis, and we'll see. I don't know if they're going to find out that much in episode 4, but I think it'll take longer for them to learn more about Sophia. I don't think that she'll be outed too soon. Ellis says the theory that Julie story walked Jim from the past to comfort Ethan at the RV makes sense too. Julie beckoning Jim that we have to go soon would explain why Jim kept looking around. That's cool, Alice. It's an interesting idea. Yeah, you never know. I personally think the boy in white was there coaching Jim on what to say and not letting Ethan see him. That's my theory. I think the boy in white was talking to Jim. And the boy in white has had selective visibility before. He appeared to Sarah once, and Boyd couldn't see him back in season 1. So he could probably do that if he wanted to. More of the episode synopses were posted, according to Thomas. Oh, I wish they wouldn't do that. I don't want to know anything more about this season. But apparently more synopses were posted. So far, we only had episodes 1 through 7. Football 24 is going to stop watching the show if they touch Victor. Prepare yourself, because it could happen, though. Susie says, my votes for no dying are Julie, Ethan, Boyd, Jade, Randall, because he's Julie's constant now, and kind of Sarah, honestly. Susie says, do more interviews tend to indicate the character going out? Could be, Susie. It could be. I'm just saying, if somebody's getting interviewed soon, it could mean that they're going to die.
Kenny's mom.
Yeah.
Kenny's mom.
Yep.
Did a lot of interviews.
And Liz Saunders is scheduled to do an interview on Sci-Fi Vision's channel on June 3rd, and that coincides right after the 2 episodes where I think the cabin attack is going to happen and she's going to die. So that would be perfect timing. I think she's probably doing interviews around that time because she's going to die. That adds to my theory. That they tend to schedule people when they're getting killed off. They get scheduled for interviews. So I've got my eye on that. So let's see. Amanda says it surprises me how areas have not been gone through. Boyd says he saw the peach truck but never went inside it. Had Boyd searched through the car graveyard? What else has been missed? Great points. I really don't understand why they didn't comb through this entire place. Seriously. They should have. Especially the peach truck. Absolutely. in the car graveyard. How are they not? They have all the time in the world. How are they not exploring that stuff more? And he says, Julie putting her foot down. That's right, Julie for president MGMU on Julie for president MGMU on timeout. Yeah, thank you, Annie. Thank you. I can get really charged up about these things sometimes. Martin says, I think Ellis will live because of the, hey, Dad, it's getting dark. You said we take the boat out. Oh, when he appeared as a vision to Boyd in the torture chamber, in the dungeon, right? The dungeon dream state. He appeared at the bottom.
Because the boat would be in the future. I get you.
Right. Yes.
Like maybe they get out.
Yes. So I think that makes a lot of sense. Let's see. Hi, I'm 3. Says the previews tend to have scenes from multiple episodes. I bet the scarecrow monster will appear episode 5 or something. Yes, I agree. I wish they would stop it with that. They shouldn't show episodes ahead in trailers. We've seen enough. Lady says it's in the name, Murder of Crows. I think it's people who have been murdered. Great point. I like it. A murder of crows, and so maybe the crows are the people who've died there. Their spirits are in the crows. That's a cool theory. I've heard that. Let's see. Tim says, heard someone saying they need to catch Boy in White so he can talk, but he can just disappear into thin air. Yeah, so that wouldn't work. You can't make him talk. There's no way. All right, so Daryl says Donna dying is more likely knowing that she's doing interviews during that time. Yes, that's what I'm saying, Daryl. That's what I'm saying. Daryl says I'm going to look out for a Boyd and Donna heart-to-heart in this episode, or they might save that for the start of episode 5. They need to give her more screen time. She didn't appear much in this episode at all. She had like one line, Boyd in the funeral scene. Donna needs more screen time before they kill her off. Definitely. Yes, Amanda Boyd gives Acosta a task, just like she suggested Boyd do in season 3. Absolutely. Yep. Instead of saying yes, maybe start to make up for multiple past mistakes. She acts like a child. Yeah. Acosta is definitely a polarizing character. Michelle says, I feel like Randall may not make it out of the house. I hope he does, though. Yeah, well, I think Randall's probably going to meet a bad fate in the end. That's what I'm expecting. But let's break down the episode now. Let's do an episode breakdown. We'll start at the beginning, now that I'm officially caught up with the chat. And so the episode is Merrily We Go. So why did they call it this? I mean, it's kind of an odd title. I saw somebody compare it to merry-go-round. Like, it sounds a little reminiscent of the iconic merry-go-round in the show. Could have something.
Be London Bridge.
Mm-hmm. London Bridge.
Yeah. Let me sing 2 verses of it, okay? London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady. Merrily we go around, go around, go around. Merrily we go around, my fair lady.
Oh, okay.
There's so many different versions of it. It was so hard for me to find the Merrily We Go verses. There's so many, like, I think every area that has ever sang London Bridge has a variant.
Oh, I had never heard that verse, actually.
And Mari hums it in season 2 while she's walking near a building.
Okay.
I don't know what it means.
Yeah.
But it also refers to the merrily, 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 merrily life is but a dream part of Row Row Your Boat as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, both of our kids' songs, so I guess, it's all the people, all the kids make the things, make the electricity. There's kids' songs in the air. I don't know what it has to do with the actual episode, unless London Bridge is falling down and it's one of the people. It's a metaphor. Because in the different verses, it's kind of interesting because one it has to do with iron. Like, take the queen and lock her up, lock her up, lock her up, take the queen and lock her up, my fair lady. And then it's like something about iron, like like Iron can keep her in or something like that. It made me think of Iron Abbey.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
I don't know what it has to do with the actual episode though.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, normally I can kind of understand more like why they may have picked an episode title, but on this one I was a little unsure.
There's also a musical called Merrily We Go too, but I have no idea what that musical's about.
Okay.
Anybody in chat know what that musical's about?
You know, let us know in the chat what you think of the title and its meaning.
I didn't think anybody in here was merrily going anywhere.
Not really.
Merrily going around.
Ethan and Victor trying to go to the Lake of Tears, but not really merrily.
Yeah.
No.
Nope.
Boyd and Acosta.
She wasn't merrily going into the basement to look for stuff.
Yeah, Boyd and Acosta going to the basement. And Fatima and Ellis going to the car graveyard. I'm starting to see a pattern here. We had multiple duos or groups of people going places in this episode. Mm-hmm. Ethan, Jade, and Victor at the Brundles, and then going into the woods. Fatima and Ellis, the car graveyard. Boyd and Acosta going to the Colony House basement. And was there anybody else? I think that was it.
Well,
yeah.
Sophie was going to get everyone mad at her, so I guess Kenny and Sophie went to the church.
Mm-hmm.
Sophie merrily got Tabitha and Julie to fight with each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Sophia is an agent of chaos.
Oh yeah.
And she said that her favorite part is when they tear themselves apart. So she's going to continue to sow discord, division, try to get people to pit people against each other. And we saw her starting to do that with Julie and Kenny, trying to plant this seed in Kenny's head that everything started to go bad when the Matthews and Jade came to town, drawing a correlation there. But correlation is not causation. She's trying to imply that it is. Now, in reality, as viewers, we know that this all is related to the, Tabitha and Jade both being brought back to this place. Everything started going to hell because of that. It did. It wasn't because they, they're bad people and they're causing problems. It's because that means, so they were brought back to town and they both set out on their quests to remember their origins again and try to find a way out, try to figure out how to save the children. Their quest began again. And naturally, as they were starting to look for answers, the evil entity started cracking down on everyone and making things worse. Boyd also started looking for answers at that time. And he did it mainly because things were starting to get worse. So it did start with them coming to town. But Sophia's trying to get people to blame them, to blame them for it and draw that correlation like it's somehow their fault. Correlation is not causation. Preach, Julie. Thanks, Daryl. It's true. Man in yellow. Let's see. Sophia in yellow sounds similar to a trickster too. Yes, Amanda. I think that this entity is like a trickster god. Kind of. There are a lot of trickster gods in mythology, like Loki, for example. Let's see. I don't know how to say this. Let's see. Shakwe. Welcome. I don't know. Sorry if I butchered your name. I don't know if you read in here or another's chat, but a commenter said Elgin was taking orders from the kimono lady, and he's taking orders from Fatima, so she is reincarnated too. I don't think so. I don't think anybody was reincarnated except Tabitha and Jade, in my personal opinion. I think that there are certain things that recur in different timelines. certain events happen again, not because they're reincarnated, but just because this is like a vicious cycle that they're all trapped in. So people play certain roles and certain events happen again. Certain types of violence keep happening every time. So I think that's what's happening, but who knows? Could be wrong. Let's see. Off to grandmother's house we go. Row, yeah, it reminds me of row, row, row your boat too, Michelle. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Reminded me a little bit of that, the title. Double entendre murder of crows. That's a dope theory. Yeah, I forget who said that in the chat. And that was a great theory. Let's see. Just looking through the chat here. Did Victor see Sophia? I don't think so yet. Not yet. Let's see.
Not even at the funeral? I thought Victor and Sophie were at the funeral.
Yes, they were. They were both at the funeral. So I don't think he recognizes her. And Susie, 1864 is one of the years in the Lighthouse Vision, not 1894. Susie says the theory that London Bridge is falling down refers to human sacrifice, centers on a grisly medieval practice known as immurement, the act of entombing a person, often a child, alive, within the foundations of a wall or structure. It's horrible. So maybe that's why they used the song in the show, because of the child sacrifice theme. Yep. Makes sense. Michelle said Julie should have snapped back with, well, it must be your fault that your father died, Missy. Yeah. Susie says in ancient medieval folklore, it was believed that a bridge or castle would inevitably collapse unless a living soul was sacrificed to the spirit of the earth, water, to ensure the structure's stability. Okay. Called immurement. Wow, that's crazy. That's horrible.
Who from the show is gonna have to wall themselves in so the rest of them can survive? Boyd's already been an oblette, so
right. Amanda says Sophia in yellow already putting the seed on people's minds while speaking to Kenny. Inception implanted that maybe things have changed since, or maybe the Matthews family, or because of the Matthews family. And Sophia in yellow implied Kenny said that. Yes. She tried to blame it on Kenny, that Kenny, she led Kenny to make it sound that way and tried to blame it on him, that she introduced that idea. Julie's like, did you tell people that everything went bad because we came to town? He's like, no, that's not what I meant. Yep. Sophia is going to tear this town apart without lifting a finger. Yes, Jen. She's like the puppet master. Puppet master. Thomas says Sophia stares at Victor a bit in the diner with a blank expression, but they haven't really interacted yet. Yes. Hi, I'm 3. They also saw each other at the diner. That's right. I had forgotten in this moment. But she saw him. Darrell says Victor glanced at her probably, but he saw her when she first arrived and at the funeral. Right. All right. So let's move on. So in the first scene we have this awkward reunion between Elgin and Fatima, and that's pretty uncomfortable, like secondhand embarrassment for both of them. I mean, it's just so extremely weird and unnatural for these two to be friendly in any way after he kidnapped her and fed her his own blood. How do you come back from that if that's too weird?
You don't. You're bonded by the trauma. They're going to become a team for evil.
Yeah, a trauma bond.
Yeah, there's going to be a trauma bond, and I think they'll be potentially manipulated into doing the wrong things for the right reasons.
Yeah.
Just like Elgin, that's what he's trying to do.
Yeah. That's a great point. Yeah, I love that idea, the trauma bond. I think that's why they are going to be able to team up. You never would have expected it going into this season, the two of them. Oh. So Fatima even asks him, "Are you okay?" Like she cares about him even after what he did to her. I mean, it's horrific. You know, tricking her into coming down in the root cellar, dragging her back there when she tried to escape, when she was pregnant, and you know, giving her. You know, he didn't force feed her the blood, but he did encourage her to drink his blood, and she finally had to give in to the craving to do it. And you know, he offers to leave, and she's like, you know, you don't have to go. She's just going to get a glass of water. He says that they should get their story straight, so he's going to go along with what Boyd said. Boyd told him that this could tear the place apart if it gets out what we did. So, you know, make sure that the truth doesn't come out. You know, he said, if I were you, I'd make sure it doesn't. He made it sound like a threat. And because he had responded like, well, what if I do tell people the truth? And so for now, he's going along with it. It is kind of like, I don't think Boyd needed to threaten him, because I think it's kind of mutually assured destruction already. Elgin kidnapped Fatima, and Boyd tortured Elgin by smashing his hand. I mean, they both did horrible things, and they both have reason to keep it quiet. So I don't think Boyd really needed to threaten him. They both have it in their best interest not to tell people what happened. So, and Fatima killed somebody, so it's her best interest not to tell anybody too. So they're all trying to keep it under wraps, but I do think the truth is going to come out, like Elgin said. Anyway.
Oh, I just thought of something. So
what?
Someone said that potentially Fatima is building a golem, right? Which
Yeah.
is a Jewish deal.
Yeah.
Someone said it's in the Bible. I don't remember where it's at, if it's in there. I know it's a mysticism thing. It even came up in the show Gargoyles, one of our favorite, the golem. But the golem, I'm not mistaken, has a spirit tied to it. Someone's spirit is tied to the golem, and you can tell it to do stuff.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
What if Elgin ends up being the golem?
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I had never even heard what a golem is. Anyway, Boyd was just being cold to Elgin. There was no need for it, but Boyd is breaking. Yeah, that's true, Daryl. It's part of his character breaking down. So anyway, let me get back to my notes. Fatima asks if he's okay, and he says, "I'm not really sure I deserve to be." And so he's really remorseful about what he did, which is a good thing. He's not a bad person. He was tricked, like other people, like Sarah has been tricked by this place. He thought it was going to save everybody. She's very magnanimous, and she says, I'm not, you know, I don't want to hate you. She says, I don't want to hate you, and this place took advantage of both of us. He says, neither of us will be the same again, will we? She says, no, we won't. Thank you. Because they're both going to be broken people at this point. They're never going to be the people they were, neither of them. So as broken people now, they're going to work together on something. And then she asks him for his help with something, and the scene ends there. So we don't get to see what she's asking for help with. And we just see little hints of it throughout the episode in two other scenes. So I'm glad that there's something the show is keeping mysterious and not spoiling with too many hints in the promos. Yeah, so anyway,
Real
what?
quick, did what I bought? Did we put it in here? You know what I mean?
I don't think so.
No, it still was like floating out here. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, let me go over to the chat before we go to the next scene. Daryl loved this scene. It does fit with Fatima's character to forgive him out of all people. Absolutely.
That tastes good. You want some of your other one, or that's fine?
This is good. Yeah, she's a very kind, loving person, so it fits. Amanda says, in From, friends become enemies and enemies become friends. Absolutely. Daryl says, Sarah is so kind to let Sophia stay with her without a second thought. God bless her kind soul. Indeed. Sarah is too kind, and I think she's in trouble. She's at risk with Sophia living with her. Big time.
She wants a friend so bad.
Yeah, she does. Sarah looked so happy that someone actually wants to live with her. I don't think it's going to be a good thing, though.
They can share trophy collections, though. Sophie has her teeth, and then Sarah can say, here's my eyeball and tongue collection.
Right. Susie says, Merrily We Go. So Merrily We Roll Along, from Lou Reed's Goodnight Ladies, or from the musical Merrily We Roll Along, where group friends go backwards through time, kind of. Oh, cool, Susie. Some more possible connections to the title. NSB says, people forget that Elgin selflessly saved Ellis's life by driving the ambulance. He was new there. He could have minded his own business, but he risked his own life for them. She probably remembers that. That's true.
Well, now it's time.
Oh, good. Yeah, and that's right. That was an amazing thing Ellis did for her. Elgin did for Ellis. Their names are similar, and I keep mixing them up sometimes. Daryl says, Fatima knows that Elgin was manipulated by this place, and Fatima was targeted by this place. Makes sense for her to be mad at this place and not Elgin. Yes. Alice says, the good side is that Elgin actually saved her from a great embarrassment of the town knowing she gave birth to a monster. At least for a while, anyway. It's true.
And she also murdered Tilly, though. She's also
yeah.
Oh, Scarlet, always focusing on the negative.
Mm-hmm.
Did they just throw Tilly in a ditch? Because they never buried her?
I don't know what they did with her body.
Go.
I think they turned her into mulch.
No, God.
Is she the mud that Fatima's going to be making her art out of?
Yeah, I think that's why the vegetables are coming in so nice. They mulched her.
Hi, Incognito. Martin says, we were talking about the Golem last year. I can't remember who it was. Oh, really? Okay. Thomas says, not sure if there's still 47 left in the town now after Tilly. Jim, the priest, died. But it was still 47, Kenny said, before knowing Jim died and Sophia arrived. Yeah, so right now it's really 46 plus Sophia, because I don't know if she really counts.
Yeah, she doesn't count for that.
She shouldn't count. So without Jim, it's 46. I mean, without Sophia, it's 46 now because Jim died. Okay. Michelle says he seemingly appears to realize that he was duped by the kimono lady, although I am not convinced he is totally deprogrammed. Right. Yeah. It seems like in the first episode, he was still hoping. He did say, maybe it'll still work out and we'll all get to go home. But I think he realizes now that he was wrong. Hey, Recon. Nice to see you. And Martin says, I even remember how we were talking about the kids' fears and monsters coming from stories, too. Oh, yeah. I think this is, kids' fears and kids' imaginations could definitely have a role to play in manifesting things in this place, in this show. Let's see. How do I say this name? Let's see, Sakreen. Sorry if I'm butchering your name, but welcome. Is it possible Scarlet has a brother named Kyle from South Park? Wait, what? I don't know. I don't know. I don't watch South Park. I don't know that reference. I mean, welcome, Straight Edge Junkie. Scarlet, do you understand that reference? Because I don't.
No, I don't. I don't. I don't have a brother named Kyle. I do. Oh, you know what? I don't have a brother named Kyle, but I have a brother named Thomas. Ponder that, if you will.
Welcome, Straight Edge Junkie. Where's the bus driver? Just chilling? Yeah. Bacta is off screen somewhere. They reference her, but she doesn't actually show up. So she's kind of boring anyway. They need to just answer the question of how her grandmother knew the cicada nursery rhyme. But that's the only interesting thing about her, and I don't know when they're going to finally answer that. So she doesn't really have any other purpose in the show, any other really importance to the show. I mean, no confrontation at all to the man you trusted, to the man who kidnapped you, the man who force-fed you his own blood, the man who gave you over to the kimono lady. Yeah, it was crazy, Amanda. She wasn't even mad for a brief time at him. Daryl says that Bacta was at the funeral and the diner. Oh, okay. She was just there like one of the extras, like one of the red shirts. Didn't even give her a line. So anyway, so moving on. Boyd has a nightmare. Now this is something we saw in the trailer, the main trailer for season 4. He has a nightmare about Abby shooting up the town. And there were a couple new shots that were in this that we didn't see in season 1. This is from the flashback to season 1 where we saw Abby shooting up the place. And this was new. Ellis here, and like back in that scene, Ellis did show up and Boyd shot Abby so that she wouldn't shoot Ellis. But this shot is new. This shot of Ellis. This wasn't in that scene. So I thought that was interesting. Maybe they grabbed some shots from the cutting room floor from season 1 and threw them in here. And this angle of Donna is also new. The angle that we saw Donna at was different. Or we saw her from a different angle. Donna was with this person laying on the ground who was wounded or dying, or possibly dead, trying to stop Abby from shooting anyone else. But this is a different angle that we didn't see. So that was cool. And that was it for his nightmare. You know, there was also somebody here dying. That was another new shot. One of Abby's victims, and Boyd having to shoot her. This is the trauma that he lives with, the defining trauma that he carries with him, the guilt that has broken him so much. The fact that he neglected his wife when she needed him. And she wound up snapping and doing that. And then he had to shoot her to save his son. He'll never get over that, you know, the guilt that he carries with him. And so he's still having nightmares. He probably has PTSD from it. And Acosta, he's having this nightmare now in particular because Acosta is reminding him of his wife. The way she just snapped and stole the ambulance. And he was afraid she was going to get people killed. And, you know, so I think that's what's triggering this particular nightmare now. In the trailer, they made it look like Boyd getting grabbed by the hands from under the ground was part of this nightmare. But as it turned out, it was not. It was a different scene. Trailers are often deceptive. I always have to remember that. Trailers put things in different order, scenes in different order, and they try to trick you that way. So that you don't figure out exactly the way things are going to go. But they're not doing a great job of it because we're figuring out way too much from the trailers. So Boyd, he goes and checks on Acosta, who he arrested after the ambulance incident, and tries to get her to explain why she acted like that. And And he says, I want you to tell me you're not going to lose your shit again and put people's lives in danger. And she said that what happened yesterday was not her. And so she says, I don't want to be here. He says, well, good, we're working on that. But she says that Christy told her how many people have had theories, and the one thing they all had in common was they died. So she's losing hope. She's feeling completely hopeless. So I don't know if that was the right thing to say on Christy's part, just make her totally give up hope. She shouldn't have been doing something reckless to try to get out, but telling her there is no way out and it's hopeless, it kind of just made things worse. And Boyd says that this feels different, and Acosta says, well, that's probably what they thought. And then she asks for a bullet, just one. That's all she needs, and she'll go out in the woods so he won't even have to clean up the mess. So that escalated quickly. She got...
I totally agree with that statement.
She got into this state of mind really fast that she wants to end her own life now. To me, it kind of feels rushed.
We only got 10 episodes, Julie.
Yeah. They got to move things along. So that's very concerning. And so that contributes to Boyd being reminded of Abby. She's hanging by a thread. So I gotta say, as somebody who's not a fan of Acosta as a character, I felt empathy for her watching this scene, and she did a great job acting it. I think hopefully people can feel for her a bit more after watching this. She's supposed to be an annoying character who causes trouble, and I think that's intentional, but I think she humanized the character well in this scene. They did a good job with that, showing her mental state has declined so much. I felt for her.
Mm-hmm. I feel that Samantha charmed you all. She just charmed you.
Yeah, she definitely did. Let's see. Let's go to the chat, see what you guys think. Tony's Lady, yes. Tony's Lady, who made an epic appearance on Tony Teflon's live stream last night. Amazing. That is one for the books. That is definitely a memorable appearance. Straight Edge Junkie says, I think the big thing about the mystery is that the evil force feeds off of either fear or lost hope or something or other. Seems that way to me. Yes. So hope, I think, is really important in this show to hold on to. I don't think the entity specifically feeds on hope, but it's when you have your hopes built up and then you lose hope, it generates so much pain, and that's something the entity feeds on. So the loss of hope, they need to hold on to it. And I think that there's a battle going on between hope and fear. Those are the two main things that are battling each other. The boy in white represents hope, the hope of the dying children. So Victor said that they poured their hopes into the roots, and the roots became the tree, meaning the faraway bottle tree, the magic faraway bottle tree. So the kids, as they were being sacrificed, their hope, as they were told a story, it gave them hope, and that hope created that bottle tree. And I think that bottle tree is what's bringing Tabitha and Jade back lifetime after lifetime to try to free their souls and break this curse on the place. And so the boy in white, I believe, represents all of that as well. The hope of the dying children, trying to help them. He represents that side. And the man in yellow entity represents fear, feeds on fear. And so there's this constant battle between the two, the dichotomy between hope and fear. And the key is you've got to hold on to hope. But I think the evil entity, one of its tactics is to try to dangle false hope and then snatch it away, because that generates so much pain that it can then feed on. And if you look at the way things happen, the way that it kills people, it's a form of terrorism. it doesn't kill everyone all at once. It picks people off one by one, and then the survivors are terrorized with fear, and it feeds on that fear and suffering. I think if the evil entity wanted to, it could just kill everyone, but it's terrorizing them first. And this whole knowledge comes at a cost thing. It's more terrorism. It's fear mongering. It's, threatening them not to dig any deeper, or they're going to suffer. So that's the main themes I think are going on in the show. Hope and fear, and that constant battle between the two, and those two entities, the man in yellow and the boy in white, representing those two things. So let's see, what else do you guys have to say about this scene? Anything here? Let's see. So Kwan said the only way to make Bacta interesting is for her to say, I've seen Sophia in an old picture with my grandmother years ago. She should be much older now. That's her. LOL. That would be amazing, Kwan. That would be fantastic. Yes. Oh, I would love to see that. From Screenwriter has just left the chat with a new idea. LOL. Yes. I swear, I think sometimes that they get ideas from the fandom. So, yeah, she looks so sweet and innocent in this picture. She does, Daryl. She looks pitiful. She looks forlorn, like a doggy in a window begging to be adopted. That's what she looks like. Let's see. Amanda Acosta, first time it was a misfire. Second time it wasn't me. Take responsibility. Trudy was an annoying character, but in a cute way. So not Acosta. Yeah, I understand how you feel. I agree in a lot of ways. Trudy was cute. She was annoying in a cute way. Acosta is just kind of annoying for me too. But I felt for her in this scene. Faith says, I'll take that as her volunteering to be the character ended this season. Donna gets to live now. Oh, you're savage. Oh, man. I would rather see that, too. I don't want Donna to go, but I think she will. Incognito says, maybe the roots or the tree are also a map. I don't know. We shall see. Yeah, I like that idea. Jeff says, Victor is what you see, but Michael Jackson is inside him. What? What does that mean? What in the world, Jeff? Straight Edge Junkie says, at the end of the show, I want someone to tell the boy in white, you could have just told us. Yeah. Yeah, I never thought of it that way. Yeah, we need Jade, like, you could have just fucking told me. He'll say that again, like when he screamed out at the sky. I think the boy in white just can't tell them. I think the boy in white is, he can't tell them everything. It's against the rules. What can I say? It's just how it is. I don't know how to say this one. See, Chris? I'll just say Chris. Chris, welcome. I think Victor's dad is about to play a big role, no matter what, in every loop. I think Tabitha always gets out to show false hope and bring the character back in, almost like a djinn back in a bottle. Huh. It's fascinating. Yeah, I don't know. For false hope, maybe. Yeah, that's a good point about Tabitha getting out, bringing people false hope, because now she's back. Like, oh, you can escape, but you're doomed to be brought back there, even if you do get out. I think the evil entity allows such a thing to happen just so that people will have false hope. That the evil entity allows that to go on, and then that makes people's hope just dissipate, because it's like, wow, there really is no point, no way to get out of here, because even if you do manage to escape, you're going to be brought back in. But I don't think the boy in white was doing that for an evil purpose in concert with the man in yellow. I think he was trying to get Tabitha to remember her past lives, and that's why he pushed her out and sent her to where Victor lived and where Henry lived. To remember who she was. Let's see. All right. So Acosta driving past Ethan, it's going to take more than some pity party for me to like her. Yeah, Martin, I understand. You know, I don't really like her, but I empathize with her in this scene. I do. I empathize. Michelle says, I'm glad Boyd tried to try a different route with Acosta. I'm sick of her crashing out with that insufferable arrogance. Me too. And I think that things are going to improve now. I think maybe she'll be a little less irritating. Yes, Daryl, 100%. Donna doing interviews when she is a done deal for me that Donna is dying. Yes, I'm telling you, that's what happened. They do the interview circuit, and she's doing an interview right after episodes 5 and 6 air. 5 is I think when she's going to die, and 6 is when the news will come back to town that she's dead. The cabin attack happened. And then she does an interview with Sci-Fi Vision on June 3rd. I'm just saying that's really sus. Recon says, I get the feeling Boy and White has tried to tell them every other time, but this time they have to work it out for themselves. Yes, I agree. I think that he has, and it didn't go well. So now he's doing it a different way. Exactly. Yes, and like Quan says, Miranda's version of Tabitha didn't get out. So it doesn't happen every time. I don't know. I wonder if it's ever happened, to be honest. I think Tabitha might be the first one who ever actually got out and came back. And yes, NSB says, we don't know much about Christopher's character, or maybe he wasn't trying to find answers. Jade is dying to get answers. I think he probably was, though. I mean, we know he was freaking out over the symbol. He was obsessed with it. That's what Victor said. The Drew B says, I'm still not 100% about Victor's father. He was very aggressive, trying to prevent Tabitha from going into the tree. He argued with her the whole walk and then physically got in her way. Yes, I think it's because they have a connection, because he was married to her in her past life, and he feels this deep instinct to protect her and save her from potentially dying by going through the tree, because he senses that her soul is Miranda's soul. I felt it from their early scenes together. That's part of why I believed that Tabitha was reincarnated from Miranda. Part of it was just the way that he and Tabitha interacted. He was doting on her when she broke a glass, and he was like tending to her, wrapping up her cut with a bandage. He was worried that she hadn't slept all night and she hadn't eaten. He was doting on her like a husband, and it made me think, it contributed to my theory that she was reincarnated at the time. It was just part of it. But let's see. Quan says, I think Henry has Tabitha's best interest in mind. He doesn't want her to die and not be there for her children, like his wife Miranda. Absolutely. I agree. Yeah, like Daryl says, he just didn't want Tabitha to risk her life and leave them without a mom, like how his wife died and left Victor all alone. Exactly. He didn't want history to repeat itself, like his wife left her kids. Henry knows what it's like to lose a family. That's part of it too. That's right, NSB. So in the next scene, it's the infamous tooth scene. Sophia asks for a minute alone with her quote-unquote father. And man, that mullet. Oh my God. I don't understand. When this actress does interviews, she has a really cute haircut, the way that she has it styled. But it's like the hairdressers on the show deliberately style it weird. I don't understand. Like they mess it up on purpose, and I feel like they're trolling us because the fandom made fun of her hair too much in season 2. So they were like, oh yeah, well, hold my beer. And then they made it even crazier in season 3, and you see her doing interviews, and it's really adorable the way she styles it. It's pretty. I don't know why they mess it up like crazy in this show though. Anyway, so that's neither here nor there. So they leave her alone and with her innocent church girl routine.
Julie, she has a very like I drive a Subaru like a Subaru Forester, and I wear comfortable shoes kind of haircut, if you know what I mean.
Right. It's the vibe, you know. I don't know why they felt the need to do that, but man, Sophia has gorgeous hair. I'm just noticing. God, I'm envious of that hair. It goes all the way down her back, and it's so beautiful, and there are no split ends. Damn, I want that hair. It's beautiful. It's hard to grow your hair that long and not have split ends, and it's so thick and full. So yeah, amazing, sinister acting as always by Julia Doyle. Another great scene. She comes up and looks at the dead pastor and says, "You were fun." Oh my God, you were fun. This poor man who she murdered, she sent him into a seizure, made him crash his car, and then later woke him up from his comatose state so she could tell him her evil plans that she was going to do to a bunch of innocent people just for shits and giggles. And then she suffocated him to death just with the pure brute force of her hand on his face. Oh, and that was fun for her. This is so sadistic. This evil entity is beyond sadistic. Like the glee that she takes in murdering and torturing people. It's just unbelievable. What a fantastic villain this show has created. And the Man in Yellow had that same energy, the same glee in torturing people and tormenting people. And she says, "I couldn't let you go without something to remember you by." Then she yanks a tooth out with sheer brute force as well.
I think that's a coded message to remember you by, to potentially shapeshift into you.
Yeah.
I would think it's more than just like, ha ha ha, I got a souvenir.
Yeah.
I think it's a potential tool.
I think so too. I don't think this is just to remember him by as a souvenir. I think it could be she needs that to shapeshift into him. And another clue to that, this isn't the first time we've seen a tooth. Like we said earlier, when Smiley was killed, he had a tooth in his pocket, a tooth and a wallet after he had just killed 2 old people. So it's possible that the monsters collect these teeth for the evil entity, the Man in Yellow evil entity. And then that entity later uses it as a magical tool to shapeshift into that person, along with their clothes. Could be. Man, it's the whole tooth, right out by the roots and everything. Didn't even have to use pliers. This is the same brute force that ripped Jim's throat out, too. It's really incredible. And with no claws or anything. This is no mortal being. And I definitely don't think she could be harmed with any conventional weapons either. So I don't know how they'd fight back against her, to be honest. A formidable enemy. And she's killing it with these scenes. Yeah, nice looking tooth. It was bloody indeed, Daryl. Recon says, imagine Man in Yellow, let's see, collected Tilly's teeth and suddenly Tilly returns. Oh man. You never know. Hey Dieter, yes, I will get back to you. Let's see. I love that these writers use overused tropes in a unique way that's so refreshing and justifiable. Man in Yellow being comically evil, the reincarnation thing, the monsters, everything. Oh, absolutely. I enjoy that too, NSB. Hashtag Ghost Jim till the end. Kwan says, so every time that Ethan and Sarah had seizures, do you think it was Man in Yellow influenced? I don't think every time. I think sometimes it's other entities they're connecting with. Like, I think Ethan was connecting with the boy in white, and his body got overwhelmed by it. It was too much for him. So I think it was Boy in White for Ethan. And Elgin, he had a seizure after he had a dream with the boy in white in it. He dreamed that the boy in white was saying the cicada nursery rhyme. So Elgin definitely had it connected to the boy in white. And Sarah, I think that was the voices. And I think the voices in her head are... Well, the voices in her head at the bottle tree made her have a seizure. I think it was because they were spirits of the dead, and there were so many screaming in her head at once that it overwhelmed her. And the same with the kill the boy message on her arm. It overwhelmed her, and she went into a seizure. I don't think it's always the man in yellow who causes these things.
I think we're fragile beings, and so when we're touched by these entities, we can sometimes have a, you know. I mean, you touch me in a certain spot, and I'll be like, you know,
right? Humans are such fragile things. Hotter. Indeed. Hey, Lalissa or Lalisa. Sorry if if I'm mispronouncing that, but welcome. Do you think Jim will be coming in another part? Oh, yes. I think Jim's going to be back again. Ghost Jim? Absolutely. Okay. I think Ghost Jim will be back again for sure. I'd bank on it. And anyone who's new here, please subscribe. If you're not already subscribed, I'm covering From and nothing but From until season 4 is over, with 2 lives per week on Mondays and Thursdays. And they should start around 10 p.m. Eastern, sometimes a little bit later. And we do watch parties on Saturday nights in the Discord at midnight when the episodes drop. If you want to watch with us, the Discord link is in the description of this live stream. Also, I'm going to be releasing a deep dive on this episode, as always. In a few days, it'll come out. A deep dive video breaking the whole thing down. And what else? I think that's the whole speech on that one. Oh, and please hit the like button. That's the thing I always forget to say.
Can I promo something?
Sure.
If anybody is interested in Widow's Bay, me and Jamie are going to be covering it on Sci-Fi Vision on Wednesdays at 11 o'clock EST. That's all I have. That's all. I watched the first 2 episodes of it. I thought it was really good. So we're going to be covering it.
Cool. Okay. Guan says, I love seeing Doug in that dress. Such a good actor. The expressiveness in his eyes, it's awesome. Yeah. It's great.
What great range he has, huh?
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's like, I'm a 60-plus-year-old bike riding, throat snatching guy. Oh, check me out as a 16-year-old girl, you know, who's going to be maybe snatching teeth, I guess. Right? He's just a snatcher, I guess.
Amazing range. Yeah. Let's see. Incognito says Boyd gets his shit together, it seems. He carries all the weight for everyone. Oh, absolutely. Michelle says this is the scene when they bring father's belongings in there, yet Sophia has nothing and shows up later to Sarah's house empty-handed with the clothes on her back. Yeah, the pastor has belongings and she's got nothing. That does look kind of weird, you know. It does look weird. She's got nothing, and her supposed father had some things with him. Yes, I agree. Faith From is the best. They need to extend the seasons, and I wish we could see more. They don't have enough episodes. Incognito says, according to you, apart from Donna, which characters will be dead? Well, Donna's at the top of my list. Other than that,
you got a question mark over Ellis, right?
Maybe Ellis. It's hard to say. Maybe Ellis. I think Randall is going to either die or meet a fate worse than death. Randall is definitely on my list. Anyway,
I think Jim's gonna die.
You think Jim's gonna die? Yeah, good one. understood, so the seizures are spirit influenced. Yes, Quan, I think they are. So is the kill the boy message on Sarah's arm man in yellow influenced? Maybe. That one is tough to say. Could be.
Because it's gotten a little convoluted since then, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I think he would have potentially have said, "Oh yeah, that's well." Originally, when you and Scarlet were pushing very much the whole Ethan is man in yellow, you guys were like, "Hey, these are the spirits of the dead. They know what he's gonna become. Oh, take that fool out.
Mm-hmm.
Do yourself a favor, take him out."
Mm-hmm.
But now,
no, I don't think so.
Now
I still believe Ethan is the man in white.
Right.
I'm still there, Karl. I'm still there.
Oh, okay. But the way I look at it now, it looks like I kind of got derailed a little bit. Now, I think the man in yellow manipulates people through spirituality and through the authority of the God or a God or his interpretation of God or like misinterpretation of the Bible kind of thing. Because obviously throughout history, we can see different manifestations of like, hey, the Bible says this. And it's like, oh, okay. And then you do research and you're like, wait a minute, in English, it doesn't mean that. Oh, fuck, we're all dead. You know, Jim Jones, thanks. Stuff like that, right? And I think that's what he does. He's like, hey, look at this. The for the benefit of everyone, we should do this. And look, it's justified here. And then given out of context, it looks like it's justified. No, it's not. It's someone being more, right, speaking with authority and speaking with the cloak of goodness, who's lying to you. Hey, you need to do this for your health. You know, 15 days to stop the right. There's all kind of stuff that people speak with moral authority that you come to find out later was not true, and it was them manipulating you potentially. And I think that's what he does. So it's like, hey, I'm the spirits. You know, obviously this is a miracle that I'm talking to you. So obviously I must be an entity for good. Hey, you need to kill that guy, or that person's evil. Take him out. Because I'm like, you know, and you can hear a harp. Brum, brum, brum. I'm an angel. You know, oh, the kimono lady is an angel. Yo, homie, what you done? I've never seen an ugly ass angel like that before. But right, I think that's what that was. I think that was the man in yellow manipulating her. I think, but I'm not. I'm no. You know, I'm just Karl. I'm in the background. See you later.
Yeah, I think they could have been the man in yellow manipulating her, especially with the theme of child sacrifice and trying to get Sarah to kill a child. You know.
How often throughout history have we seen people deliver up kids to Baal and all these other deities?
Right. Yeah. So so anyway, let's see. I see Faith put the Discord link in the chat right there. And NSP says, when Julie story walks for the first time, she goes into the caves where the children are screaming in cooey while it looks like there's fire there. What do you think happened there? I think that was about to be Julie seeing the original sacrifice, and then she got pulled out of the ruins too late. I mean, too soon, rather. I think Julie was going to see the kids getting sacrificed. They were screaming and cooey, and it sounded like they were in pain. So I think that's what that was. Julie was story walking to all different times, jumping around back and forth to different times. So, yeah. Anyway, yeah, that's what I think that was. And eventually, I think she's going to see the sacrifice. She's going to go back and see it. Stronger every day says soon. Someone has to notice soon she has no belongings. Definitely. Okay, so So let's go on to the next scene. We have Jade meditating in front of his collage of information and drawings that he's put together. Because he's trying to remember. He's trying to figure this thing out. So just because they remembered that they were reincarnated doesn't mean they remember everything else. Unfortunately, they don't remember all their other past lives. They still don't remember. Tabitha had flashes of Miranda's memories, and Jade has had what I believe are flashes of his past lives, and he just doesn't know it yet. It was a different kind of memory flash for him. It was just crazy, discombobulated visions of a man crushed under a boulder and Civil War soldiers shooting at him, and the Puritan man with a skull full of blood holding it out to him. And think those were all Jade in past lives, and he just doesn't understand that yet. And so he's trying to remember. He still doesn't remember his past lives at all. And so he's struggling with this. And then he just yells, fuck. He's trying so hard to meditate and remember, and he can't do it. So Boyd comes in and asks him how it's going, if he's got anything yet. And Jade says, it's in here. I know it is. There's more to what we need to know, and I can't. And he's like, fuck it. Do you have any acid? I feel like I need clips of this. I need to get like little clips of sound bites like that.
What if Boyd did have acid on him? He's like, here you go.
Yeah, like, sure, that's something we just carry routinely.
Why does he just drink the water? I've been telling everybody LSD is in the water now for some time.
Sure, yeah. Like, sure, because acid is something people routinely just have on them, or carry in stock as part of,
Yeah.
your basic necessities of life. You got to have your LSD.
Yeah, maybe in Jade's circle of billionaire friends.
Maybe. Yeah, I wish I had that soundbite to just play randomly. Fuck it, do you have any acid? That's such a great non sequitur. So Boyd is confused, and Jade says Henry told him Miranda started seeing this place after an acid trip they took, which kind of makes sense given how the brain stores memory. So if it worked for her, it would probably work for me, he says. Boyd says, if you're right and what they need is in your brain, then the last thing that they should do is scramble it. He says, take a little time and get back to it after the funeral. Well, Boyd just doesn't understand these things because, from what I've heard, that's not how LSD works. I don't think it scrambles the brain. I'm not promoting drug usage, be responsible and all, but it's supposed to open up the mind, open up the third eye and cause you to access different memories and process things differently in the brain.
The Boyd is more this is your brain on drugs kind of a guy, like the commercial with the egg.
Right.
Scrambles up the egg. I've seen the commercial. Don't do it, Jade.
Right. So Jade says that that he's not going to the funeral, and the best thing that he can do for Tabitha and everyone is to find a way to unlock what's in his head. So Boyd tells him, just be careful. That message on the wall wasn't fucking around. Whatever answers you find, we have no idea what they're going to cost. And so that's good advice. Knowledge comes at a cost. That's the threat hanging over everyone now.
DMT is more what you just described versus what acid. Acid is more of a total, not scrambling, but like a manipulation of what you're seeing. Whereas DMT and some of those other hallucinogens are something that they say pulls back the veil, and you're able to see sort of the clockwork behind the reality that we're used to. So that's the third eye stuff, more so than LSD. Okay. Not that LSD can't get you there, but nowadays when we talk about that, we talk about like, oh, third eye, pineal gland, ripped out, see behind the veil, see the matrix, whatever. It's DMT and some other stuff.
I've never heard of DMT.
Excuse you? Well, yeah, just let the chat flow, and you'll see what they tell you about it.
Okay. So anyway, that's that scene. It's good to see them talking, actually working together, putting their heads together, and Boyd believing him that he was reincarnated and that he needs to remember. No incredulity here. That's a good thing. Actually sharing information and believing each other. That's something we haven't really seen enough at all up until now. 90 likes. Excellent. Please don't forget to hit the like button if you haven't already. Let's see. Faith says, I forgot Jade crashed in. I'm going to have to rewatch that now. It definitely makes sense that he could have been influenced, possessed, especially seeing what Sophia did to Priest. Let's see. Hi, I'm 3, says Boyd got a stash of psychedelics in his satchel for emergency purposes. Susie says there's a great argument by Dr. Rick Strassman on DMT being what creates dreams and even NDAs. Oh, okay. Due to an amazing study he did in the 2000s. Kwan says, very true. DMT and ayahuasca lift the veil and are healing. LSD is a CIA drug as far as I'm concerned. Oh, interesting. Okay. I don't know much about these things. Bill says the Supreme Dream Vision Team. Yes. DMT is amazing. So moving on. Let's go on to the funeral. The funeral scene. So it's like I figured it was a funeral for Jim and the pastor, which they showed in the trailer. And I figured it was going to be for them because you see Kenny and Sophia standing next to one grave and the Matthews family come and stand next to the other grave. Ethan has this little suit jacket on and she asks if he's okay. He says his jacket doesn't fit. She says that he doesn't have to wear it, and he says, yes, I do. At Grandpa's funeral, Dad said a man wears a suit as a form of respect. So sad.
I will bet you a hot chip that Doug Hughes says this line somewhere in the season.
Okay, I'll take that bet.
I don't eat the hot chip, but I am so sure he's going to say that line because I can hear Doug Hughes in my head saying that line.
Okay.
Because Ethan's man, y'all. Or for whatever other reason. There might be another reason.
We'll see. I thought it was sweet. A sweet, sad moment. Ethan wanting to pay respect to his dad. And, he looks like such a sweet little man here with this baggy suit jacket on. And he's growing up too fast. This place is making him grow up too fast. He referred to himself as a man. He said, Dad said a man wears a suit as a form of respect. He's already feeling like a man.
He's feeling like a man.
Yeah. What I'm trying to say is he's growing up so fast and losing his innocence. And what's cool is I think the dichotomy between him and Victor. Victor is a child in a man's body, and Ethan is like a man in a child's body. The two of them. Ethan is wise beyond his years, and he's lost his innocence too soon because of this place. I think he's matured a lot from season 1 to now, and he still believes in the quest, but he's sobered to the reality that people really could die here. His loved ones could die here. This isn't fun for him anymore. but I still believe that he has all the insights to how this place works, and he has from the beginning. Even when he was innocent and naive, he was spouting wisdom left and right about quests and stories and how they work. And I always say trust Ethan. You can't go wrong. I put out a whole deep dive on it because I really believe he has all the insights to how this place works and how the quest works, because this is a quest. So here he is, like a little man already, growing up too soon. And Victor handled trauma differently. You know, not everybody handles trauma in different ways, and Victor became stunted. He became emotionally like a child forever. So that was a different way of responding to the trauma of this place. And who knows? I mean, if Ethan were to wind up completely alone and everyone just died, maybe Ethan would get stunted too. But so the Matthews, they join the funeral. They stand next to Jim's grave, and there's Sophia in yellow with her yellow flowers, and Boyd tries to give one of his Boyd speeches, but he's promptly interrupted. Donna is standing next to him, but she has next to no part in this episode. Like, I found that weird, you know, hardly any lines, but I think they'll definitely amp up her presence in episode 4, since I think she'll probably get killed off in episode 5.
I'm upset she didn't have more to do in this episode, quite honestly.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that she didn't. You'd think that she would. So Boyd starts to give his speech. Days like today, they're not easy. I'm not going to stand here and try to tell you that that's all he manages to get out when the crows show up. And it starts with just this one that comes down and lands on this mound of dirt right near Jim's grave, which I know has led to some theories. And then a bunch of other crows start swarming the way they do at the fallen tree, except they do it here instead. And, you know, maybe they weren't at the fallen tree because, you know, the evil is now right in the heart of town, and they're trying to warn people about it. You know, it's like they need to be closer to town instead of the outskirts where the fallen tree is. They're in town, getting ready to swarm and warn people about the man in yellow's presence potentially. You know, it's interesting that they show up here. They've never done this before. Everyone looks really creeped out, and Sophia looks taken aback. She looks uneasy. She's looking at them like she doesn't have a smug look on her face like this is part of her.
Here we go.
Hello? Can you hear me? Or can you hear Julie? Chat?
Okay, unsuccessful. That doesn't make sense. Where did I put that thing? Either way, I'm here. I'll talk to you on speakerphone as soon as I find my
Oh, okay. So you can hear me and Carl. Yeah, it was weird in the Sophie scene because she kind of stepped back and she was.
Oh, hold on.
If it was her truly being evil, you would think that the birds would be attacked. So that was kind of my 2 cents on that she would have somebody be attacked by crows. She could attack anybody she wanted to control these crows. So I would think that she isn't doing anything evil in the scene.
When you get new information, and not just stick to your guns no matter what. Like, that's just being stubborn.
Sweetie, for some reason this connected to the audio. So they
Oh.
were hearing me for a minute. Just make sure that everybody can hear you right now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Shoot.
Make sure that this is like, because you're StreamYard through the laptop, right?
Yeah.
Make sure that this isn't connected right now.
I just turned off the Bluetooth now.
Okay, perfect. All right.
Okay. Oh, okay. Shit. How long could you guys not hear me? Shit.
It should have only been like a couple minutes.
Yeah,
Okay.
a couple minutes. So I started talking about the crows while you figured it out.
Okay. So I don't know. I'll just repeat myself. I'll go back. So I'll start back with this again. So the crow lands on this mound near Jim's body, which I know led to some theories. Potentially, like, some people think that the people's spirits are in the crows, which is a cool theory. And like I was saying, that I've always thought that the crows are evil, a tool of the evil entity. But after this episode, I'm thinking differently, and I'm always willing to evolve my theories when I get new information. I think it's important to keep an open mind. You shouldn't just be stubborn and hold on to a theory no matter what new facts or new evidence come in front of you. If I'm seeing something that makes me think, maybe I was wrong, then that's it. I'm willing to change my mind always, no matter what. That's essential if you're trying to study a mystery box show like this. So I've always thought the crows are, symbolic of the evil watcher entity, and they're trying to scare people away from stepping over the fallen tree and potentially finding a way out on the other side of the fallen tree, a portal back to their world. That's what I thought. But after this episode, it has me questioning what I've thought, that it just seems like they're trying to warn people. And Sophia's face looks like she wasn't expecting this. She looks taken aback, and she looks like she's viewing her enemy there. Like, the crows are not working for her. Like, fuck you, crows. You should, you're trying to warn people. She's kind of glaring at them in this shot. So that's the vibe I'm getting. She could be putting on a show of trying to look uneasy, but when she puts on a show, she is theatrical, she is melodramatic, and that's not what this is. So that's the vibe I get when it comes to that. I think they seem to be trying to warn people that there's an evil entity afoot, that they should be afraid. Maybe that's why they're here now in the heart of town where the evil entity is, and not at the fallen tree waiting to warn new people. Because they're more needed here at this point. That's the way I look at it. So the Clara Crow crew. Yeah, Clara was right. Yeah, she's right behind Sophia there. Sophia isn't smirking, but she isn't going to around everyone. And that's true, Daryl. But there's a look on her face that appears genuine to me. A look of displeasure at these crows. That's the vibe I get. Hi, M3 says, I could fix Sarah. I could also fix Christy's leg, but that's just me. Of course. So Daryl thinks those darn crows, I think they are bad and with the man in yellow. Okay. They could still be. In a minute, I'm going to, if anyone hasn't participated in the poll, you can still do it on what you think the crows are up to. And I'm going to close it in a minute and see what people think. Yes, I was story walking, Quan. This is Julie story walking. Julie is back mid-sentence. That was a new tech glitch. I haven't had that one happen before. Can hear you now. Thanks, Recon.
Yeah, it made a really hellish tech noise. I thought something was wrong with my laptop.
Oh God.
It was like it went. I'm like, okay,
That was weird.
something's wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Maybe the crows were trying to limit the town's interaction time with Sophia in yellow. Could be, Amanda. Sophia seems worried about those crows. Yeah, it seems that way, Quan. Jay says they filmed 2 episodes at one time. Since Donna was barely in this episode, means she is going to be heavy in the next episode. Yeah, I agree, Jay. I agree. So, all right. And hey, Chili, what is the importance of the rats eating the crow down in the caves now? That's a good question, because I always had a specific interpretation of that. The rats eating the crow in the season 2 scene where Tabitha and Victor were down there. I always thought that the rats were symbolic of the humans who are trapped there, and the crow symbolized the evil entity. I thought it was basically foreshadowing that the people there are going to triumph over the evil entity in the end. Hence the rats, aka the people eating the crow, the watcher, the evil entity. It was always at the fallen tree, ominously watching them. You know, that's what I always thought. But if the crows are potentially on the side of good, maybe not. You know, I have to reevaluate. Honestly, I have to think on this and what I think is actually going on there. You know, what do you guys think? You know, it's possible the crows are still evil, you know, but I'm not sure. You know, still on the side of evil, like I thought, is what I'm saying. But Martin says, I think her first reaction was key. The crow that landed right by her. Then she then took a back step. Oh, yeah. So you're saying she stepped back? Yeah, that's interesting. That's a great point. And he says, I think those crows, due to Sophia's reaction, that they are good. Yeah, that's definitely what I'm leaning towards now. Samuel says, maybe Sophia looks that way because she's trying to control them psychically, or she's just trying to blend in. You can't trust her acting. Right. Could be. It could be, you know, she's trying to put on a show like she's been doing. Daryl says the crow in season 3 was stopping Tilly from warning Fatima. The crow crashed in right when Tilly was about to tell Fatima if something was wrong with her baby using the tarot cards. Yeah, and I've always thought that was a bad thing. Like, this could have warned Fatima that something was wrong, but maybe that knowledge would have been dangerous for her to have, and the crow was trying to protect her. Knowledge could be dangerous. Knowledge can come at a cost here.
Mm-hmm.
So,
plus the crow sacrificed itself as well,
right,
by dying. And yeah, because I could always take it either way. Because I was like, if it's bad, a bad tarot reading saying, you know, something bad's going to happen to your, you know, kid, they could be evil and coming and stopping that. But if it was the opposite way, they said, oh, this baby is going to be perfect and you're totally fine, the crows could come in and try to get Tilly not to say that either.
Yeah.
So this is all messed up because you got this, and then you got Julie saying it sounded like they were celebrating. So there's always one and the other, you know.
Right. Yeah, it's tough. It's a tough call. Bill says, I think the rats and crows may be neutral or past souls. Tam says, Jade calling the people in Rats in a Maze nibbling on cheese one of the funniest line deliveries ever. Oh, totally agree. And that's part of why I thought the rat eating the crow symbolized the people, you know, rats in a maze nibbling on their cheese. You know, the crow was nibbling. I mean, the rats were nibbling on a crow. in a maze of caves. So yeah, that's what it seemed like to me. But now I'm having to reevaluate. Daryl says if the crows were actually trying to warn people, wouldn't they just surround Sophia? Come on, people, the crows are bad. They did what Sophia wanted them to. It could be. And it is disrespectful to Jim, not even allowing Jim to have people pay respects to him at a funeral. Like, if you think about it, this would go with the Man in Yellow's punishment of killing Jim. Knowledge comes at a cost. He kills Jim, and then he can't even die in peace. He can't even have a funeral that's respectful. The crows intervene, so that kind of makes me lean towards, okay, the crows are actually bad. It's hard. It's a tough one.
Plus, I think actor crows can't really circle somebody, or else it'd have to be bad CGI.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I think there's a spider on the ceiling directly above me. Great.
Yay, love spiders.
Oh, I hate spiders.
Can you imagine they circled her and then they just start pecking at her, but she'd get sympathy because she's a 15-year-old girl, and she'd be like, "Why are they attacking me?"
Oh, yeah.
He would save her.
Yeah, she'd get sympathy. Samuel says, I don't know if the crows are good or bad either. Them being sent there was definitely crucial for the game that we still don't know the goddamn rules for. Right. Yeah, it's tough. There's a lot with this show that's still so ambiguous. Daryl says crows didn't turn up when Pastor arrived because Sophia didn't want them to be there. Could be, she was going to intervene and hitchhike. So maybe she just didn't want the crows in the way. She didn't want the crows, as part of that whole thing. See, Daryl says Julie was giving us info when she said the crows were celebrating, like how Ethan and Sarah give us info. Yeah, it could be. Or it could be a misdirect, too. Chili says, I think maybe the Man in Yellow takes people's souls and then the people are reincarnated as the rats and crows. I like that. It's a cool theory. Okay. Jay says, Bacta and Clara are the masterminds. Ooh. The masterminds in the background, like the wizard behind the curtain, maybe. Susie, thank you for dropping the link to my Discord, where we have our watch parties every Saturday night. I stream the episode at midnight Eastern when it drops, and I stream it 2 times. So if you missed the beginning or you just want to watch it a second time, you can watch it twice with us and do our voice chat with us. And you can share your theories in there. Always interesting to hear people's ideas. And he says, the crows will be what they are till they tell me. Some of the things I just leave alone, as I literally don't know at this point. Yeah, sometimes you have to just pick your battles, because there are so many questions with this show.
Yeah, I just feel that we're all really just guessing.
You're right. Amanda says, Julie, no clowns or spiders. Yeah, I think creepy clowns are great. I like creepy clowns. I could do without spiders, though. I'm with you on that.
If I get a creepy clown in my room, you can take care of it, and I'll take care of the spiders for you.
Right. So it works. Works for me. So it looks to me like Jim and the pastor don't even get a funeral. I think the crows just completely disrupt it and they give up from the look of it. We don't see if Boyd ever resumes his speech for Jim, which is wild. They just give up. That does make me kind of think that they're evil. They're part of the Man in Yellow's campaign to just not even let Jim die in peace after this is part of the punishment.
So they can have a funeral just so a couple birds land, and they're like, okay, funeral's done.
Yeah.
They are in the country. Birds do land on things.
Yeah.
Everyone go home.
Yeah. So one of them stays down at Boyd's feet too. The rest of them are up on the roof. I thought that was interesting.
Trying to get Boyd's
So,
attention.
yeah. Victor looks scared, you know, he looks triggered, standing with his dad here. So Victor looks afraid of them, and when Victor is triggered or scared by something, you know, he's triggered by something, it's usually something bad. He was triggered by Jasper the dummy. It's connected to Christopher, who definitely must have been doing something bad because Miranda told Victor to hide from him all night. And obviously Victor's afraid of the man in yellow's jacket and is triggered by that. And he looks like he's scared of these crows. So I'd say that's a point in favor of the crows being evil, just based on Victor's reaction. So I'm on the fence as it stands now. But before I go on to the next scene, I'll stop the poll and see what our answers were, because that was the topic of the poll. So let's see. Just ended it. Looks like it's a pretty close one, actually. So I'm just waiting for this to finish loading. Okay. 56% say the crows are good or trying to warn people of evil. 20% say spirits of the dead in crow form. 14% say spies or a tool of the evil entity. And 10% say neutral or other. So that's a majority saying they're good now. That's pretty much what I figured would happen based on this episode. So I get it. Daryl voted tool of the evil entity. Okay. Yeah, I'm still on the fence myself. Good night, Faith. 3:48 a.m. and can't keep eyes open anymore. Glad to see everyone. Hope you guys have a good rest of your day, night stream. Much love. Much love to you too, Faith. Stronger Every Day says, interesting that there are two ideas in From. Game, story. The monsters and Boyd call it a game, and Ethan and the man in yellow call it a story. I don't think Ethan is the man in yellow. I do think that matters to Julie's ability. That's a really great point. I noticed that too, because later, so Ethan explains to Jade about the Lake of Tears, and Jade says, so you played a game with your finger puppets about the Lake of Tears, and Ethan says, no, it's not a game, it's a story. So I think that's telling. This whole thing functions like a story. However, I don't think the game thing is completely wrong. I think in a lot of ways, it does function like a game within a story. I do think the man in yellow and the boy in white are two entities that are basically playing a game of chess with the people as their chess pieces, the people of the town. And so it's both. I think it's both. It functions as a game and it's a story. So I found that dialogue really interesting. I'm glad you mentioned that. I have that in my notes to bring up about that scene too. Martin says, maybe we know more about crows than the writers. They should be able to recognize who Sophia is. If they were good, why ruin a funeral? If they are bad, why Sophia act uneasy instead of being scared? Right. So, yeah, maybe the writers are kind of confused about them too. I don't know. Yeah, if they're good, why ruin a funeral? That's a great point. Sophia is just a troll.
Well, they're trying to be good because they're trying to say, hey, Sophia over here is the man in yellow. Pay attention, please.
Yeah. Chase says the 47 in the show in reference to the current president that some would call the evil entity. Oh man. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. Anyway. NSB says, I'm so lucky when it comes to the time zone. It is only 1:13 here in the afternoon. Oh, wow. Where are you, NSB? I don't know where. So you're definitely not in Australia. I think they're 16 hours ahead. Oh, where are you located? What country are you in? Yeah, I wish I wish it wasn't the middle of the night here. I'm getting tired. Samuel says neutral or other. So for the crows. Okay. And yes, a lot of animal and bug symbolism in the show Maze. That's right. Spider weaves, the entity, rats, locusts, worms, death and decay, crow the messenger, dog the protector. Right. That's true. Yeah, very true. I like that. Like the connections there. Recon says, to me, I see a story as deterministic and a game as irreducible. So I see a game as not decided until it's over. But a story cannot be changed. Yeah, that's a great point. I like that. Very great points. The story is kind of already determined. Whereas, the game is still something that can be shaped and altered. Interesting. Yeah. So it is both a story and game. I agree. Yeah, Tam. I think it can be both. So moving on. Sophia, this is where she stirs the pot, and here she is looking evil. And I called it that she was looking evil when she was sitting at the diner in that press photo. She had a sinister look on her face. And here we have some more overtly sinister looks. But in that press photo, which I'll go back to now, it was from this scene. And it was subtle, but I thought she looked a little sinister here. And it turns out she has, good reason to look sinister, because here she was plotting to make people turn on each other, plotting to make people blame the Matthews and Jade for everything going bad in town. So that's what's happening in this scene. We got this other press photo showed the Matthews, the funeral for Jim was just ruined. And Sophia's there plotting to get people to turn on the Matthews right after the funeral was ruined for poor Jim. So let me find the scene. So she's over there just, giving them the side eye, just sneakily watching them and plotting. Like, this is the puppet master making her little puppets dance. It's wicked, and she's really enjoying it too. Ethan is just in bad shape, not wanting to eat. Victor comes in and he gives the Matthews a picture. He says, when I was a boy, I drew pictures so that the pictures would remember. When you were a boy, Victor, you still draw pictures. What are you talking about? You draw pictures to this day in crayon, and they look like a little kid drew them. I thought this was really sweet. He gave this picture of the Matthews to the family, kind of in memory of Jim, so that the pictures will remember their family with Jim in it. That was a really lovely moment. And there they are. He drew the whole family. I watched Geek Academy's video on this episode, and he made an interesting point, and it drew on something that I've always pointed to as well, and I couldn't believe it. Finally, somebody else pointed out the same thing that I did and made a big deal out of it. I thought I was the only one. He mentioned how Ethan, when he had that vision, after he had a seizure, he woke up and he described his dream, which was really a vision of the Lake of Tears and a spider coming down from the ceiling, and he saw someone drawing his whole family. He said we were all there, he was drawing all of us. And he said there were crayon drawings all over the wall. And so Igor in Geek Academy's video, he said that he implied that this is the picture that Victor was drawing, that he was drawing the whole family. I think that's really interesting. I wonder if that's the case. If that's true, we didn't actually see it, obviously, at the time. This is a new picture that they haven't shown on the show yet. But I think that's a really interesting idea, that this is the picture potentially that Victor was drawing back then of the whole family, and there's their RV. Maybe it is. But in any case,
But at the same time, Ethan has a stick.
yeah, Ethan has the
He got
stick.
a stick later. He didn't get the stick right away.
Yeah, that's true. He got the stick later. So,
Mm.
but
And somebody else pointed out that they have monster feet or they're not wearing shoes, but I don't know if I can see that monster feet thing happening.
yeah, I don't know. I think he just can't draw feet very well, but yeah, I think the main point I wanted to make on that though is that Victor, so Ethan basically, whether it doesn't matter if this is the same picture or not, Ethan saw Victor drawing the whole family. He saw somebody drawing the whole family and crayon pictures all over a wall. And while Ethan was talking, it showed a wall full of crayon pictures and Victor drawing a car accident at the time. And so I think that's an often overlooked point in the show, that Ethan had a vision of something that was happening. Something that was happening that was not right then and there. Like, either he was seeing something that was somewhere else, a wall full of crayon pictures that was in Victor's room at that moment, or he was just seeing a vision of Victor drawing them from the future when he was drawing this picture. He may have been seeing that, but either way, it just seems to me like Ethan has some kind of ability that people don't think about enough. Like, how did Ethan see a vision of somebody drawing the whole Matthews family in crayon and a wall full of crayon pictures? That vision, I think, was sent to him by the boy in white. And he also saw the lake of tears and a spider coming down from the ceiling. Now, we already saw that some part of that came to fruition, that there's the wall full of crayon drawings and someone drew the whole Matthews family in crayon, Victor. And I think the rest of it's definitely going to come to fruition too. So there's got to be some sort of spider entity or some spider in this story somehow. And more importantly, I think the Lake of Tears. And now it's happening. And I was talking about this before the Lake of Tears came back into the story. When I made the deep dive, I recently recorded on Ethan, the video that I put out a couple weeks ago. I said I think that's going to come back into the story, the dream that he had with the Lake of Tears. It has to, because it wasn't just a dream, it was a vision. And this Matthews drawing was part of it. He saw someone drawing his whole family. So Ethan has had a vision of the future. Can he do it again? Is he going to have any other visions? Will the boy in white ever send him another vision of the future? I mean, there's no confirmation that the boy in white sent him that vision, but I believe he did. So I just feel like fans don't pay enough attention to that. The fact that Ethan had that dream. And Ethan, in this episode, he talked about how maybe the Lake of Tears was something that really exists here. And, he just didn't know it. He thought he made it up. But something put that in his head, just like Tabitha had a dream with the red rocks from this place when she was a little kid before she ever actually traveled there. So Ethan has had visions of this Lake of Tears, and now it looks like it really exists. And so finally, that's coming back into the story, that Ethan had that vision and it matters. And I feel like once it happened, people just forgot all about it for the most part. And I never understood that. LDN King, welcome. I'm not sure if this is true or not, but in some religions, crows were the creatures that taught humans to bury the dead bodies. Maybe an Abel and Cain story. Oh, interesting. I did not know that. Martin says, here's a question. If the crows are spirits, what does that make the dogs? If not, or who does that make the dogs? Yeah, maybe they're the spirits of the dead. see. Tabby watching both of her sons get along. Right. Let's see. Yes, and Daryl says, Tabby dreamed of the future with Jim. She had a dream of the future as well. So, in the drawing, why are the RV, cloud, and house in the sky or water? Yeah, the perspective doesn't really make much sense. That's true, Bill. Yeah, Jay, I got confused by this too. We have never seen any main characters sit on that side of the diner where Sophia is sitting. I found that weird. And because of that, in the press photo, I didn't know where she was. I thought she was in the clinic or something. I didn't even know that was part of the diner at first. Martin, I'm with you. I still tend to think the crows are bad, but Sophia's reactions have thrown me a bit off. Yeah. So all animals, including Jim, are from the land. So anyway, Ethan wants to go to Colony House with Victor, and Tabitha doesn't want him to at first, but he says please instead of being a jerk and saying he hates her and blaming his father's death on her. He just says please and says he doesn't want to be here. So she agrees to let him go. And Victor says, I'll make sure nothing happens to him. I promise. So he's trying to take responsibility and be more of an adult. And I think that's part of where people, someone said that they thought Victor's acting seemed a bit forced in this episode. It's just because he's trying to look out for Ethan and it doesn't come naturally to him. He's too childish. So there's Sophia still over here pretending not to spy on the Matthews family, but totally spying on them. Creepy. And Victor and Ethan leave. And then Kenny sits with Sophia, says Bach is making her something to eat off screen. So we don't even get to see her at all in this scene.
She's not even there.
No.
You know what's really weird, though, is Angela Moore's credits. She was in the credits this episode. In the opening credits. So why didn't she get a line?
I don't know. Not enough screen time and too many characters. Man, I'm getting tired. And we have a lot more to break down. Oh my God. All right. I'll try not to go on as many tangents and just break it down. So Sophia asks Kenny, has anything like that ever happened before? Meaning the crows. Kenny says, no, everybody sees them when they see the trees, but no, that's new. So she's asking about the crows. And, so she's treating it like that's a creepy thing. And maybe she was just trying to look kind of uneasy in that scene. And that's the vibe we were getting by her face. But she's asking about them in the same way she asks about the monsters and other things that are bad. So maybe they are bad. I'm leaning back toward the crows are bad. Anyway, Sophia says, when did it get like this? Sarah said that after Sheriff Boyd found the talismans for a long time, people were safe. When did that change? So here she is starting to plant a seed. Kenny says, I guess it was around the night my dad died. We had lost a family the night before, the Pratts, and then the Matthews showed up with Jade. Sophia's like, they all came together? Kenny says, not in the same car, just they got there at the same time. She says, ever since then, things have been bad? He's like, no, that's not what I mean. So she is drawing him towards this conclusion in this really masterful way, this passive-aggressive way. And it's just, it's this, she's trying to draw this correlation and equate it to causation, So the Matthews and Jade showed up, and then things got a lot worse. It must be because of them. It's their fault. That's what she's driving at here. It's really clever. It's really clever, the machinations she's up to here. And Kenny is just like struggling because he is so clueless about what she's trying to pull, how she's manipulating him in this moment. And Boyd shows up and asks to speak to Kenny. And so he steps away for a minute, and Julie comes over and introduces herself. She says, "I'm Julie." Sophia's like, "I know." And it was just such a moment. The subtext of it was just so great. Like, they've already met multiple times as Julie tries and fails to save Jim. And this was the man in yellow. I mean, now in this timeline, it actually hasn't happened yet. So she hasn't tried to save Jim yet. But the man in yellow has already become acquainted with her just by watching. The man in yellow entity knows all of them already and knows all their names, just like the monsters. That's how the monsters know all their names. So I just found it funny. Sophia's like, "I know." And Julie is just so in the dark here. Julie expresses her condolences for the loss of Sophia's dad. Sophia, I noticed, doesn't bother to do the same. At least we don't hear it. Like, how about, "I'm sorry for the loss
That's
of
a good
your
point.
dad."
That's a really good point.
Yeah. Like,
When I was watching this too, I was like, "Oh, Julie and Sophia are going to be friends," and then like 5 minutes later, I was like, "Oh, whoops, no, I guess not."
yeah, Julie just lost her dad too, and they're both supposed to be teenage girls who just lost their dads, and it doesn't turn into a bonding moment. Sophia doesn't even express condolences for the loss of Julie's dad. And instead she just, she antagonizes her. So she says something to her. We don't see what it is because they cut away. And then the next thing you know, so Boyd asks Kenny how Sophia's doing, and Julie just starts flipping out. Sophia's like, "I didn't mean to upset you." Julie's like, what the fuck did you mean then? And she says to Kenny, she thinks it's our fault. She says to Kenny, "Did you tell her that all the bad things started happening because we came here?" And poor Kenny, he doesn't understand what's going on. That wasn't his intention.
I enjoyed that double hit of getting Kenny involved as well as Julie and her mom.
It was genius. Genius. Pot stirring. She's an agent of chaos. That's what she is. And Julie's like, "Oh, no, fuck this." And she says, "This is not our home," and storms out. And Tabitha runs after her. And Sophia is like, "What did I do? Did I say something wrong?" Like, deer in the headlights, all doe-eyed. Julie goes running out. Tabitha follows, and Julie says, "Do you think it's true that after we got here, that all the bad things that started happening, do you think it's our fault?" Tabitha says no, and Julie says, "Why did it feel like those crows were celebrating?" And it's an interesting point that she made, and it does give me pause to think about that. Maybe the crows were celebrating and trying to stop people from paying their respects to Jim. But I've already gone on and on about that, so I'll leave that there. So Sophia is watching from inside, watching Julie flipping out to Tabitha. And is it just me, or is Julie starting to already wear the kind of, those look like the kind of jeans she was wearing as future Julie? Those baggy jeans that she has on. Mm-hmm. Don't those look like those jeans she was wearing?
Yeah, she's trying to prepare him for story walking. That's probably the story walking outfit.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing her in jeans like this before. So.
Well, we'll know when Mari gets a hold of her hair.
Yeah. So Sophia watches from the window. And I took some screenshots as fast as I could so I could get all of her facial expressions from the moment we first see her. Because I knew at first we see a hint of a smirk here. The first shot of her is just a hint of a smirk. She wants to smile so bad right here. You can see the corners of her mouth are going up just a little bit. She wants to smile. But people are too close by. They're about to approach her, but she's so close to smiling as she watches Julie spazzing out. She's enjoying this way too much. And then her mouth goes, into a solemn look again. Goes back to the way it should be, putting on the show, and Kenny comes back to her and says, "We need to talk." So she goes back to looking concerned and bows her head. Another great performance by the Sophia in yellow, as always. Great job by Julia Doyle. Yes, Daryl, whoever cast Julia Doyle, good job. Absolutely. Maze says Man in Yellow is all about tearing them down so they tear each other apart. Boyd is opposing to hold them together. Sophia does not like the changes in this cycle. The group is more resilient this cycle. Yes, agree with all of that. Daryl says Julie giving the audience info. I can tell when the show does this. So that could be that when Julie said it seems like the crows were celebrating, it was giving the audience info. Jay says Sophia said that to Julie to tip Tabitha over the edge. Agreed. Sophia killed Jim, therefore no sympathy. Oh, yes. We on Sophia watch over here. Team Sarah. Oh, yeah, gotta worry for Sarah right now. Julie should have slapped her. Hiab3 says it would have hit harder if we didn't know Sophia was a shapeshifter so early, man. Shaking my head. It has to be a bigger plot twist ahead. I agree with you. I think they shouldn't have tipped their hand and revealed that immediately. I really would have preferred to have been kept guessing and wonder if she's a mole. We would have finally gotten our mole and had to wonder about it for a while. Imagine how different this season could have been if we didn't know Sophia is the Man in Yellow. I don't know. This routine where she's constantly putting on a show and we see her smirking and we see her being evil, but the characters don't. It's kind of entertaining, sure, but wouldn't it be a lot more interesting and off-putting if we didn't know for sure and we were wondering if this innocent little church mouse is actually evil, and then they finally reveal it, and oh my god, it would hit so hard seeing her be evil after some of us maybe for a while thinking that she was a normal person. I wish that they had done that. I don't know. I just think that would have hit harder. And they spoiled it right away. Once again, they spoiled their own show in a lot of ways with the trailers and even revealing this so early. This insane plot twist. What I said earlier, I'll try to stop with the tangents because we need to finish. Recon was like, but I'm here for the tangents. Well, I can't resist some tangents. There are always going to be some tangents, but I do have to try and stay on topic so that we can finish breaking down the episode in a reasonable amount of time from now, because we've gone on too long. We started the breakdown too late. That's my fault. I got carried away because the chat has been on fire tonight. The chat is just amazing. You guys have had amazing, amazing ideas. Quan says the best part is Sophia in yellow has seen it all before. Ashley speaking to Kenny about it through the monster's eyes. Wait, Ashley? What do you mean? Maybe that's a typo. But yes, she's seen it all before. She says that this is always her favorite part. Daryl says she knows everything. Even the audience falls for it. Oh, yeah. Sophia is pretending she doesn't know anything. Let's see. David says a murder of crows showed up at the funeral as an ominous warning for the murderer standing right there. Crows are on the boy in white side, in my opinion. The image of the crow standing over the yellow leaf symbolizes it. Oh, okay. All right. And there's also the boy in white. There's a painting of him where his mouth looks like a crow. So I can see that. And it fits a murder of crows with a murderer standing there. I like that connection. Recon says Kenny already knows he's screwed. I think he's secretly hoping Sarah goes Terminator on her. Oh man. Sophia is partly right. Things weren't crazy for almost 3 months till the Matthews and Jade arrived. We all know partially why that is so. Yes, NSB. That was the start of a new cycle. She is partly right, because every time Tabitha and Jade come back again in a new lifetime, things start over. Things start getting worse because that's when those two begin their quest for knowledge and looking for answers. And when you push too hard, the place pushes back. So things start getting worse. And everything gets cracked down, the evil entity cracks down on them. And it's because they come back. It's because they come back and start looking for answers again. So the things did get worse because of the Matthews and Jade coming there. But yeah, she's trying to just stir the pot right now. Recon says if anyone was responsible for things going to shit, it was Frank passing out at the bar and not getting home like he promised. That's when the unity of the town started going into disorder. That's a good point. Yeah. I mean, that definitely was a problem for the town. Big time. And that happened right before those two cars came at once. NSB says, all we have is Sophia's words for what was really said here. We know it offended Julie. We know it was bad. But what were the exact words? Yeah, I would have liked to know that too. But they didn't let us hear it. So... Okay. All right, so I think we can move on to the next picture here. I'll just read this one. David says there's a crayon picture of the town massacre that looks identical to the cave painting, the house and the red figures. That's right. Man in Yellow's favorite part, the town massacre, where he gets to consume them. Oh, man. Wow. Yeah, that's... Oh, and I think, David, you posted that in the Discord, too. Interesting. Yeah.
So all the nightmare creatures just collect all the body parts and the organs and just give it to the man in yellow and he just eats them.
Oh, my God. Maybe so.
Oh, I don't want to see that. Like the massacre, and he's just involved and he's like, oh, yeah, kidney. Oh, yeah, this is a heart.
Yeah,
Ugh.
could be. So moving on, Ellis and Fatima are walking together, feeling bad for Julie. Ellis says that Fatima hasn't been talking much, and she tells him that she's trying to be okay and just doesn't know how. And then he's got an idea and goes to get some things, telling her to stay right there. And then she and Elgin share a look. So they've got some plan cooking here, and he's got his pile of dirt that he's bringing in from the greenhouse. He looks at her as he's walking by, and so they share a surreptitious glance. What the hell is going on here? Why are they keeping it secret from everyone? It's weird. We'll see. I think they're probably... I don't know why they're keeping it a secret, but I think maybe she's going to use the dirt in some way to visualize what else she saw in that vision of the people sacrificing their kids and turning into monsters. And she couldn't see the entity. She said she couldn't see it. The entity that promised them they'd live forever. And maybe she's trying to use this as an exercise to visualize it, and using this as sort of an art project. That's not my idea. I forget who said that. I've seen multiple people saying it. So multiple people have brought that up in the chat and elsewhere. So over at Colony House, Victor tells Ethan that he and his dad are roommates now. And he's like, it's a good thing that I threw all my stuff out the window, because then it made all this space. You totally needed to do that, Victor. You threw all your stuff out the window.
Best line of the episode.
Yeah, it was great. And he says that it's nice having a roommate, because then you have someone to talk to for when you're afraid. And he tells Ethan, and you can talk to me if you're ever afraid, you know. So this is where he's trying to be kind of a grown-up for once and be there for Ethan. And it's awkward for him. He's not good at it. So that's why it feels kind of forced. It's not that the actor isn't doing a good job. It's not that he's not being genuine in his portrayal. He's not comfortable as Victor. Victor is not comfortable trying to be supportive of Ethan, and it's hard for him. Incidentally, look up above Victor's head. One of the things he didn't throw out of all his stuff that he threw out the window, he didn't throw out his toy RV that's right up there. Interesting. He still got a toy RV. It's weird. It's really weird that he happens to have a toy RV. And there was a toy ambulance on the basement stairs when Tabitha had her premonition dream. And what brought her back to town? An ambulance brought her back to town after she got pushed out. It's weird how toys are foreshadowing stuff in this show. It's weird. It's like the connection with toys and children and imaginations to this place. I can't help but think, somehow kids are manifesting things sometimes. Manifesting things into reality. That's just too weird. A toy RV right there. And he held on to it. That's one of the few things he kept. And because it's one of the few things he kept, it's very conspicuous there. There's also a little car. There's a toy car. I can't tell what kind it is. It sort of looks like a station wagon. Like his mom had a station wagon. So Ethan asks if there are any lakes here. Victor says there's the Brundles. That's not very far away. And Ethan wants to go see it. Victor says, no, I don't like it there. Water's creepy. Water's creepy, huh? So I think he must know about, he must, not remember, but some bad things must have happened at the bodies of water there in town, in this place. Maybe at the Lake of Tears. Maybe Victor knows something bad about the Lake of Tears and he just doesn't remember. The fact that he said water's creepy means something bad must have happened around the water in that place. So that's interesting. I made a note of that. Ethan still keeps pushing, and Victor wants to know why he wants to go see that. He says, never mind, I'll find it myself. And Victor says, but you're supposed to stay here with me. Ethan says he doesn't care, and Victor's like, well, I do. Ethan says, I just need to see the lake. And Victor, he struggles with this again because he's not good at being supportive and protective like an adult. He says friends aren't supposed to keep secrets, Ethan. It's very forced because Victor is like a child in a man's body. But he's trying to do better, and his interpersonal skills are improving a bit. So he makes a deal, and Ethan says, fine, if you take me to the lake, I'll tell you. So they have a deal on that, and they go. And then from there, Tabitha, she's looking at the drawing that Victor made of the family, and she looks for something to write on. She finds that drawing of the lighthouse that Eloise made. She uses that to write a note. What is that? Bartholomew something. I was trying to read what's
Yeah,
in
I
the
was trying
drawer.
to figure out that book. It said Bartholomew. What was it? Arises? What is the other word there?
It
I
looks
was
like,
looking it up. I didn't find anything online. I was looking it up.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
it
I wonder what that is.
looks old.
It does. So she looks at the drawing and she remembers the lighthouse. She has a flashback to that. And then she writes a note on the back of the drawing. And later brings that to Donna. And over at the shed, Julie tells Randall to go away. He won't. She tells him she's not going to the ruins, but she needs to get something from her old house. That's important. He tells her no, it's unstable, and he was there when it collapsed, so he would know. And she says, I told you that thing that I can do. My brother called it story walking. He learned about it from one of his books, and all his books are under the house now. I need to know if there's anything in there about how to control it, so I can go back and save my dad without getting killed. And maybe that is stupid, but I'm not asking for your permission. I'm going. So you can help me or you can leave. And so I think that's dumb. I've said that earlier. I personally think she could have just gotten all that information from Ethan. He knows those books cover to cover. She did not need to have Randall risk his life or risk her own life to go under that unstable building to get those books. But that's just me. Ethan understands story walking really well, and he knows those books cover to cover. They're his favorite books.
I was going to say I agree with you, Julie. So there's two.
Yeah. So,
yeah, I didn't know because I saw that picture, that picture of the patio where she has the grand gulagog. And if they just said they just had the books, I would never even thought they were in the house still. And they could have gone on.
Right.
Right.
So he decides to help, and he takes the rope and they go. So that's that. Hey, real Scott Thomas, welcome. Both Victor and his dad are trying to prevent Ethan and his mom from completing their quests. Suspicious. I guess you could see it that way, but I trust Ethan. I mean, I trust Victor and his dad. I do. I trust them. I think they were both just trying to protect Ethan and Tabitha, respectively. They were just worried for their safety and trying to protect them. But that's just me, I think it was a protective thing and not trying to stop them or impede them on their quests. Amanda says Peter Pan and the Lost Boys create their world, Neverland, by anchoring it in pure imagination and eternal childhood, where thoughts become reality and adventures never end. Oh, interesting point, Amanda. There could be a connection to From and the way children's imaginations could function there. It's interesting. Great catch about the toy car. Thanks. Yeah, that just jumped out at me, Scott. David says, were we led to believe Victor drew the Matthews family when he was a boy? Or did he draw it now and just explained when he was a boy that he also drew what he saw to remember? That's interesting, David. I don't know. I read the line as Victor drawing pictures when he was a boy, but drawing the Matthews family now. But that would be crazy if he read that as a boy. That would be, if he drew them as a boy, that would be nuts. Talk about some clairvoyance if that's the case. Yeah, Amanda, isn't that crazy about the toy RV? Cool beans, right? And it was there in his room even from the beginning. It's just that there was so much stuff we could hardly see it, and now he's thrown so much out that it's more obvious. And there's a toy boat. Really, Martin? Oh, there's a boat. Boyd's gonna get his boat. He's gonna get his boat. Scott thinks the crows and the man in yellow are on opposite sides. Okay, yeah, it could be. After this episode, I can see the argument for that. Recon says, is Victor hinting that Ethan will be on his own? Julie goes story walking, and Tabitha goes wherever there is no responsibility. Right? Yeah, indeed. Recon says, Smelgen wants to share the secret of the stank soil. That's great. Let's see. Samuel says, if this is a game and then the crows were sent in to achieve a certain goal, man in yellow or boy in white could have been controlling them. I don't know which side, though. Sophia leaving the yellow blazer there makes me think it could be man in yellow. Yeah, maybe, Samuel. I like that. Let's see. Amanda says, Sophia in yellow tells Kenny that there's a story in the Bible that says, Achan raises the whole nation of Israel to suffer because he offended God, and that her family may have brought some sort of ill tidings. Yes, so we're about to get to that scene. Sophia is talking about Achan's sin, which relates to From on multiple levels. The story itself, the Babylonian zodiac, and Jungian psychology. Achan is the shadow, like man in yellow. Okay, David. Gotcha. Yeah, so we're about to get to that possibly in the next scene. Let's see. Anything else before I go on? Martin says, I was watching Sintel react to episode 3 last night, and the guest that watches it with him was saying there was originally 3 books that Ethan had. Oh, I like Sintel. He was one of the first people I watched relating to a lot of shows, like back when I was discovering From, and I was wishing that he would react to From, and now he is. Now he's reacting to it, and he's really funny. I like him. Martin says the toy boat is in the diner storage. I didn't notice the RV till we were in the Discord watch party the other night. Yeah.
You know, so is the third book the one that Ghost Jim flew around the room? Because I feel like that's the only reason Julie's going to find the other ones, because that book was flying around, and maybe that prompted her subconsciously. No one's talking about this poltergeist activity anymore.
Right.
Why?
It's gotta be Ghost Jim trying to warn them that there's evil afoot, I think.
Yeah, but nobody's talked about it since. I mean, a lot has happened, but still.
Yeah. I mean, it hasn't been a lot of time.
Yeah, but I thought maybe the book, like, subconsciously put it in Julie's head that she has to go find the books because he was flying the book around.
Right. The book. Yeah, could be. NSP says Julie isn't interacting with Ethan like she used to. They have a family dynamic change. You can see when Ethan was pretending to sleep and Julie goes on her own. Yeah, they had been communicating really well, and now they're kind of going up in their different directions. Julie and Ethan need to work together. She needs Ethan's guidance on story walking. She should go to the source, go to Ethan. Like, I don't understand why she didn't. David says, okay, I read that one. Sorry. Read that one. I'm going in the wrong direction here. So, let's see. Shakwe says, I believe Victor saw Julie when he was younger. He drew a picture of her that time when she was sleeping on the couch with short hair. Yeah. Yes. So I agree. And I put that in my theory video about Ethan as well. I said that I predicted, was it on Ethan? I'm trying to remember now which video I put this in. But I said that I think, no, it wasn't my video on Ethan. I put out a video with all of my theories and predictions for season 4 of From. It's linked in the description of this stream. And I put it out right before the season started. And I said, I think that Julie will story walk back to the massacre and she'll meet young Victor. And that's why he's so comfortable with her. And he drew her when she was sleeping. He once said that pictures are for things that are gone. And for a while, she was gone if she met him when he was a kid and then left, and now she's back. I think he drew her because his subconscious was trying to reconcile that in his head, because he feels comfortable with her, but he can't access the memory of when he met her because of his trauma. That's what I think. I think she was back there, and I think she probably saved Eloise, too. So that's also part of my theory. Let's see. Okay. So let's go on to the next scene. So it's Boyd giving Acosta something to do so that she doesn't snap and go crazy. He asks if she still wants that bullet, but there's something he needs her to do for him first. Just a quick scene. And then we cut to Jade sprawled out on his back in the Brundles, in his boxers. That was not on my bingo card. That was unexpected. Just trying to remember his past lives. Okay, then. Random. Yeah, obviously it's not winter in Fromville anymore. He would have been freezing his ass off there. So there he is floating. Figures, and Victor and Ethan just happen to come out there looking for the Lake of Tears, and they find this odd scene. Victor asks what Jade's doing, and Ethan says he thinks that he's sleeping. It's giving the vibe, it's giving the energy of two little kids looking at some crazy grown up, like, what the hell is going on? What are they doing? What is he doing? Something, it's like something out of like an old sitcom. Like, it's so funny to me. And Ethan calls out to Jade. He doesn't. I think Jade says what at first, but then Ethan's just like, let's go. It's not what I'm looking for. Victor says, how do you know that? And Ethan says, I just do. Victor says, Ethan, you promised that if I brought you here, you would tell me. And it feels, once again, kind of forced the way he is playing this role with Ethan, because he's not used to being protective and being the mature one here. But he's trying. He's trying because he feels the need to protect Ethan. That's his friend. And he wants to, be less broken and be more of an adult right here. Ethan says, I need to find the Lake of Tears. It's a lake with magical powers. Victor asks, what kind of magical powers? And Ethan says, it can make people better when they're hurt. I thought I made it up, but my dad told me it's here. I need to find it. That is really important information. I think if there's any one scene that's key here in this whole episode that we should be taking notes on, it's this one. This is really big, interesting information. It's this one and the other scene regarding the Lake of Tears with Ethan and Jade talking about it. So he thought he made it up, and it can make people better when they're hurt. And if you recall in the story where they're talking with the finger puppets, so Norman, the finger puppet, dies because a monster kills him. And then Ethan asks Julie, but the secret fairies are coming from the Lake of Tears to fix Norman, right? And Julie says, sorry, kid, when you're dead, you're gone. And later, Julie changes the story in the next episode because she feels bad about it and tells Ethan that the secret fairies came from the Lake of Tears and healed Norman and he's going to be okay. Ethan doesn't look reassured at that point. He doesn't react at all. And I think it's because at that point, he doesn't believe it. Once he's gotten to town, I think he understands how story walking works and that once Norman is dead, he can't be brought back. He can't be brought back from the dead because the story has already been told and you can't change it. Ethan is tapped into the place at that point. He's tapped into how things work here. The boy in white connected with him, I think, when he had the seizure and gave him insight on how things work. So, but, I do have some questions, though. I mean, so Ethan now is thinking that it's possible his dad could get healed, even though he already died. So this is a contradiction. Victor says, when did he tell you that? Meaning Ethan's dad. Ethan says, yesterday, out by the RV. Maybe once I find it, it can make him better. Maybe he'll come back. So now he thinks that you can bring someone back once they're dead. He said that you can't change a story that's already been told. So which is it? I find that very contradictory. So, like, I'm struggling with that, to be honest. You know, it's either you can change the story or you can't. And he said that you can't, but now he's thinking that the healing powers of the Lake of Tears can make him better. This could be wishful thinking. Ethan, most of the time we can trust his judgment and his insights, and the writers have been using him as a mouthpiece for how everything works in this place, to tell us how the quest works in this show. The writers have been using him in that way. It's a storytelling device, the writers of the show, but that doesn't mean he's infallible, and sometimes he says things that are incorrect. Sometimes he's cynical, like when he thought his mom must be dead because she hadn't come home in season 3, and, you know, he was assuming the worst and saying that maybe there is no way out of this place. He doesn't think there is a way out. It's because he thought his mom was dead and he was losing hope. And so he's not always reliable. You know, he can get things wrong. He may just be, you know, clinging on to false hope in this moment. And then that kind of makes me circle back to, wait a minute. I've been thinking that Ghost Jim was there to help, sent by the boy in white to help. But what if he was sent to give Ethan false hope by bringing up the Lake of Tears, which supposedly had healing properties and was supposed to be able to heal Norman even after Norman died? Julie said that the Lake of Tears healed him after the fact, and Norman's going to be okay. If Norman represents Jim, then when Ghost Jim tells Ethan, you need to find the Lake of Tears, maybe this was meant to give him false hope that his dad can be brought back after all, and then just bring him down. Because sometimes the evil entity in this place likes to give people false hope just to snatch it away again and feed on their pain as a result. So let me know what you guys think of that. What are your opinions on the Lake of Tears and the Ghost Jim situation? Is this false hope? Is it possible the Lake of Tears could somehow bring Jim back when he's already dead? Or if not, then how can the Lake of Tears be helpful? Can it be a healing thing for other purposes? Maybe not when someone's already dead, but could it have other healing properties? Could it have some other role in getting people home? Or is this just a big fat red herring thrown in by the evil entity as a means of false hope, generating false hope to just bring Ethan down, you know, for a really hard fall? Daryl says Ethan is talking about bringing his dad back to life in the present. Okay. Bringing Jim back to life wouldn't be changing the story, but I don't think that's going to happen. Okay. What else do you guys think? Amanda says, but can you add a chapter to the story? Can you bring a person from one timeline and put them in another timeline? Could be.
Yeah, could you take a chapter from one book and put it in a chapter of another book?
Maybe.
Like Julie's 2 books.
Right. Because we're kind of mixing story metaphors a lot with this show. There's the Chromonocle, and then there's the Norman story with the Lake of Tears, and whatever the hell the Grand Gulagog is.
Yeah,
you don't even know what that is.
We're going to figure it out because she's got that book on the patio, so we'll know soon enough.
Yeah, maybe we'll finally find out what's in that book. Recon says, he's always thought that you can come back from death, so I guess he sees the story as being told that way. At least his story goes that way, but it depends on who is telling the story. Okay. Hey, Ledness. The Brundles seem pretty chill. Yeah, they do. It seems pretty nice. Amanda says, I think Ethan is feeling left out and or ignored, so I definitely see him acting out even more than last season. I can see that too, yeah. Let's see. What else guys saying here? Brundles looks like a kind of place where crocodiles live. Oh yeah, NSB does. It's kind of swampy. Yeah, I wouldn't be swimming around there either, Amanda. Yeah, you never know what creatures could be hiding in there. Yes, right? David says Julie keeping the books from Ethan? Possibly. I still think she wants them to control her story walking primarily. She should be reading them with Ethan, if anything. Yes, David, that's what I'm saying. And Susie agrees this is like American Swamp. Hi, M3 says, ever since then, I've been convinced there's a Fae element to this whole thing. Yeah, I know that's a popular theory. And it's a cool theory. I like the Fae stuff. David says, the fairies and the luminous resurrection. I am thinking the dead, missing children in each cycle are significant. They might be the fairies, Thomas, Eloise, and the rest of the children. That's a cool theory. I like it. David is going on an electric ladybug trip. What the hell is that?
Yeah, I saw that. That was from some movie. We were posting about it in Discord. It had Adam Scott in it.
Oh, okay. David says I must be one of the few people that like Hot Tub Time Machine movies. I don't know why they get so much hate. I've heard other people say they like them. I've never seen them, actually. I thought it looked really stupid, so I never watched it. But, you know, since I've heard people saying they like it in the fandom, like Tony and Phil say they really liked it, and other people in their chat have agreed. So now I want to actually give it a chance. Okay. Anything else? Hyam3 says the storyteller is the only one able to edit the story. So if Ethan realizes his power, he could possibly edit the story by season 5. I like it. And I do call Ethan the storyteller too. But I don't think that means he's making up the story, though. I think he's like our narrator. He's the one articulating the rules of how everything works and explaining things. But I don't think he's making it up. That's the thing. I don't think. Daryl says Ethan is talking about bringing his dad. Okay, I read that one. Back to life in the present. The Soul Taker says you can tell a new story. Okay. David says if the Lake of Tears is the moment that leads to the escape, then Ethan likely won't find it until next season. Yeah, I think that's likely, actually, that they probably won't find it this season. It's a little bit too significant, if it is that significant, unless it's a red herring. This could be a red herring. And let's not forget, there is some entity trying to get Ethan killed in this place. I've got to point that out, and I don't think people pay enough attention to this. Ethan has had multiple near-death experiences, and 2 of them were overt attempts on his life. 3 of them, I'd say, were definite attempts on his life, and the other 2, potentially this place trying to get him. Number 1, his leg was skewered in the RV accident, and he almost died on the way into town. Maybe just an accident, maybe not. Then Sarah was told, kill the boy, while she was standing right in front of him with that message on her arm. She almost slit his throat. Then the Colony House radio tower crashed through the window moments after Ethan was sitting there, and it almost creamed him. Could be this place trying to take him out. Then in season 3, the livestock were set loose. Alma, his favorite goat, walked right outside his window. I think they did that on purpose so that he would be lured outside at night. He opened the door for Granny Monster as a result of that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone outside. He almost died. And then another overt attempt on his life with Thomas, evil Thomas, calling and saying, Mom's coming back on an ambulance. You have to be brave. Then he ran outside at night again when the ambulance showed up. So some entity here wants to kill him. So we can't ignore the possibility that Ghost Jim could be trying to get him killed again. Trying to get him to go put himself in danger and find the Lake of Tears and dangle false hope that he can save his dad with some kind of healing power of the Lake of Tears and bring his dad back from the dead. I just don't see it. I'm sorry. I don't see Jim coming back from the dead. So as I'm saying this, I'm starting to think maybe my initial theory I might back off of on Ghost Jim being helpful. I think potentially he's there to dangle false hope and get Ethan, once again, get Ethan killed, get him put in a dangerous situation. So
Get him drowned in a lake of tears.
yeah, seriously. And listen to the name, the Lake of Tears. Does it sound like it's something good?
Sounds like a great vacation spot.
Yeah.
I think it might be right next to Deathly Hallows.
Okay, yeah. Martin says, Victor said the water was creepy and he didn't like it at the Brundles. I wonder if there's more to that. I think so. Yes, I think maybe he knows something about the Lake of Tears being bad, too. But he just doesn't remember. Shakwe says, who are the authors of the books? You'd think that's a clue to the secrets of the town. Yeah, I don't know. They're made-up books. But, yeah, maybe. Maybe that's a clue if we were to find out. It's obviously who wrote about the town or lived in it once. Well, Scarlet has said that maybe Julie's gonna wind up being the author of the Chromonocle or something in the future. I think that would be cool.
I think now Ethan's going to be the author of the Flight of Chromonocle, and Julie's going to be the author of the Adventures of Grand Gulagog.
Oh, that would be cool. Yeah, I like it.
Because there's 2 books now.
Mm-hmm. Incognito says they're near the end of the story, so they need to escape before the last chapter. I guess Julie will gather knowledge to do it. Yes, definitely. Daryl says, I think they find the lake at the end of the season. Ledness says they're definitely trying to take him out. Yes, Sarah trying to kill him was crazy, right? Incognito says Lake of Tears could have 2 meanings. One literal, it's underground in the tunnels, and metaphorical. Right. So it could be symbolic. And in the tunnels, yes, Tabitha said, where's the water coming from? That wasn't just a throwaway line. I think maybe the Lake of Tears kind of leaks into the caves. So the water could be coming from there. Maybe I'll do a poll on Ghost Jim, with the nature of Ghost Jim. I need to do that. I'll do a poll. Just give me a minute, and then we'll go on to the next scene. Let's see. David says it could also be the dark inverse of the mythological lake being a positive bridge or place of resurrection. But the point of the lake is shadow work, and we are seeing them already doing that. Okay. Yes. It's been 5 hours, NSB. I know. I said I would try to wrap up after 5 hours. So gotta pick up the pace here. Daryl says Acosta talking about a flood, foreshadowing. She said, what did she say about a flood? I forget now. I'm tired. I don't remember.
Oh, it's the sandbag thing they were talking about earlier.
Oh, right. In season 3.
Yeah. She also has isn't there like water or something on the Canada main patch too that she has in her outfit?
Yeah. David says the theory of Jim's resurrection follows the tarot story and Gnosticism, but the convo with Boyd and Acosta, hinting all have to die, puts it all up in the air if they all die or not in the end. Right. Okay. So Daryl says John Griffin said the characters find out the truth at the end of this season, so I think they find out what the lake is at the end of season 4. All right. I hope they don't find out everything yet. Recon says, I like the idea of putting different stories together from different books. I'm guessing that's what the writers themselves have done, having to collaborate to make one story. Right. And Susie thinks, I think it's more than likely that Ethan writes the books than Julie, though the name is feminine. So then they're about to leave, but then Victor says maybe Jade can help, and he calls for Jade, and Jade's like, oh, for Christ's sake, what? Gotta love Jade. So that's the end of that. So Randall says to Julie, it's a kid's book though, right? The story's made up for little kids regarding the book with the story walking stuff in it, because Julie thinks that she needs to find it so she knows how to control story walking. And she says, before I got here, I thought monsters were made up too. He's like, yeah, good point. And they get to the house and she gets emotional, remembering that this was where she talked to her dad the day the house collapsed and they were so scared they were going to lose him right then. He says, why don't you let me do this, regarding going under there? And she protests at first, but then he has like a sweet kind of older brother moment saying, hey, Story Walker, why don't you let someone else do the cool shit for a change? Which I thought was sweet. So he decides to take the risk and go under the house and risk his life for a couple of picture books. That's some character growth for Randall. I mean, he always risks his life when people are actually in danger, but now he's doing it just to support Julie, which is really cool. So in the church, Sophia, the agent of chaos, tells Kenny about the story of Achan. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but she says, in the story, Achan caused the whole nation of Israel to suffer because he offended God. He's like, and that's what you told Julie. She says, I just thought maybe somehow they brought some sort of ill tidings with them. And yeah, so this is typical, of course. She's going to use stuff from the Bible to manipulate people. She's going to use some of the darker portions of the Bible to manipulate people and turn them against each other, using the Bible to divide and cause problems. That's predictable. The little supposed pastor's daughter, but she's actually the evil entity using the Bible to screw with people, of course. So Kenny's like, look, the people here are always one bad day away from giving up, losing hope. That's a huge theme here. Remember, we've been talking about this. Losing hope is deadly here. There's a constant battle and tension between hope and fear here. And if they lose hope, it can break them. And that's what happened to Frank. He lost hope that he would ever get out and see a new Christmas with his family outside of this place. And so he started drinking and he neglected his family, and eventually they wound up dead, all because he gave up hope. And I'm not saying it was all his fault. Obviously, we're not even going to go into that dumb subject of how his wife could have nailed the window shut too. But I'm just saying the point we're supposed to get from his story is that when you lose hope in this place, it can break you, make you change and neglect the people you care about, and it can wind up causing your death or your loved one's deaths. Hope is essential to hold on to here, and Kenny is trying to articulate this to her, and she knows this. She knows damn well about this, and she wants them to lose hope. She wants them to lose hope and turn on each other. That's the whole point. This is another point in favor of this entity doesn't feed on hope, it feeds on fear. It's when people lose hope that it can feast. It's feeding on their pain because they lose hope. Kenny says they need to figure out where she's going to live. She asks where he lives, and he says that big house. She says there's so many people there, can't I just stay at the clinic? It sounded like she wants to live where he lives, like she's trying to be jailbait here. Karl has been telling me like she thinks that he thinks that she might try to seduce him because she's underage, just try to cause problems, like get Kenny in a bad spot, make it look like he's making a move on an underage girl. And I don't think they would go that way on the show, but I guess it's possible. I don't think Kenny would do it, but she could make it look like he is. You know, with her devious ways, she could make it look bad for him, even if he doesn't really do anything wrong. I don't know. But anyway, I got that thought when she made it sound like she wanted to live where he lives. And then she asks, where does Sarah live? She was really nice to me. He says that's not a good idea. And she says, because of what she did, I've heard people talking. And he wants to know why she'd want to live with her. And Sophia responds, because I've seen her kindness, and I don't think she's a bad person. He tells her, you have no idea the kind of person she is. So does Sophia have an evil plan for Sarah? That could be bad for her. We definitely have to keep an eye on that. She probably wants to watch Sarah closely to see if Sarah's onto her at all. Because Sarah is so connected to those voices that maybe one of them might try to warn her. I think those voices are the spirits of the dead, and some of them are good people, good spirits, who might try to warn her. And so Sarah could be at risk. Sophia might want to just watch her extra closely. And she could, with the two of them living alone, she could easily kill Sarah at any time and lie and claim that some accident happened and the monsters got her. So definitely have to be concerned for Sarah now. Let's see. David says totally fits on so many levels, Aiken's sin. Kenny is kind, but also fucking dumb. That's true, incognito. David says the cost, the hidden objects under the tent, repressed darkness, hidden sins. Right, okay, the Aiken sin story. Sophia, don't you dare hurt my Sarah. Yeah, we know you care for Sarah so deeply. Amanda says the orphaned pastor's child wants to move in with a new man she has never met before. Kenny brings all of Sophia and Yellow's belongings with her when asking to move in. How can Sarah say no? Yeah. Yeah, they didn't find Sophia's phone and they didn't question this. She said that her phone was in the car. That's a good point. Incognito? I don't know if I'm still saying your name wrong, but hey, JH Review. Welcome. Nice to see you. Man in Yellow is not ready for Sarah in cardigan. I'm not worried. Good morning from Lee and Julie. Well, good morning. Good morning. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, I guess Sarah can probably hold her own. That's true. Sarah is made of tough stuff. That's for sure. Let me just go back and see if anything else I need to highlight really quick before we go on. David says, I think Jim's in between worlds, and it's possible the fairies at the lake can resurrect him because the hanging man becomes the sun. Luminous rebirth. Interesting. I like that. And okay. We better keep going. Move a little bit faster here. Recon says, I'm with Karl. This will absolutely happen. Kenny won't act that way, but will always be put in compromising positions that others will infer that way. So Recon thinks Karl's theory is right, and Sophia is going to make it look like Kenny is trying to get with an underage girl. I could see her trying to pull something like that. I could totally see it. With her machinations, it could happen. But I don't believe Kenny will actually do anything wrong. She'll just make it look bad. Let's see. So, Ledness agrees. So from there, I am going to get on the treadmill for an hour, and I'm going to try and finish this within that next hour or so that I'll be on the treadmill. it'll be an hour and a few minutes. So I'm going to give myself to that point to finish this, which I think is going to be doable. We don't have that much more. So from there, let's see, at the Matthews house, Randall goes in and looks around, risking his life for picture books, I say once again. There's a piece of the wall that Jim wrote on. Jim's words live on here. Jim may be gone, but here are his words. And Tabitha's, too. I think Jim wrote, "Where are we?" here. Jim's wall full of questions. And Tabitha wrote, "Did we survive the crash?" We can see part of that here. I thought that's cool. They included that. I loved Jim's wall of questions. That was a really smart strategy. That's the kind of thing they should be doing. So over at I think this was the Colony House basement, Boyd shows Acosta this treasure trove of random shit. Everything that they didn't think was useful, basically. So they didn't put this stuff at the diner or in the shed. Anything they thought was useful, they put in those places. Clothes, tools, etc. And Boyd says that he wants her to treat this place like a crime scene. He says, these things, they tell a story, right? I thought that was interesting that he used the word story, given the way that this whole thing has been framed as a story now by Ethan. You know, this is a story that they're in. And Boyd says all this stuff tells a story, and they need to analyze it, and they can maybe learn. Sorry, I'm trying to transition out there onto the treadmill while I talk, and they can hopefully learn something from all this. So he's giving her a job to do, and anyway, so he tells her that he wants her to go through all of their stuff and look for anything that they may have missed, because it could, who knows, it could be, there could be some clue in there that could help them go home. People's belongings can tell a story. And on its face, this looks like busy work, but I think she will wind up finding something useful down there. And in the meantime, it's helping her psychologically to feel useful. And
well, so far,
yeah,
5 hours.
Yeah. And now I'm giving myself till I'm done with this walk to finish.
Yeah, so you should do 7 hours then.
Well, it probably won't be at this point.
I'm sure it will be.
Just the walk time.
I'm sure it will be.
Just the walk time. So
Promises.
So anyway, where was I? So Boyd says, these things, they tell a story. I want you to develop a narrative. Tell me everything there is to know about the people this stuff belonged to. And she wants to know why, and pushes, saying, why doesn't he do it? He says, well, you're a cop. You were trained to do this. There might be something we overlooked. I wasn't a cop. And this could be something that could help us get out of here if we overlooked something. She says, tell me why we're really here. And he says, because you remind me of someone I could have helped and I didn't. I don't get to get that back. I know that you think everything I said was bullshit, and maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But if you do this for me, think about all the people you might be saving. You think about the cop who first put that badge on. You do all that and you still want that bullet, then we'll talk. That's a promise.
Don't you find that a little different for a boy? Doesn't that seem a bit out of character, or like a bit of a development as opposed to how he's been up until this point?
I mean, in what way? How is it different?
It it sounds a little bit more, more highbrow. Like, oh, I want you to develop a narrative up to what you see here, this or that. Has he ever even talked that way?
Not really. No.
That's what
It's a little bit of a different way of thinking for Boyd than what he usually.
I'm not trying to take anything away from Boyd.
Yeah.
As written, he hasn't really been that way. So
No.
I think this is a bit of a change for him as well.
It is, I think.
So it's like, hey, you're a monster. Well, here, let me show you how I'm not a monster.
Yeah.
Why don't you? I'm going to give you free reign here and see what you come up with.
Right. Yeah.
Something different.
Yeah. I think Boyd is evolving and changing over time. His mind has expanded here, and so he's giving her something to do now to feel useful, so she doesn't snap like Abby, because she reminds him of Abby. That's what he's not saying. His wife snapped, and he failed to help her, and that's his defining trauma. The guilt that he carries. So he's trying to help Acosta, and this is why in the episode description it said Boyd tries to save Acosta from herself. So he doesn't want her to snap like Abby did, and she's already said she wants to end her life. So she definitely needs an intervention at this point. So I get it now why the episode description said that. It sounded like kind of patronizing when I read it, but now seeing the state that she's in, I get it. So I thought this was cool. I liked that he did that for her, and I think more is going to come out of this than just busy work for her and keeping her head on straight so she doesn't totally snap. I wonder what could be down there. I like the theory a lot that she could find a picture with Sophia in it down there. That's a great theory.
Maybe it would be a picture of Sophia and like the man in yellow, and they're like in a group, like yo.
Sophia and the man in yellow. That'd be great. Straight Edge says maybe the items sort of trap souls into the Fromville dimension, and the predecessors get dragged back in future cycles or something like that. Interesting thought. Let's see. Samuel says he sees Abby and Acosta. Yes, definitely. David says the ballerina must be a recurring item like the bracelet, and there are likely more to find. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Literally, for the story, it must hold some power over them. Symbolically, I think it says a part of them are trapped in from, like lingering energy. Their silhouettes remain trapped. I like the way you put that. Nice. I think so too, definitely. Lingering energy. When Sophia said that, it's kind of nice in a way, a part of them is still here. Like they aren't forgotten, meaning their stuff is still here. So a part of these dead people, it's still here. But I think it has a deeper meaning that in reality, what she's referring to is that their souls are still trapped there. And she likes that. She's glad.
Yeah, that's kind of nice.
Yeah, it is. It is nice for her. Hey, Zipnata. Tabitha should have asked the boy in white the question on the wall that Ethan wrote. Oh, yeah, that's a great point. Ethan's question was, who here is trying to help? And that was a great question. I think Ethan was asking the right question. Some entity there is trying to help. The boy in white entity. Trying to help. Not necessarily always succeeding, but at least trying. I think people who believe, I just think it's wrong. People who believe that nothing there is trying to help. Ethan was onto something when he said some entity there is trying to help. He said, who here is trying? I think those were his specific words. Who here is trying to help? He even used the phrase trying to. So recognizing that maybe it's not always successful in helping them, but it's trying.
like Sarah was trying to help when she was murdering.
Sarah was trying to
She
help.
was trying to help, you know.
She was.
Yo, Elgin, your eyeball. I'm just trying to help.
Elgin was trying to help, but he kidnapped Fatima and fed her his blood.
Yeah, drink his blood. I'm just trying to help.
Yeah. Let's see. Daryl says the monster is hiding right now, but I think it will come out bigger than ever later in the season. Let's see. This story of, am I pronouncing this wrong? Do you know the Bible story that Sophia was referring to, Karl, in the show? Achan, something. I think she said Achan, and the nation of Israel.
I don't know that story.
Yeah, she was saying that basically sold out the whole nation of Israel had to suffer because of that one person. And so trying to blame the Matthews for everything that happened. So twisting the Bible, a story from the Bible to...
That's what she's going to do.
Twisting the Bible to, to make these people turn on each other and...
Yeah, she's sowing dissension.
Do evil.
And I guarantee you, here's my prediction. I guarantee you, Sophia is going to put Kenny in a compromising position.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be like, oh, you make me, feel so safe, and smoochy smooch, and then he tried to fucking, hey, yo, what happened? And Kenny's not smart enough to like parlay it or be like, oh, nobody was around, I don't gotta admit nothing.
Yeah.
He's gonna be caught in a compromising position because of her. And who do I blame? Do I blame Kenny? Sure. I blame Christy. If they had gotten hooked, if they had, gotten together like they were supposed to, Kenny wouldn't be all up on the Sophia.
Yeah. Someone, I mentioned your theory, and somebody, Recon said they agree with you that's going to happen.
He'll be compromised.
Yeah.
I mean, that's perfect. Honeypot, whatever you want to call it, kind of scenario. That's what's going to happen. Then she'll have, oh, I got something on you. Oh, I got something on them. Oh, hey. Everything started happening when the Matthews showed up. Then walk away, and everyone's like, "Oh, that's right."
Yeah.
Correlation is not causation, right?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Exactly. David says Achan bidding the items is how he was caught. Sophia taking personal items might be her downfall if she's caught out, like Dexter and his blood, the trophy. Okay. See, I have to look into that story a bit more before I do my breakdown video.
Yeah, I'll look it up right now and get like an overview.
Okay. Incognito says they better focus on finding the way out. By doing that, the Sophia in yellow will be screwed. Oh yeah, they need to do that and not be drawn into this division, attacking each other like she wants. Straight Edge says some YouTubers got episodes 1 to 6 early. I'm suspecting the big episodes this season will be 6 and 10. I could see that, or definitely 5 and 6 for the cabin incident with the scarecrows. I would never want to get screeners because then I wouldn't be able to make theories, and I like to do that. I don't want to know what's going to happen in advance. Incognito says basically Achan stole gold, silver, and something else, and because of that, the people were punished by God. Then they kill Achan and his family and dispose of the stolen items. Okay. Martin says Kenny or Sarah might tell Sophia about the Kenny and Christy complication, and she'll pass that on to Marielle. Okay. Yeah, she could cause issues there. Yeah, I could see that causing drama. So, Incognito says, and they keep the stone where he was killed as a memory. David says, Achan's transgression is a narrative of earthly greed, darkness, defying heavenly command, light. So let's go on to the next scene. So Tabitha, while Henry's kind of spying on her, Tabitha slips into Donna's room. She looks for Donna. Donna's not there. Donna is conspicuously absent from this episode. She shows up in one scene, and I think she has one line. She just says, "Boyd," when the crows show up at the funeral, and that's it. So Tabitha leaves a note for her saying that she's going to look for the lighthouse. She's going to try to get out again. That's just a dumb plan when she just did that and wound up back there. And she looks in the mirror for a moment before she leaves the room. A recurring theme, characters looking at themselves in mirrors, reflecting. And this is not the monster mirror, because she's not turning into a monster. It's not the gold one that I call the monster mirror. Everyone who looks in that is being turned into a monster by this place. Tabitha is not. She's just suffering because of this place. So she looks in the regular mirror, and Donna once sobbed in front of this mirror in season 3 on Boyd's shoulder. And Boyd has screamed in front of another mirror before, a different one. So constantly have mirrors popping up in the show and people reflecting in them, literally and figuratively. And we get a nice little shot of the picture of Donna and her sister that fans love to obsess over, with the torn corner. I you know what, I think when Donna dies, that might kill the mole theories. Just like when Tom died, people gave up the theory that Tom was a mole. I hope the writers aren't leaning into killing Donna off just to get rid of the mole theory. Like, see, she wasn't a mole. They do this with everybody who people think is a mole. They also killed off Tilly, who people thought was a mole as well.
Yeah, but they write it so that they come across as moles.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, they do.
They're part of it, you know. All they gotta do is show, you know, they just gotta be like the police. Show me your hands. Donna, show me your hands.
Yeah. Tam says it's the mole mirror. This one's the mole mirror. Yeah. So Donna may be the latest supposed mole to get the axe on the show, I'm afraid. I think she's going to go next.
And then, what's her face? What's her name again? The one-eyed
Clara.
Clara, right? Then she'll get some more important lines like, "Oh, hey, what are you guys doing? Oh, hey, what's going on? Oh, fuck, she's a mole." You know?
Next it'll be Clara. She'll go, because the Clara mole theories are picking up steam now.
She was on the roof even when they were putting up what was she doing on the roof? They were putting up the antenna for. What was she doing up there?
I don't know.
She's a former crow and she's used to being on the roofs. Huh?
She was just helping them put up the tower.
I'm sure she's just an innocent bystander.
I don't think Clara is a mole either. I think we've got our mole, and it's Sophia, and the others. The only reason that people have thought that other people are moles, like Tom, Donna, and Clara, is because they keep popping up at interesting moments, as if the evil entity needs a spy to report back. I don't think the evil entity needs a spy, because it seems like it can hear and see them all the time anyway, even when no one is around. When Khatri buried that bag in the field, he was all alone, and somehow the voices in Sarah's head knew. Like, how did they know what the candy wrapper showed that he buried? And the evil entity knew Tabitha was digging the hole in the basement, and it heard Boyd yell, "You don't break me," in the middle of the woods, all alone. I think the evil entity is omniscient and doesn't need a spy. However, turning into a mole and infiltrating the town like Sophia is doing is a whole other story. It's not being a spy. She's there to manipulate people. That's the kind of mole that this place can use, that can actually make a difference. That's what I was saying from the beginning of the season. I said she's going to manipulate people in a way that overtly evil entities can't pull off.
Right.
Because most people are smarter than Elgin and not going to fall for the dumb kimono lady bullshit. And most people are saner than Sarah, and they're not going to fall for the voices saying you need to kill this kid.
Right.
And most people are not idiots like Kevin who opened the window for Jasmine Monster.
Right.
So they're not going to believe these overtly evil entities and voices and
Right.
evil
That's
Abby.
all that nonsense, right?
Yeah.
And
So
instead, it'll be like, hey, the Bible tells us that we must make sacrifices, so your kids are dead.
yeah. Exactly. It's
See, we smart.
instead it's going to be this sweet, innocent-looking church mouse, Sophia, able to manipulate and trick people in ways that those overtly evil entities and voices could never do.
Right.
She's posing as one of them, as a normal human. She's going to be able to just, orchestrate things in a different way, like a puppet master.
Right.
That is how a mole can be useful in this show. Not as a spy, as an agent of chaos, trying to manipulate people.
Mole, 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 mole.
So that's how I feel about moles in the show and the function of a mole. Martin says Julia Doyle is 23. Can they not just stick to that age? She is so damn. Yeah, I won't finish that sentence. Why and how is Boyd saying 15 to 16? She doesn't look young. I agree, Martin. I don't think Sophia looks 15 or 16. She looks like a grown woman. Come on. So I couldn't believe when he said that.
Wait, Martin. See, Martin already going down the rabbit hole.
Yeah.
He's already ready to sacrifice kids.
She's gonna get you too.
Yeah.
The jailbait thing. Martin says MIY is also ancient. I'm sure, Kenny, you get the pass from me. Yeah. She's not actually a teenager. She's an ancient entity. So Kenny's won't be guilty of anything if that happens.
Yeah, but it's the appearance, right? And one of the great powers of the Man in Yellow is to make something appear a certain way, put people in certain contexts, make himself appear in a certain way. So it will appear that she has authority. It will appear that Kenny has done something wrong. It will appear that the Matthews families are responsible for all this bad juju.
Yep. Exactly.
Just like Julie's shirt says what? Says
Illusions.
Illusions, right?
Yes.
So here comes the great fucking magician, the Man in Yellow.
Yeah. Julie's shirt in the first 2 episodes of the series said illusions on it. And this place is full of deception.
This place lies. You're all liars.
David says, yes, Sophia is the mole, ironically. We finally have our mole. Sophia, the female version of the snake in the tree. Yes. Exactly.
Kenny will be beguiled. He will be beguiled by the serpent.
Right. Could see it. Yes, but how many years has Sophia in Yellow been 16, right, Amanda? Exactly. Incognito. Sophia playing the innocent while she's pure evil. It's all about inversion. Exactly, yes. Inversion, and subverting expectations. As a weirdo modern Celtic pagan whispers. What's so Susie? Let's see. The show is full of pantheism. I could see that, Incognito. There's, not just Christianity, but there's all kinds of other cultures, ideas in the show, like cultural mythology is in the show too, and occultism. Yeah. Let's see. Maybe the coroner said something like J.C. Penney photos or something like that. Donna's whole story was false.
It had a watermark of like FROMacademy or something.
That's funny, Amanda. Donna's whole story was false. Twilight Zone, LOL. Oh, so you believe Donna was lying, huh? Yeah, you never know. You never know. Recon says if Donna dies, what happens to her pockets? Her pockets die. Yeah. Those pockets, the hands in those pockets are the biggest issue with her, and trying to believe her. I understand. I get it. Oh, good point, Daryl. Showing Donna and her sis pic, she is so dead. Yeah, this is a little harbinger of death right here, reminding us of this picture. When we met Donna, this was the beginning of her story. Yeah, that's a great point. Oh, she is so dead. Donna is so gonna die in the cabin attacks. The back of her head is right there in the shot as demonic Kool-Aid Man busts through the wall and looks like he's coming right in her direction. And we know she's out there. She was there in the teaser at the totems. So see, Incognito says inversion and subversion is the devil's play. The greatest tactic of the devil is to make people believe he doesn't exist while he's working from the background. Yeah, I've heard that. And she is like a demonic figure. She really is. She's very satanic, Sophia. Marshall says, will Jade find the mushrooms help? Oh, will Jade finding the mushrooms help? I think so. I think Jade's got to trip on those mushrooms and connect to his past lives, just like Miranda did when she tripped on acid. I think it's going to help. Absolutely. It's going to be just like the acid. And all of a sudden it's going to come together. He's going to see all of his past lives. And he's going to remember that all those past visions he's had of men in horrible situations were him in his past lives and how he failed. Miranda said that she saw all the chosen ones who had come before her and how they failed when she did the LSD. Well, that's exactly what Jade was seeing, and he just doesn't know it. In all those visions, he saw all of these past lives, not all of them, but men who had come before him in his past lives and how they failed. The man under the boulder, clearly he failed. The guy shooting at him in the Civil War uniform, clearly he failed. His face was half burnt. The guy drinking out of the child-sized skull of the Puritan outfit, missing an eye, clearly he failed. And then, of course, Christopher, we know he failed too. So it's definitely going to be that. Those are all of Jade's past lives and how they failed, and he just doesn't see it yet because he needs to trip on mushrooms first. So I've believed that since early in season 3, when I became convinced of the reincarnation theory, and I put out a video saying that I think those are all of Jade's past lives, and he just doesn't remember yet. So I think we're coming close to a reveal soon. When he trips on the mushrooms, he's going to remember those visions were him in past lives. And I haven't just been saying that due to any kind of promos that MGM put out that are too spoilery. I'm not going to say any more, but MGM has been putting out spoilery promos lately. And I haven't really watched them, but I've heard that they give away too much. And I've been saying since season 3, I can point to a video I put out in 2024 saying I think those were all his past lives, all of Jade's visions. So I'm really looking forward to getting an answer on that. I think it's coming when he does the mushrooms. So getting back to the scene, Henry catches Tabitha leaving the note, asks her how she's doing, and she says she's okay, but he doesn't believe her. Saying that he lost his family for 40 years and he was never okay. Then he insists on going with her wherever she's going. Doesn't think she should be alone right now. He's protective of her. Like, even though she hasn't told him that she was his wife in her past life, he senses it. He's been protective of her since they were still in Camden, and he was doting all over her, looking after her, worrying about her, not sleeping, not eating, bandaging her cut on her hand. Like, he was taking care of her, and he's still doing it. And I think it's just so interesting because it's him sensing that they were connected, that she was his wife. He just doesn't know it yet. I wish she would tell him. I was thinking that she was going to tell him that in this episode where they walk to the bottle tree together, but she doesn't tell him. With all the communication happening, I really wish they would have communicated that. But maybe she will later in the season. And he tells her she's good at a lot of things, but lying isn't one of them. How does he know so much about her? He barely knows her. It's, again, he senses that connection. He knows her on a spiritual level. And so he finally gets her to admit that she's going to go find the lighthouse. She says she got out of here once. She says, if I find the lighthouse, hopefully maybe I can do it again and take my children with me. I'm not going to let them die here. And, you know, that's just a dumb plan, obviously. She's already been there, done that, and got brought back there. So clearly that's not the answer. She should be working with Jade right now, but the man in yellow has successfully divided them for now with killing Jim and the argument that they had after, or maybe it was really a one-sided argument. It was Tabitha blaming Jade and yelling at him. That's part of the intended consequence of killing Jim. Tabitha needs somebody to blame and doesn't want to blame herself, so she lashed out at Jade. And now instead of working with him, she's doing this dumb thing. They should be working together, the two Kramen uncles on their quest. But I think they'll get back to it soon. She'll connect with him again, and they'll be working together again soon. Henry points out that Dale tried going through the tree, and she says, what if it wasn't meant for him? What if it was only meant for me? I believe she's right about that, and that's why Dale wound up in the pool wall, and she didn't. So it was only meant for her, according to the rules of this place. However, I still don't think it was a good idea for her to try going through it again. So Henry says that he wants to see the tree his wife died trying to reach. And so he persuades her to let him tag along. She starts to say that she has something to tell him, and then he interrupts her. And I think she was about to tell him that she was his wife in a past life. Right after he says that he wants to see the tree his wife died trying to reach, she's like, Henry, I have to tell you something. And then he interrupts her, damn it. So she doesn't tell him for now, and then they go off together. And then Ellis takes Fatima to the car graveyard, and this one we can get through pretty quickly because it's really just rage therapy. It's like a giant rage room for her to smash stuff. And he explains to her, Ellis actually doing something useful for a change, telling her that when he met, he was in a dark place because of what had happened. And obviously we know that he's talking about his mom. And he said, you knew that I was still in there underneath all the dark, horrible shit that I was going through. And you never gave up on me until you finally pulled me out. It's my turn now. So good for Ellis, finally actually, doing something useful. But he's only useful to the show as a son and as Fatima's husband. Boyd's son and Fatima's husband. Otherwise, he really doesn't have a point. So I think we could get rid of him and the show really wouldn't lose much. But it would break Boyd, and it would render Boyd's sacrifice, killing Abby, kind of useless. So I think Daryl is right about that. For that reason, it wouldn't really make sense narratively to kill Ellis off. So Ellis will probably survive this season, I think. But I still think he's kind of a useless character. Um, and she goes to work smashing some beautiful antique car, giving nightmares to car collectors, I'm sure.
It looked like it was an MG.
Oh, yeah? What's an MG? What does that stand for? Anything?
I forget what the MG stands for, but it's a British one.
Okay. It looks extremely old.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it could be like a Fiat Spider, but I think it's an MG.
Okay.
So I'll just put that in the universe.
Yeah. I figured you'd have some kind of commentary on the car.
There's also a bunch of AMCs in the graveyard. There's a Hornet, and I think there's an Ambassador. My first car was an AMC Javelin. So.
Oh, cool. Yeah. How old does this look to you?
It could be sort of like early 70s.
Early 70s? Okay.
Yeah. It could be late 60s. It's hard to tell, But I think around like 72, 71, there was some MGs that looked like that. And if it's a Spider, same thing. Those cars were around in America and in Canada.
Okay. Yeah, it's a shame to wreck this cool old car. But I see the value in this rage therapy for her. Susie says, my neighbor restores them. That's an MG. It's an old British car. Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, Stilios, welcome. Ever since Tabitha got this vision, she has been really arrogant. Yeah, I guess she kind of can be a bit arrogant. I can see that. David says, Tabitha blamed Jim for Thomas, then Jade for Jim, but she couldn't argue with Henry. Right. She does that blame game a lot. It's easier to blame someone else and get angry at someone else than it is to blame yourself. That's why. Because she blamed herself for Thomas's death and now for Jade's death, too. She feels guilt, so she's projecting it onto other people. It's classic. Tam says some people had conspiracy theories. How does Henry know about Dale if Henry wasn't even there? Happens after they come to town. Do people not watch? Wait, but Henry was there, wasn't he? He was there when Dale went through the tree. Henry had just gotten there. Yeah, he was there. He had just arrived when Dale wound up in the pool wall. So, but yeah, so this.
It's not like nobody couldn't, it's not like you couldn't like look at the pool and say, hey, where are those stones over there?
Right.
But yeah, I think he was there already.
And he says, I think her photo of her sister, in quotes, says a lot. So you don't trust Donna's picture of her sister. Daryl says, this episode tells us going through the tree won't work because it's not the right time. Not that it's only meant for her. Yeah, I think it's only meant for her and it's not the right time, in my opinion. Well, I think it's only meant for her and potentially Jade at the right time. Because the boy in white told Christopher to go through the tree in the 70s, and he refused. So Miranda was going to go instead. So I think it could be either of those two, the two Chromonophils on the quest. David says we have 4 Jades, add in the OG cycle and the current cycle, that makes 6. Matrix, this is the 6th time we have destroyed you. Adam Blavatsky talks of the 6th race coming. Book 74 has not been written yet. Yes, so David agrees on those visions Jade has being him in past lives. Let's see. Samuel likes the AMC Javelin as a first car. Let's see. Victor is going to be devastated when his new roommate moves into Donna's room. Yeah, people keep shipping Henry and Donna. But now, when Donna gets killed off, Henry could have that room all to himself, though. That's another
maybe
thing.
He'll help to get her killed off. So he
Maybe. Henry feels the connection. Yes, he does. He feels the connection with Tabitha. Let's see. Martin says Elgin is digging a hole in the root cellar, and that's how the boulder gets dropped. I'm only joking. Donna is a goner. Yes, it almost rhymes. Okay. David says, boy in white and man in yellow, the polar extremes of consciousness. Bose and I don't know how to say this. Jacquin or Jashin, or I don't know how to pronounce that. Jashin or Jacquin.
I think it's Jockin.
Jockin. The right and left pillars, with the key being harmony, the middle column. Yes, I agree that they're polar opposites, boy in white and man in yellow.
That's also used in the tarot card for the Empress. She has two pillars, and it has a symbol for Boaz and the other one on those pillars.
Okay.
So it's a tarot card influence.
Sounds like the cats are rioting over there.
It's just one cat. She sounds like 50.
Yeah, she does. Martin says that's why they ripped her face off. They didn't want to kick the polar bear in the face. Amanda says Donna cannot die. She, Henry, and Victor are going to become a cute little family unit. Oh, that would be cute. But I think she's definitely a goner. Let's see. So let's go on. Oh, wait. Stelio says, when Sophia told Julie that the Matthews were the reason for the problems, I think she wasn't lying. I think Sophia's weapon will be the truth. The secrets of the survivors will be exposed through her. She wasn't really lying. I mean, the problems did start when the Matthews and Jade came to town. It got worse because of that, because that's when they showed up and started on their quest for answers. Their quest began anew. And so they had to crack down. The evil entity cracked down on them and made things worse. So she really wasn't lying, but she's using that to sow seeds of division and blame. But yeah, I could see that she could definitely cause more trouble with secrets of the others. Definitely. NSB says Henry knew jail from the diner chaos meeting. Yes, he did. All right, so next scene. So we have these three really key characters. I was stoked about this scene. These three key characters communicating. Absolutely loved this. I mean, Victor, Jade, and Ethan. Come on, this is amazing. Jade says to Ethan, so let me get this straight. You made up this Lake of Tears as part of a game you used to play with some finger puppets. So Ethan has now told Jade about the Lake of Tears. This is fantastic news. Now Jade is clued in about that. So key people are communicating essential information with each other. Ethan says it wasn't a game, it was a story. So once again, we've got games and stories. Is what's going on in this show functioning like a game or a story? I think it's both. Boyd uses game terminology, like he thinks it's a game, and I think it does function like a game. But Ethan talks about it like a story. I believe it's that too. So we've got that interplay between that. I really liked the references to the game and the story here. Jade says, okay, so you told the story about this lake, some finger puppets, and now what? You think the lake is here because your dad told you that you need to find it? So Ethan told him off screen that his dad appeared to him. His dead dad appeared to him. And Jade, of course, is going to believe him because Jade has seen so much weird shit. He's never going to be incredulous to anybody, which is fantastic. So he's definitely going to believe Ethan, which is so important. Now Jade knows that someone else has seen a dead person. Maybe he'll connect the dots and think, maybe this dead Tom I've been seeing isn't just in my head after all. Maybe he's not just a hallucination. He's a vision or some entity being sent to me for some purpose. I'm hoping that's the case. This is not just in their heads. I really think this is key that they shared this information, that Ethan shared this information with him. And now he knows about the Lake of Tears. That's excellent. So we've got key players. Now Boyd knows about Jade and Tabitha being reincarnated, and he believes them. Jade knows about Ghost Jim appearing to Ethan and the Lake of Tears, and he believes him. That's really good news. Jade is so smart, and for him to be clued in about this is really important. And Ethan says, maybe I didn't make it up. Maybe I just thought I did. You remember the red rocks we found at the settlement? My mom thought she made them up because she used to have nightmares about them. But the reason she saw those rocks was because they were here. Maybe it's the same with the lake. Maybe I used it in my story because it's real and I just didn't know. Bingo. That's it. He got it. He nailed it right there. He saw that in a vision because it's real and he just didn't know. I think he's right. I think Tabitha, it's the same kind of thing. Tabitha had a dream since she was a little girl about the red rocks and some entity making her scream, the totems, and it turned out to be real. Ethan thought that he made up the Lake of Tears. He probably didn't, and he dreamed about it. That dream wasn't just a dream, it was a vision that he had after he had a seizure. We know the seizures are connected to entities sending them messages. I think people don't think enough. Maybe now they do, but up until this point, I don't think people have given enough thought to the fact that Ethan had a seizure and then a dream that must mean something. And I've been talking about this for a long time, but people were not really focusing on it until now, until this has come back into the story. But I've been saying it for a while that it's got to mean something. Elgin had a seizure right after a dream of the boy in white, which was a premonition about this place. And it was the boy in white reciting the cicada nursery rhyme and probably a bunch of other stuff because it had to be way more extreme than just that. He started freaking out and threw up. Anyway, I could go on and on, but that was sent to him by the boy in white. That was a premonition. It caused him to have a seizure. Sarah went into a seizure at the tree when all the voices were screaming in her head. And she had a seizure when that message appeared on her arm. Some entity sent it to her. So people have seizures when some entity in this place connects with them and sends them some sort of message in their head, on their body, in the case of Sarah. And Ethan had the same thing happen to him. We just, we didn't get as much information about it until now. Now we're exploring it more. And so I think that was a vision of a real place. The Lake of Tears is real. And so Ethan is right on the money here. Now, whether or not it's a good thing and it can actually help heal his dad somehow and bring him back to life, that's a whole other story. I'm starting to think just over the course of this live now that Ghost Jim may have just been sent there to give him false hope on that front. Because I really can't imagine any situation, any scenario where Jim comes back from the dead. So this could be an evil entity sending Ghost Jim to Ethan to lead him astray, potentially. I'm not saying I'm committing to that. It's just something I'm thinking about. Because in the story, the Lake of Tears heals Norman, and now he goes from dead to alive. According to Julie, she says the secret fairies came from the Lake of Tears and healed Norman after the fact. But the story was already told, so which is it? Ethan says that you can't change the story once it's been told. Now all of a sudden he thinks you can because of the Lake of Tears? I don't know. Something is off here. He's got to commit to one or the other. These two stories are contradictory, or these two ideas are contradictory. So he asks Jade what he was doing at the Brundles. Jade says it's an old meditation technique. And Ethan wants to know why he was meditating. Jade says he was trying to remember something he used to know that could help them leave. Ethan says, so we're both looking for something that could help everyone. I love how they're making connections like this. This is what happens when you communicate with each other and you share information. You make vital connections. It's no accident that they're both looking for things that could help everyone right now. Their quests are now dovetailing. They're all kind of on their own quest, all these key players. And meanwhile, Victor has stopped behind them and found so he stops in his tracks and he looks down, and it's because he found none other than the yellow jacket discarded by the man in yellow. And there's a torch that looks like a torch laying right there, not just a regular stick. It looks like it was lit on fire. The end of it looks burnt, so it could be the torch. That's a big if. We don't know that for sure, but Victor looks at that and he is uneasy. He's triggered, and he's so triggered and terrified that he literally starts peeing himself right then and there. Jade and Ethan come back and notice it, and then a crow flies down, lands there right next to them, and starts cawing. So, there's another clue that potentially the crows could be trying to warn them, like this is something bad, this is a harbinger of evil. Either that, or they're part of the evil entity, and so they just kind of go hand in hand. I'm still not 100% sure which way to commit on that. So that's the second appearance of the crows in this episode.
How did it make you feel when you saw the crow there? What was your initial instinct that the crows are like, wah, wah,
Well, my instinct was, wait a minute, maybe I was wrong about the crows being evil and it's trying to warn them. It felt that way to me.
That's how it felt to you.
Yeah.
See, for me, it felt the opposite.
Yeah.
Every time I see the crows, for me, it's reinforced the like, oh, okay, yeah, they're bad.
Oh, okay. So this episode didn't change your mind.
No.
Okay.
Not as far as what the crows were doing.
Right. Yeah. So this did confirm, my prediction, regarding Victor and the man in yellow's jacket. I believed that that's a look of unease, not just surprise, but that he would be triggered by it. And he was, big time. I said in my predictions that it would be like Christopher's dummy, when Victor found that in the cave and he got so triggered, he went into a panic attack. The monsters don't scare him, they don't trigger him like that, but Jasper the dummy did, because Christopher probably tried to kill him as a kid, probably wanted to sacrifice him. And now this jacket is triggering him, because I think the man in yellow was a mole when Victor was a kid. So I think that's when he infiltrated the town looking like a normal man in a yellow suit, like Sophia is now, and Victor is going to start remembering. And I'm really hoping, for the sake of his life, that he doesn't remember everything, or that he didn't know everything, that he didn't know the man in yellow was a shape-shifting mole. And that way it could protect him, because if he remembers that or knows that and tells people, they could put pieces together about Sophia and start to question her, the nature of her. Since now his jacket's been discarded, knowledge comes at a cost, that phrase has turned up on the wall, and so things are recurring. I think this is probably something similar that happened when Victor was a kid, that the man in yellow, whatever entity he looked like before, I think he probably killed somebody to scare everyone. Obviously, Miranda didn't have her husband there, so it wasn't her husband, but somebody else. I think there was another scare tactic, and the man in yellow entity killed somebody and threatened everyone with that phrase, and then infiltrated the town dressed as an ordinary man in a yellow suit, which would explain why Victor is going to find a drawing that he buried of a smiling, normal-looking guy in a yellow suit. So I thought that was going to happen in this episode, but I think we'll probably get it in episode 4. And he'll dig that up, and he'll remember that this guy came to town, and they thought he was just a regular guy, and then everything went to hell. But maybe he didn't know the reason why, and exactly what the man in yellow entity was. because he's terrified of Christopher's dummy, and he still doesn't remember everything Christopher did. But if he remembers everything about the man in yellow, then he could definitely get killed off, which would be probably the worst death the show could possibly inflict on us.
To kill Victor.
Yeah, I think it would. It would be. So I'm hoping he doesn't remember everything. But when Sophia said that what happens next is always my favorite part, that implies that she's done this before, this exact thing, that she's infiltrated the town as a mole and acted as an agent of chaos and division and kind of encouraging them to tear each other apart. It's possible that they tore each other apart in other ways without her acting as a mole in every timeline, but I think she probably acted as a mole before in every timeline. And when she changed into Sophia and she told the pastor, I couldn't come to them as I was, not with everything they learned. So that means Victor probably might have recognized the man in yellow if he showed up looking like that. And specifically Tabitha and Jade, not with everything they learned, they just remember their past lives. So they might have remembered him from the 70s if he showed up like that. Maybe Sophia is someone they didn't really know. I don't know. Like, maybe Sophia used to be a person who lived there who they never really talked to. They don't have to, just because they lived there in every lifetime doesn't mean they had to have known every person. There are red shirts in Colony House they've probably never met. So Sophia could have been somebody from one of their past lives who they never really interacted with at all. So that's why I think he said, I couldn't come to them as I was, not with everything they learned. So they would have recognized him because he was a mole in the 70s, I think. So that's the end of that scene. We're not far from the end of the episode now. David says that's the crow and gold leaf. So David was mentioning that earlier, saying that he said something about, I think, where is it? So the crow is above a gold leaf, and he thought that it symbolized like the man in yellow, I think. So the crow is an evil entity. I forget. David says crow equals bird equals higher self standing over the yellow gold leaf. The man in yellow, the lower self. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Scarlet says the crow is saying, hey, the man in yellow is here. Take care. Maybe so. Martin says, I know you said ghosts can still have scars, Julie. I've never noticed that before. I don't watch horror. Only one I can think of is Nearly Headless Nick. Oh, yeah. I mean, look at the Headless Horseman ghost in, what is that called? Sleepy Hollow. You know, he's a ghost who is missing a head. So ghosts can have scars and wounds.
Who's terrorizing who?
Right.
Who was the guy who was being terrorized by the Headless Horseman? He was a teacher.
Yes, it was Ichabod Crane.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good cast.
Right. So, okay. David says, Ethan saw the lake in a dream, Victor in the 70s, and Jade in the OG cycle. Yeah, I think that's probably right, and maybe that's why Victor said water is creepy, because he knows something bad about the Lake of Tears.
So he did say generally water is creepy, not that water is creepy.
Right, he said just water.
I think adding like the wrong words.
Huh, yeah.
Like, I thought, same thing, I thought Man in Yellow said to Julie, where did you come from this time? But he said when.
Right.
So anyways,
Right.
continue.
David says, Ethan, Jade, and Victor is the best trio. Oh, yeah. I was psyched about that. Incognito says, rules like in a board game. For instance, snakes and ladders. Yes. There are definitely rules here like in a game. Okay. Anything else? All right, I think that's pretty much sums up that scene. And so Scarlet says, I think Man in Yellow didn't come to town because he had black teeth as well. He looks monstrous. I think that's just the result of no dentistry for 40 years. And, like, I think that's really what that is. He looks monstrous because he's been wearing the same suit for 40 years, and his teeth are all nasty and gnarly, and he's filthy because he hasn't bathed in 40 years or been to a dentist. Imagine what you'd look like. That's what I think. I think we're going to find out a lot next episode when Victor digs up that drawing. Samuel says, scientists think that crows are just curious about cause of death, like predators, rather than mourning. Oh. Some cultures believe that people started having funerals by observing crows. Oh, because they appear to be mourning. Interesting. Scarlet said crows do bury their own. Oh. They, that's cool. Yeah. Do they grab little shovels? That's cute. Scarlet said they stand by their dead comrades. Yeah, seagulls do that too. Seagulls mate for life, and I once saw a seagull standing next to its dead mate. That was heartbreaking. It kind of dampened the day at the beach that I was having. It was depressing as fuck. And made my mom cry, so she has more trouble letting go of that kind of stuff than me. I mean, it's sad, but you don't have to let it ruin your day. So, over at the Matthews house, Randall finds Brick's corpse, which is a total letdown. What a nothing burger. Who cares about Brick's corpse? They showed this in the trailer, and Randall jumps a mile, and they literally use it for 2 jump scares in the same scene. Come on, you're better than this. It's just dumb. He crawls around and he literally jumps twice when he sees this thing. I think it's in 2 different scenes, actually. The second one is in the next scene. Anyway, Kenny brings Sophia to Sarah's house to inflict her on poor Sarah, this evil thing. He says Sophia wants to live there with her, if that's all right. And poor Sarah, it looks happy that somebody actually wants to live with her. She's been the pariah all this time. Nobody wants anything to do with her. And I can't help but think that Sophia has evil designs on her doing this, specifically requesting to live with her. I think maybe she's worried that Sarah's going to sniff her out and she's got to keep a close eye on her. Sarah's connected to the spirits of the dead, I think, through the voices in her head, and one of them may warn her. One of them may tell her something. I think Sarah can hear both good and evil spirits in her head. I think some of the people who have died there, some of them are evil people, brought there by the Man in Yellow to do evil things. Hence why some of the voices in Sarah's head seem evil, but others have seemed helpful. So, I think one of those helpful voices, aka spirits of the dead, might tell Sarah something, and Sophia wants to watch her. So, yeah, look at this wolf in sheep's clothing. Just very bad news for Sarah. Do you think she's going to have another girls' night? She hasn't had a sleepover girls' night since the one with Christy that wound up leading to no more sleepovers ever after that, because Christy basically got roped into giving her permission to kill or try to kill Ethan. And ever since, Sarah's been the town pariah. So, and then back under the house, Randall finds the books, the Chromonokle and the Grand Gulagog. So those are the 2 best ones that are Ethan's favorites. We don't know anything about the Grand Gulagog, so hopefully now we'll find out something from why that book matters. And it
was all worth it, right? To go down there, right?
Oh, totally. Yeah. A couple of great cheap jump scares, and Randall risks his life for these 2 picture books.
Destroying our theory on Toby, which would have been way better.
Yes. Yeah. I think the theory I came up with on, that corpse being Toby, that Jade was going to see in a vision would have been a lot more interesting than Brick in the cheap jump scare. Nobody even cared about Brick. He wasn't there long enough for anyone to care about him or know him. So I found that to be really anticlimactic. And not just because my theory was wrong. You know, I don't have to be right all the time. I just thought it was a lame thing because nobody cares about Brick. I would have found it really interesting to see Toby come back into the storyline. But, oh well. And then Randall has this cheap jump scare again, a second one, where there's a rat who pops out at him from Brick's mouth, which we thought was probably Toby's mouth because Toby's missing a tongue, and this rat fits in there so nicely. But it wasn't to be. So much for that one.
Another brick in the wall, you know?
Yeah. It can be, you know, it's fun to make theories even when I'm wrong. It's okay. But I just wish that this were more interesting than this lame buzzkill. And he says, yeah, 2 jump scares on Brick equals lame-o. Exactly. NSB Girls Night, and it's an old man. Right? Amanda says the man in yellow just tossed his suit. Does that seem like he thinks this is the last time? Very curious. Could be. I mean, I think he's probably done this more than once. You know, this is the yellow suit was just his latest disguise. Freecut says it must have smelled great down there. Yeah, I can imagine. Jim acted like a crow squawking with Ethan. Yes, he did. He did that caw thing, you know, not really cawing, but like making bird noises like the Cromanockle might make. Because the Cromanockle, I think, is some kind of bird, actually, in the book. And a crow stood by Jim's grave. Yeah, it was interesting, David. And he says, gosh, how excited are we that Elgin changed his clothes? My word. That's great.
Smelgin.
Should have taken a bath in that old lake of tears. Maybe take a wash in the Brundles every now and again, Mr. MIY, nasty Mr. Funk, LOL. Yeah, the man in yellow should have definitely utilized that lake of tears for a bath once in a while. Yeah, he rivals Elgin. He rivals Smelgin with that nasty ass dirty suit, nasty grimy teeth. All right, anything else here?
If you were to speculate, where was the man in yellow all this time?
Where was? It's a good question. Where was he?
If he was drawn coming into town, okay, that's one thing, right? And then maybe that was a good person, and then, you know, he got taken over.
Yeah.
Are you telling me that the man in yellow just been chilling since 1978 in the yellow suit?
Yeah, that's a good question. And now we know that he has a corporeal form. He shapeshifts in a physical form. So where has that physical form been? I've always thought that the evil entity must be some kind of spiritual form that can just disappear and doesn't have to be there, you know, visibly. Yeah, but if he's a corporeal being, then where the hell was he all that time?
Where has he been hiding at?
That really good. I don't know, honestly. I really don't know. It's a good question.
Did the spider come down from the ceiling?
Maybe he's just been off. You know, we don't know how big this place is. Maybe he's been off in some other part of the woods all this time. Way deep in there. Maybe at the Lake of Tears. Who knows?
Just fishing at the Lake of Tears.
Yeah, maybe. Because this place is huge, so he could have been hiding out somewhere back there. Hey, Rose. Yes, still at it. It's been longer than I planned. Yeah. Off to bed. I will be going off to bed soon. We're getting close to the end now. David says the dead body was a useful distraction. Oh, you think so? From what? I mean, like
Ninja from what?
Yeah. From what? Annie says, sitting plotting, does the knowledge bust him out of some sort of dungeon? Yeah, maybe. A lot of people thought that he was released from somewhere. Like, he was trapped somewhere and the music set him free. And now he could come out among them.
Right,
But,
like, I can't believe you brought it back to town, that, all of that.
right. But he's so powerful. I find it hard to believe that he was locked away somewhere. So I think he might have been out in some other part of the woods and not trapped somewhere. That would be my guess. Martin says the motel that we can't see. That's a good guess. Did he not know where other outfits to change in? And then they finally gave him the location due to Victor going back and mapping stuff. Thanks.
He didn't have a stitch to wear.
Yeah, maybe. Incognito, thank you. You take care too. Talk to you later. Let's see. David says, I was thinking Man in Yellow gets reincarnated as well every cycle. And when he was talking to Jim on the phone, maybe he was still communicating from the real world. And he emerges for the massacre. Oh, it's a cool idea. David says that this corpse was a distraction for the fans to talk about why more important stuff goes unnoticed. Okay.
Filler.
Yeah. Martin says could be at the mountain that Victor mentioned. I think he sent the storm, so way out there. Right. Could be. Yes, Annie, I agree. Victor definitely knows his Man in Yellow form. It makes it seem like he was hiding from him mainly. Okay, so let's go on. I'm almost done. See, I should be just about done walking, so I need to wrap this up quickly. So Ellis and Fatima get home. She thanks him for helping her with the rage therapy and goes in the house. He says he's got to get ready for the food run. So he's going off to the cabins, getting ready to do that the next day. And so maybe she's not permanently broken. She looks lighter after she smashed those cars. She looks like it helped her. So she could be putting on a show, though, because she's hiding stuff from him. She's secretly working on something with Elgin. So she may... honestly, I think she's more broken than she appears here. She's putting on a show for Ellis. When she goes to see Elgin, kind of looks over her shoulder to make sure nobody's following her, all surreptitious, comes in this room, and he's got this giant-ass pile of dirt. He's really acquainted with dirt. I mean, this is nothing new for him. He's very comfortable rolling around in dirt.
No, it's not Linus. What's the dude's name on the Peanuts?
It was Pigpen. He'd be Pigpen. The dude finally changed his clothes, and now he's going to get them all filthy again. Into like a big mound of dirt. So she comes in, and she's like, it's me. She says, I did the best I could. Oh, he says, I did the best I could. Do you think it'll be enough? She says, it's a great start, but I think we're going to need more. More? Really? For what? I'm assuming she's going to make some kind of art to try to remember what she saw in her vision. What was this entity that turned the people into monsters? And she's going to try to figure that out. That's what I'm assuming.
It'll be a portrait of Doug.
Yeah, maybe so. So that's probably what she's trying to do. In the trailer, it shows her working with a giant mound of dirt, and it's all damp, kind of like clay. So she's going to work it into clay. So that's that scene. And then Tabitha and Henry get to the bottle tree. This was a scene that we saw in the trailer too. And I was hoping that she would tell him she was his wife in her past life in this scene, but she didn't. Hopefully that'll come later. That'll be interesting. But so they get there, and Henry says Victor told him this was where his mother was going when she died.
he says, this looks like, so this is important dialogue. He comes up to the tree, and he comes around to the front of it and looks at this hole. And he says, this looks just like the one she was making back home, except for this, looking at the hole in the tree. This is an answer to one of our questions. It's not very obvious. They put it in subtly, but this is an answer regarding the original bottle tree in Camden, I think. I think this is trying to tell us that that was not a faraway tree. There was no hole in the original bottle tree. So therefore it's not a faraway tree. That's what a lot of us wondered, because there was so much emphasis put on it. Tabitha was dying to see it. She was like, you've got to take me to it. They were on their way to see the original tree she made, which was a little bit out of town. And they were like one street over from it when they got in the accident that brought them back to town. And that's what fed into the theory that some force was trying to keep her from seeing that tree, keep them from getting there. And I think that it's probably not true based on this dialogue. Now, he could have been referring to the tree in the yard that had no hole in it, but I think that this was the writers trying to tell us that the other tree had no hole in it either. So, I think
we don't gotta worry about it, kind of thing.
So we can let that one go, because that's something that's bugged a lot of us. What was up with that other tree? They were trying to get there. Tabitha was like, you've got to take me there right now. And boom, they get taken back right when they were about to reach it. It seemed deliberate. Like some entity stopped them. But I think this is trying to tell us, no, that was not a faraway tree. And that never made sense to me anyway.
I think some entity did stop it, but like you're saying, this is saying like, hey, don't worry about that.
Yeah. Because I don't think that makes sense anyway. That was the real world. This is FROMland, and
the tree shouldn't go to the real world, should it?
Yeah, I don't think there are faraway trees with like this with a big hole in it that you can hop in the real world. So that makes more sense to me. Tabitha tells him she takes one look at it and tells him to go back to town. So she's about to just climb right in. He says that he had hoped she'd change her mind when they got here. He puts himself in her way and reasons with her really forcefully. He is not going to let her get in that tree and leave her kids, potentially orphan her kids. And she's like, it's okay. I left a note. I love his sarcasm. He's like, oh, you left a note. I'm sure they'll be just fine. Yeah, great parenting.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. She says finding the lighthouse could be what gets everyone home. He says, and if it's not, she says, then I don't know, I'll think of something else. He's like, not if you're dead. If you want to go through this tree, you'll have to go through me. Your kids need you, Ethan and Julie. I like how he specifically had to mention their names. Like, your kids need you, Ethan and Julie. Like, remember them? Your two kids in this lifetime. They need you.
Right.
She's too good at leaving her kids behind in every lifetime. This is a mistake she keeps making over and over again. And that's one of the things she needs to correct. She's being reincarnated because she keeps making mistakes. Well, Miranda left her two kids and she died that night trying to get to the tree. And now she's trying to repeat that mistake again, leaving two kids behind.
No.
So, yeah, she needs to stop making the same mistakes. And I think he's really serving a good purpose here, trying to help her. And he's doing it, I think, because he feels a protective instinct towards her. He doesn't know she's his wife from her past life, but he can sense that connection. He feels the connection with her, and he feels an instinct to protect her. He has from the beginning since they were in Camden, which I always thought was cool.
Souls drawn together kind of thing.
Yeah. So move over, Jade. Now it's gonna be a love triangle. It's gonna be Tabitha and her two husbands. She's got two now. It would have been three. It would have been even more crowded.
Maybe everybody's her husband based on all these generations.
Maybe. And and he doesn't want her to make the same mistake his wife did, leaving her kids behind, and she wound up dead. So, and little does he know, she's the same person too. So it's just so fitting that he's the one who stops her. I love how he puts himself in between her and the tree, and he literally covers the hole with his body. He covers the hole in the tree. Not going to let her pull a Dale. So, good for you, Henry. Like, this would have been a horrible mistake. We don't need to see this repeat itself.
We have concrete proof now.
Yeah, no, we don't need any more of those disasters happening. We've already got Dale in the wall. It's concrete Dale. We don't need any more of that.
Yeah, we only need one person getting plastered all the time, you know?
Right. So that, yeah. So let me go over to the chat really quick before we wrap up this scene with the boy in white and then finish the episode. Let's see. Samuel says, I liked the golem idea with Fatima and Smelgin with the dirt and clay. I thought the totems could be golems last year. Oh.
No, that's some good ideas.
Yeah. See, Amanda says, is she like a female Hades? Sorry if that is wrong. It is 6 a.m. It's 5:22 here. So Susie was talking about wait, what was she talking about? This one here. Erish Kegel? I don't know how to say that, but from the Sumerian texts. No, I've never heard of her. Hey there, welcome, Clanad. I was Clanad. I don't know how to say that, but I was scared.
Or you could be. Oh no, yeah, it could be Clan AD 88 888, brother.
Right. Welcome. I was scared Tabitha was going to push Henry into the tree. Oh man, that would have been terrible. Oh, that would have been a horrible ending for him. And welcome. Anybody new to the chat, please consider subscribing, trying to reach 3,000 subscribers by the end of season 4. And don't forget to like the stream. NSB says this is probably how Henry would have tried to convince Miranda if he came with her in Fromville. Yes, definitely. So I love that. So he's doing for her what he couldn't do for his wife because he wasn't there.
Nope.
You know, this is that's amazing.
It's like the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man.
Oh yeah.
Where he wasn't able to save Gwen Stacy, but he was able to save Mary Jane in the Homecoming or whichever one that was.
Right.
You know, it's in. Oh, sorry. I thought you were finished.
No, go ahead, Scarlett. What, I'm sure you know which one it was.
Oh no, I had a different thought about this because Henry's dealing with a wife and Boyd is dealing with a wife, and I thought it was interesting that these both happened in the same episode.
Oh,
right.
Boyd was dealing with Abby as Acosta, and Henry's here dealing with Tavi as Miranda, and they both lost their wives.
Right. And they're trying to save them from themselves.
Yeah, basically, that should have been there. It should have been Boyd saves Acosta from herself, and Henry saves Tabitha from herself.
Right, like the synopsis said about Boyd and Acosta. Yeah. So yeah, this is really beautiful actually that he gets to do this for Tabitha when he couldn't do that for her in her previous life as his wife because he wasn't there. He didn't get to do that. He didn't get the chance. So that's really cool. Maze, yes, 40 plus years in the same yellow outfit. Ouch. Yeah, what a terrible fate man in yellow has been experiencing. A terrible life.
Yeah, he was ready to metamorphosize into something else, huh?
Yeah, even this homely dress and, this homely, sister wife dress.
Yeah, maybe that's why the crack was so dark, you know what I'm saying? If you know what I mean.
Oh, I don't know.
No, you didn't see that shot?
Oh yeah, it was dark. I tried not to look too close.
There may have been some residue.
Right. Scarlet said, colony house residents, hey, that attic room is pretty large. Maybe we could sleep 5 people up here. Fatima, you can't. This is for my dirt. That's great. She's going to mark veggie people, hiding her dirt away. Henry taking on the role of Jim. Yep, I can see that. NSB. Okay, so let's move on to the boy in white portion of the scene. We're almost done. His spare clothes are sexy. What? Which spare clothes? Gladness. So then the boy in white shows up. I found it really fascinating that the boy in white allowed both of them to see him. He has the ability to have, he has selective visibility. So he didn't have to let Henry see him. He appeared once to Sarah and Boyd in season 1, and only Sarah could see him and hear him.
Yep.
Boyd couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
He spoke to Sarah in her head, and Boyd couldn't even see him. But he let Henry see him for some reason. He let both of them see him, which I thought was really odd and interesting. So it's very clear that Henry can see him. Tabitha says, why are you here? Why do you look so different? Again, with the why do you look so different? Oh my God. I just rolled my eyes at that. And I was just flabbergasted at how he looked myself. Oh my God. And how he sounded.
Mm-hmm. He's like, everything's changing.
He's,
like my voice.
He's like, those are the wrong questions. What the fuck? That was creepy. His voice is creepy as fuck. And it doesn't even sound natural to me. I mean, it doesn't sound just like, oh, his voice changed and he sounds like a man now. It sounds weird to me. I don't know why. His voice just didn't sound normal. It was just bizarre. And his face looked weird. It almost looked like they did something to his face to try to de-age him, and it didn't work very well. I don't know. There's just something off, like some wonky CGI on his face trying to de-age him, some wonky AI. It didn't work. He doesn't look that much younger. He looks way the hell older than season 3 even, and he was a lot bigger then too. Anyway, that was distracting. Tabitha says, will that tree take me back to the lighthouse? So there you go. There's one of the right questions. That's a good question. Boy in white answers her. He says, I don't think so. Okay, so that's something. He at least answered the question. So he doesn't even know for sure. That I find that odd. Is he full of shit? Because I've been thinking that the boy in white controls where the trees go. But maybe he doesn't control where they go. Or he's just lying. But he says, I don't think so. He's not sure. She says, you don't think so? You told me it was the only way. And remember, he pushed her out of the lighthouse and said, I'm sorry, this is the only way. And boy in white says, it was, but that was before.
This is now.
Okay, so she says, you need to stop talking in riddles.
Yeah, no kidding.
And so what does that mean? It was, but that was before. Well, first, let me say his last line. He says, you're getting so close now, but I'm afraid you're running out of time. That's ominous. Now, what did he mean? It was, but that was before. I think, what did he mean when he first said it? It was the only way, not to get everybody home or save the children, but at the time, it was the only way for her to start remembering who she is. It's the only way. She also, so she got out there, she met Henry, she saw the paintings with all her memories from her past lives, and I think that's what he wanted. That's what he intended. It was the only way for her to remember. So he says it was, but that was before. So he's not saying that, it's a bait and switch. Like, okay, that was the way home or the way out. That was the answer, but now it's not anymore. I think he is talking in riddles. I think what he means is it was the only way at the time for what she needed to do then, which was remember who she is. That was the next step on her journey to finding a way out, a real way out for everyone. And and that was before. It was the only way at that point in her journey. Now it's not the only way anymore. It's not the way out. She's remembered who she is. That step is done. She doesn't need that anymore. She doesn't need the lighthouse anymore. That's not the way anymore. That was the way at that point in her quest. So I think that's what he means. And he later referenced the same phrase, the only way, when he was talking to Victor. Victor says, like, why won't you tell me anything? And the boy in white said, I tried with Christopher. He said, I think you need to learn for yourselves. It's the only way you'll understand. So that's a big clue as to what the only way meant back with Tabitha. It's the only way you'll understand. You need to learn for yourselves. He pushed her out because it was the only way. She had to go learn for herself who she is. She had to go learn for herself and figure out who she was in her past lives. It's the only way she'll understand. So she had to go look at pictures, look at paintings with memories from her past lives, meet her husband from a past life. It's the only way she'll understand. It's the only way, this will work out better than it did last time, rather than him just feeding her the answers. So that's what he told Victor, that it didn't work with Christopher. I tried with Christopher. So he gave Christopher answers, in other words, and it didn't work well. So anyway, so decoding the boy in white's cryptic language is not easy. He doesn't give us much, so we have to really dissect every word. And then he said, you're getting so close now, but I'm afraid you're running out of time. So there's a clock ticking on this now that the man in yellow has infiltrated the town as Sophia. That's why they're running out of time. This is escalating. And once this part happens, they tear themselves apart, and it ultimately will culminate in a full town massacre if they don't figure this out fast enough. They're getting close. So he gave us some hope there. They're getting close now, but they're running out of time. So they need to do better. They need to move faster.
Well, you know what would help with that?
What?
If they got some better direction from somebody who knows, aka the tween in white.
Yeah, maybe. I think that there's only so much he can tell them. He knows stuff about their past lives, but I don't think he knows exactly how they can escape. And so he
could tell them, hey, yo, last time there was this like shape-shifting motherfucker, so watch out.
Yeah.
Just an idea.
Yeah, he could do that. But I think he's probably constrained by rules like a game. And so there's only so much he can tell them. He's limited. And he's not as powerful as the man in yellow entity, in my opinion. I don't think he is. So his hands are kind of tied. Sarah once said that I don't think he's really a boy. I think he's trying to help, but he doesn't know how.
And he's trapped here like us.
Right. So yeah, I don't think he can help as much as he would like to. I think he wants to help. I think he wants to make all of this stop, and he's trying to. And he tried and really screwed up badly in the 70s with Christopher. I don't know why he told Christopher to go through the tree and save the children instead of Miranda. Miranda saw visions of this place and believed that it was her destiny to go to this place and save the children. So why did he tell Christopher and not her? And Christopher snapped. He gave Christopher too much information. He was unstable and he snapped. So he messed up really bad. So clearly he's made a lot of mistakes, and he doesn't really know how to help, but he's trying. And I think.
So you don't think that was a setup?
No, I don't think that was a setup. I don't think it was. I know it looks bad, but I don't think it was a setup. And yeah, he's just he's an enigma, but I don't think he knows exactly how they can win this, how they can figure all this out. I think he just knows all the ways it's gone wrong in the past, and he knows about their past lives, but he doesn't know how they can fix this in the end. So he could give them more information about the past, which could potentially help, but maybe his hands are tied and he can't tell them too much. If he gives them too much knowledge, that could come with a price too. You know, if he tells them too much, the man in yellow could, you know, come after them.
Not killing all of them.
Yeah. So there's also that. So at that point, then they hear Victor, they hear Ethan yelling Victor's name, and the boy in white disappears. Tabitha and Henry run in that direction where they hear the sound, and they find Victor in full meltdown. Ethan is very upset, and Tabitha hugs him. Henry goes to Victor, and he is just a total mess. He's crumpled against a tree, trembling and whimpering. And Henry is trying to get him to talk to him. And Victor says, I told myself it wasn't real. It wasn't real. It wasn't real. It's the man in yellow's jacket has him completely fallen apart. Henry hugs him and comforts him, and he's an absolute mess. So Victor must remember horrific things that happen related to the man in yellow now. So I worry about him regarding Sophia. I really do. Like, he seems to remember a lot. We'll find out in episode 4. Hopefully he doesn't remember too many specifics. That's all I can say.
Maybe he remembered like what all happened in 78, huh?
I think he remembers a lot at this point. He, you know, related to the man in yellow, he is absolutely petrified. And while this is going on, Jade spots some mushrooms, and it's a particular type. I forget what the name of it is, but it's a particular type of mushroom that has hallucinogenic properties.
You know, those look like the ones we walked past a couple times in the park.
Yeah, they kind of do, don't they?
Oh.
There are a bunch of mushrooms in a park in town here that kind of look like that.
Local YouTuber.
So there we go. Jade has his magic mushrooms, and he's gonna go on his vision quest and remember his past lives. Finally, it's coming. I think it's coming in episode 5, which is titled "What a Long Strange Trip It's Been."
Wait, you said Jade is coming? Oh. You know I'm right here, right?
Yeah. So that's gonna be exciting. I can't wait to see him trip on mushrooms and remember that all those dudes with those horrific fates in his visions are him in past lives. That's going to be epic. I think episode 5 is going to be epic because that should be when he does it. I think that's what it says in the episode description. Jade and Boyd go on a mind-bending search for answers. Mind-bending. And the episode is What a Long Strange Trip It's Been.
Mm-hmm.
So it's happening. Episode 5 is going to be amazing. That plus the Scarecrow Massacre. Demonic Kool-Aid Man's coming. It's going to be amazing. Oh, I cannot wait for that episode. And that's going to be the midpoint of the season, though. So I don't want to rush it too much. We still have episode 4 to get through first. Yeah. So this episode, you know, it had some issues with some filler in it, but it really ended strong. These last few scenes ended extremely strong. Recon says Sophia is 16 to distract the boy in white from what he's meant to be doing. LOL. Oh, man. Yeah. Hey, Zoomerwaffen. Welcome. Hello from lovers. Hello to you. Don't forget to hit the like button on the way in. We're just about to cover the last scene and close it down. And it looks like I'm going to be eating my words because we're almost at the 7-hour mark. And I said we weren't going to do 7 hours. Oops. Oops, I did it
What
again.
did I tell you at the beginning?
You said it was going to be 7 hours.
Mhm.
I did it again. Oops. I didn't mean to. I really didn't. Okay. What the hell is going on? Hold on a second.
What happened?
I need to just deal with something. Just give me a sec. I have
Oh
to,
my god. Are
yeah,
you serious?
yeah. I have to refresh my YouTube tab so that I can.
Did you?
I think or maybe I can do it in StreamYard.
See, boom. Okay, that's gone.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, I could have done it in StreamYard. I don't know what I was. I don't know what I was doing. I forgot for a second because I almost never have to do anything.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry guys, I'm speaking in riddles. Anyway, go over to the chat really quick before we do the last scene and close it down. NSB says maybe because Brian White is also a child, so he's making child mistakes. Yeah, that could be. That's a great point. He's also, I mean, Sophia said I don't think he's really a boy, but maybe he's making childlike mistakes because, you know, he's sort of a childlike entity, even though he's not a living child, if that makes sense. Hey, Man in Black.
Victor or sorry, I was distracted. Victor or the man in white?
The boy in white.
The man in white.
Yeah, boy in white. Man in Black says, I made it. Yeah, that's him giving up on her. Him giving up on her. Who's giving up on whom? We might have missed something in the chat. Maybe boy in white? I don't know. Recon says, not asking the right questions was the writer saying, fuck you to the audience. Maybe, you know, you're asking the wrong questions. That could be. The writer is kind of looking at us in that moment. Okay. What else is here really quick? The last time they met, he pushed her out of a lighthouse. He is a bad kid. NSB. Yeah, I know it looks that way. I know it looks bad, but I do think it was with good intentions or helpful intentions, I'll say. I don't think he's a good entity per se, ambiguously good at best, because I think he does Machiavellian things when necessary. The difference now is she remembered herself. Right, David, she remembered on her own. Benjamin says, boy in white annoys me. Yeah, I know. A lot of people had that reaction to him in this episode. Like, we're just fed up with the boy in white not giving up more answers and being so cryptic. I understand. It's frustrating, but I really do have to defend him. I think he is trying to help as best he can. David says before she didn't know she was Miranda and had been coming back for centuries. Right. Let's see. I think it was more about the faraway trees not working, not the lighthouse. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that could be why. Like, maybe the lighthouse is still important, but the faraway tree isn't the way to get there. Stelio says the show is all to teach Tabitha how to be a good mother. Yeah, she clearly needs it. Maybe that's the whole thing, is just to try to teach her in every lifetime how to be a better mother. Amanda says the boy in white could have said something right as he pushes her out and she's falling. Example, go find so-and-so. You will be back. Bring me some long pants. Those are all better statements than, I'm sorry, this is the only way. Yeah, that's very true. And he says with all the time frame stuff, it seems the town operates on time specifics. Things clearly happen in a specific time frame. So words like cycles, time, this part. The story walking can do it, but can't change anything. Right. I don't know what timelines things have to happen, but there is a clear, this has to happen in a specific way. So what I think he means about the tree is time's up. Right. Yes, you're running out of time. Good point. Him using the word time like that. Absolutely. Time is a huge element here.
I mean, for me, time won't give me time.
Right. Yep. Time won't give them time. Annie says, "Man in yellow is here. You cannot escape now. It's eating time." Yeah. Yeah. It's time for him to kill everyone, or let everyone tear each other apart, and then he feeds on them. That's what he's hoping for. Okay. Scarlet says, Victor pisses himself, and yet they take the object of his pissing inside, namely the yellow suit. They learned nothing because they took Smiley inside and all hell broke loose. Great point.
Wow.
They're going to be bringing that yellow that suit jacket in the sheriff's station. It's in one of the press photos, or no, it's in the trailer rather. Yeah, that's probably a bad idea. Yeah, Scarlet is heading to bed. Good night. Almost done now. Stelio says, "I wonder what the crows will help with that will cause the scarecrows to come into the show. Why else would there have to be giant scarecrows? Right. Unless the scarecrow is a vision to help them look at the crows." Yeah, that's a great point, crows coming in because the crows the crows are helpful and they're trying to warn people now. Could be. Maybe the crows are going to keep trying to warn people to show up whenever Sophia is doing something evil and trying to wreak havoc.
Oh crap! I'm also not in the stream. Okay.
Oh, you fell off the stream?
I guess.
Oh.
I got pushed out of the lighthouse.
Benjamin says the Scarecrow episode will probably be my favorite. I think so. Yeah, I am so looking forward to it.
Pillow fists for everyone.
Yes, pillow fists. Amanda says, but it isn't 9 hours. Right. We're not doing 9 hours tonight. So at least I won't look that ridiculous, but I said it wasn't going to be 7. I really believed it wouldn't be. I didn't think I had it in me tonight. JH Review says, "Trash and White. I'm done with him." I don't blame you. I understand the anger and the frustration being fed up with Boy in White by the fandom and the creators like JH Review here. I totally get it. So.
Oh my god. Yeah, you know what happened?
What happened?
I accidentally left I set my phone down on the coffee maker, and then it automatically turned on. So I'm like, why isn't this on? And the iPhone is like, yo, I'm a little too hot right now. I was like, oh fuck.
Oh.
Over there cooking my iPhone.
Oh no, that's bad. Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah, it'll be all right. I hope.
MG, no, I didn't have a chance yet to check my DMs on Facebook. But I'll take a look before we close down the stream about that. We explain the marks on the tree trunk we were confused about on the watch party chat from the previous episode. Okay, I'll take a look right before we end the stream. When Ethan and Ghost Jim were talking, okay. Samuel said people are getting smothered by those pillows. Yeah, it's happening. I still find it hard to imagine how the scarecrows are going to kill everybody with those pillow fists.
Yeah, well, like I told you, if they're able to come busting through a log cabin, like the way it is in the trailer or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, imagine being, instead of it punching the log cabin, it punches your face. I mean, I think that's gonna hurt.
Yeah, that's definitely a powerful
pillow,
entity. Yeah. Daryl says Tabby's lovers and sons all together. Yeah, that's right. In this scene, she's got Jade, Henry, Victor, and Ethan all together. That's right. I hadn't even clocked that.
And potentially Jim like hovering around there, right? In the ethereal plane. Like, whoa.
Wow. Look at this. In this one shot, you have Tabitha, her 2 remaining husbands, and her 2 sons from 2 different lifetimes. All that's missing is Julie and Eloise wherever she is, because I think she's alive.
Yeah.
And Jim, because he's dead.
Wow, and you know what? And drawing that comparison right now, doesn't that mean that maybe if Julie can story walk, can't Eloise?
Yeah, could be. Yeah, I've wondered about that. Maybe.
And maybe Eloise figured it out, and that's why she hasn't been found, because she went to a different time where she don't need to be found.
Yeah, I've thought of that too. I wondered that. Yeah. Maybe she's a story walker too. They've all lived inside her one way or another. Oh man, NSP. That's good. That is amazing. Yeah, that's true. Wow. MG had another comment. 2 husbands, 2 sons. Got a whole messed up extended family. Indeed. One hell of a messed up family tree. Annie says it takes a new meaning. I said teen and white. His coconuts dropped. Oh my god, yeah. Yeah, they did. Susie said, I'm sure 100% those are Liberty Cap mushrooms. Okay. Yeah, and I watched Geek Academy's video, and he identified some type of mushroom that I can't remember the name of. It might have been that, and said that it's got some kind of hallucinogenic properties. So Susie says, not because I'm a weirdo, but I try to do some foraging, and you really have to know your shit to not die. Yes, definitely. You could die eating the wrong mushrooms, indeed.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I'd be terrified. I wouldn't want to take the chance. Cilio says, I just hope the payoff is better than Lost was. Yes, I know that was polarizing and not everybody liked it. I liked it. I liked the ending of Lost, but I understand not everybody was into it. Amanda says, Julie, I was bragging about you the other night. You cover so much, interact with everyone, do your treadmill, all with pain. Aw, you are so awesome. Thank you. That's very sweet of you to say. That means a lot. And I started the stream in pretty horrific pain, but I've been able to keep going because I have had a reduction in pain during the stream. So, it's not easy, but it does help. This is a form of therapy for me. So thank you. And I hope you have ways to manage your pain that work for you, Amanda, because I know you live with a lot too. So all right. So Stelio says about Eloise, sounds good to me, or even that she had nobody to pull her out, so she was stuck story walking. Right. Imagine, I wonder how long that could go on. Like, how long could she be laying there having like an extended seizure? Could it actually go on for years? That's the issue with story walking. If she got stuck story walking, I mean, is it possible to do it for an extended period of time when her body is going to be laying there in a seizure? That's the issue that I have trying to make theories on that sort of thing.
Right.
Well,
maybe through the books that she got, maybe she'll figure out how to do it and not be in a seizure.
Yeah.
Maybe she'll be able to figure out like how to leave her whole self, take her whole self with her. Or something along those lines. And then that might explain, like, that's what Eloise did. She became a story walker, and she figured out a way to do it to where it's like, whoop, you go there, versus like, I'm in 2 places at once.
Yes. I think that actually could happen because Boyd has already done it. Boyd has already gone into that dungeon without going into a seizure.
Yep.
He physically went there.
Right.
He went in there originally through the faraway tree, and then he went back in with a torch.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe there's a way for Julie to physically do it too, and she just has to figure out how to do it, and maybe she'll figure it out using those books she just got. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that way Eloise could be off story walking too and not having a seizure somewhere, because there's no way that you could do that for an extended period of time while your body's having a seizure. You'd eventually just die.
Right.
The seizure would probably just kill her eventually.
Mhm.
And she's also helpless when she's having a seizure, so the monsters could get her at night.
Right. So maybe she'll figure that out, and maybe she'll come across Eloise in some different time.
Right.
And then maybe Julie will be gone so long that when she comes back, her hair will be different, even though she's in our current timeline. And they'll be like, what happened? You look so different.
Right.
Oh, I got a haircut in 1956.
Right. And here I've been thinking that future Julie probably had somebody pull her out of the ruins, and that's how she disappeared from the Man in Yellow scene. But maybe she figured out a different way to story walk where she wasn't having a seizure.
Yep. You just talked yourself into a better theory.
Yeah. I like it. Amanda, that is so true. You do not have to share blood to be a family. 100%. And this has been a much better family than the one I was born into. And I'm not talking about my actual mom, but just my extended family. My extended family, they don't give a damn. And this family, this amazing group of people actually cares. So that's absolutely true. Blood doesn't always make family. So anyway, yes, NSB. I'm sure you're getting a lot of adrenaline or serotonin from this, which helps with pain, right? Absolutely. Absolutely, those things help with pain, and I do get that. Yes, MIB, I think there's got to be some rules for her power. Yes, I agree. There have to be some story walking rules. Susie, thank you for dropping my Discord link. So if you're not in the Discord, there's the link. It's also in the description of this stream, and we do the watch parties every Saturday night at midnight Eastern for the new episodes. Stelio says it's more how the story started wrapping up. It wasn't one thing. It was a combination of events that took the show into not Seriousville. Oh, okay. Not Seriousville. Okay. So, you don't like how it's wrapping up, it sounds? Amanda says, I am new for your channel, but you are one of 2 families that I am a part of. I understand the pain, changing from hour to hour. I regret allowing the doctors to fuse my lower spine. Oh, man, Amanda, I feel you. I regret getting my spine fused, and I was just a 14-year-old, so I didn't have any power over it. And I think that it caused a lot of problems. I've had chronic back pain for over 20 years since that surgery. And now I have all this other pain, and maybe it's related somehow. Who knows? The debilitating pain is not my back, but still, it could be related.
Yeah, the jury's still out on mine.
Right? Yeah, Carl's back is fused too. Carl's spine is fused as well. I was 14, Amanda. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry you went through that too. It's a horrible surgery. Horrible. I would advise everyone to avoid spinal fusion if you can. Just avoid it if at all possible. Hopefully Carl doesn't have horrible effects from it like we did.
Well, the lapidectomy part was also important too. So that's separate separate from the actual fusion itself.
Right.
Fusion was for the bulging discs, and then the lapidectomy was the calcification of the nerves coming out of each vertebrae. That potentially leads to paralysis. You can't allow that.
Yeah, Carl had to have other stuff done, so he didn't have a choice.
Right, just like yours, it was like, oh, this thing, your spine's going to turn into a question mark. It's like, expert tells you what are you supposed to do?
Right, you just have to listen.
Right, exactly.
Welcome, La Flama Blanca.
Oh, let me see. What is it?
Is it the Black Flame?
Where? Let me see. Oh, La Flama.
Flama.
It's a white flame.
Oh, white. La Flama Blanca. Welcome.
It's sort of Spanglish-nized La Flama.
Okay.
Okay. They're not flames, they're llamas.
Oh.
Porque si estás en las llamas means you're in the flames. Me están quemando las llamas. Las llamas de mi amor para vos siempre estarían calientes.
What does that mean?
Let's see if somebody's able to translate that.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. Flama says, I don't think Henry survives. Oh, I hope not. I hope nothing happens to Henry. That would be devastating. Man in Black, my episode 3 review is going to take a few days. Man in Black says, I only have one hype remaining. Well, if you can hold on to that and reserve it, it is coming, but it'll take me a few days to make it. I'm going to start working on it tomorrow. So today I started with making my notes. Tomorrow I'll start writing the script. And it usually takes me at least 2 days, maybe 3 days to make it and release it. So yeah, if anyone has hypes that you want to give to the channel, instead of hyping this live stream, I would ask that you wait and save it for the episode 3 breakdown that's going to be out in a few days. Maybe my goal is to have it out Thursday if I can. I'm trying to do it sooner than Friday. Last week it took me until Friday to finally get a video released. So and Friday, that was only part 1. It was part 1, and it was my ghost gym theory. This time, I'm just making one video this week, and hopefully I can get it done by Thursday. Gonna try. Yeah, Amanda, try not to have your upper spine fused. I would definitely advise not doing it. But I'm not a doctor, so I can't give medical advice. But that would be my advice, to try to avoid it. Stronger Every Day says, this got me through my night shift. Cool. Well, I'm glad we could help. Glad we could help with the third shifters and the FROMsomniacs here. Susie, sigil. I forget what sigil. Susie said, did my sigil work for your pain some? Sigil. I'm trying to think now. It was a seal, sign, symbol, or seal used in magic to represent a specific intention.
Like your family sigil, your family crest, something along those lines.
Oh, okay.
Did she tell you to draw it somewhere or put it somewhere?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh.
Yeah, Susie, let me know what you meant by that. I'm not sure.
Did she send it to you in Discord?
Yeah, maybe she sent me something that I overlooked. I'm sorry, Susie. Amanda says, I had a temporary and permanent TENS unit, and that whole ordeal was a nightmare. Fromally, please be careful when thinking about any surgeries. Oh, God. I'm currently hoping that I can get an implant, a minor surgery, just to put an implant in that can stop pain signals from going down my legs. And it's only a minor thing. I don't even know if I'm a candidate for it. So I'm hoping that's not, dangerous. Amanda had a temporary and a permanent TENS unit, and that was a nightmare. Oh, now that makes me kind of worried about that thought, about that potential surgery. Shit. Anyway, we'll see you later, Benjamin. We have one more scene to break down. Wouldn't wish back surgery or spine issues on my worst enemy, right, Samuel? I wouldn't either. Oh, Susie said I made a spell for you at the beginning of the live. You did? When was this? This live? I missed it, Susie. I'm sorry. I'll go back and look at it. I'll go back and look at the chat. If it was at the beginning of this live, then I'll go back and look at the replay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to overlook that. That's very sweet of you. Very sweet of you, Susie. I appreciate it that you care that much. I hope you're doing well with your back pain. So we got the final scene here. It was featured in the trailer, and Boyd walks up to Abby's grave to talk with her, which he's been doing since season 1. It's been a recurring deal. And he goes and talks to Abby here. Way out of town where she's buried off in a field alone since she shot up the place. I'm sure that they buried her alone. He sits down and he says, things are changing. I am changing. I've done some things recently. I've said some things. I don't know if I like who I'm becoming, but I don't know who else to be. Tabitha and Jade, if what they're saying, what they remember, if it's true, it feels like for the first time we're close to something. But none of it matters if I can't hold these people together. If I lose these people right now, I could really use some help. I don't know if there's anything you can do, but if you can hear me. So he's worried that he's going to lose, their faith and their trust. And this place is going to fall apart. His secrets could come out. They could find out that he tortured Elgin, and, they've already been losing faith in him. So that could be really problematic. So I'm sure he's thinking about that here. He knows that he's changing and not for the better. And this is him reflecting on it. This place is trying to turn him into a monster. Acosta wasn't all wrong when she said he's a monster. He is breaking bit by bit morally. His moral compass is breaking. Ghost Khatri pointed that out, that if he tortures Elgin, then this place has won. And he did torture him. It could have been worse, but he did torture him. And I wouldn't say this place has won, but it's definitely continuing to break Boyd bit by bit. And Khatri said that means this place is trying to change him. What does it mean to break a person? It means to change them, to change their moral compass. So Khatri's words to Boyd kind of outlined that for us in season 3 in 2 different scenes. And he pointed out that Boyd's judgment was compromised when he was trying to catch a monster. He was planning on catching a monster, and that was not good judgment. That was not Boyd's normal judgment. So Khatri pointed to that as evidence that this place is breaking him. And then this moral issue of torturing Elgin. So, Boyd is now traveling down that path where the place is trying to turn him into a monster like it does to every helpful person, so that they can't be of service here, helping people survive, helping people try to escape. The evil entity targets helpful people the most because it's trying to prevent those things from happening. It makes sense. And Boyd is the most helpful one of all, so that's why he gets targeted the most. And once people get broken down and turn into figurative monsters, the cycle is complete. It's just like the origin story where people were turned into literal monsters. That's the whole playbook of this place. So Boyd is reflecting on that. He knows that he's becoming a monster. He knows that he's breaking, and he's reflecting on it here. So for people who don't think that he is, Boyd himself knows it. That's why he's saying it here. So this is kind of vindicating for me, as it's underlining what I've been saying about Boyd. And I'm not saying it because I'm against Boyd or I'm anti-Boyd. I'm team Boyd, but he's been making some mistakes, in my opinion, and some morally questionable things, and like torturing Elgin and threatening him. He says, I've done some things, I've said some things. So meaning he's tortured Elgin, and he threatened to put Elgin in the box. He threatened to accuse Elgin of something he didn't do, murdering Tilly, and then put him in the box. So he's referring to those things in his head when he says he's done some things and he's said some things. And he doesn't know if he likes who he's becoming, but he doesn't know who else to be, because this place is putting him between a rock and a hard place. So what else was he supposed to do? He thought his daughter-in-law was about to die. He felt desperate, and this place put him in that position on purpose so that he would do something morally out of character and torture Elgin. The voices in Sarah's head taunted him, said that you're not going to get to her in time, and we're laughing. So it was all orchestrated. He's been between a rock and a hard place. It's not like this was an easy thing for him, the stuff that he did that was wrong. So So anyway, that's just reflecting on the theme of this place breaking people, turning people into monsters, and Boyd in particular. And then he's asking for help, and the Abby voice talked to him once before through Sarah as like a kind of medium. I think it was really the spirit of Abby. And she said, "Tell Mr. Fish and Loaves I was wrong. There are things out here worse than the monsters, and they shouldn't have gone out to the woods." I think he might have reflected and wondered if that really was Abby because of the Mr. Fish and Loaves. Nobody else knew that was her nickname for him. That was his nickname in the army, I mean. And she knew it. I mean, nobody knew it but her and Ellis, and somehow Sarah said that to him. So maybe he reflected and wondered, maybe Abby can do something to help him. And so he's there asking for her help. Like, maybe she could send him some kind of sign. And he believed that the jukebox song, "If I Had a Boat," was a sign from her that he should go out in the woods and try to find a way out. So once again, he's asking for her help, and he leans back, and he gets more than he bargained for. He gets not one but two helping hands grabbing him up from the grave. Two helping hands actually fulfilling his request in a way he didn't anticipate. Grabbing him, and he freaks out. He jerks himself free, and we can't see it here, but in the trailer, on one of the hands, God, those are mannish hands. My God, those are manly hands. As he pulls himself up out of the ground, in the trailer, one of the hands you can see has a wedding band on it. I don't have the shot right here, but one of the hands has a wedding band, and I do think Boyd is going to find that ring, and we'll see it in the next episode. The ring from the trailer that has the infinity symbol engraved inside of it. So he jumps up, he looks down, and the hole in the ground is gone. So the whole thing was just another weird ass Ghost Abby vision, and he wasn't asleep. This is just a waking vision, like his other Ghost Abby visions, just way more hands on. She never grabbed him before. But visions and apparitions can interact with the physical world here. They've done it before. Whatever the boy in white is, he's been wet before from rain. He can grab people. He pushed Tab out of the lighthouse. So, yeah, that was a weird scene. But I would just call that another Ghost Abby vision that was extra hands-on, literally. And just to mess with his head. And yeah, now I think he's gonna probably find the ring on the ground, and we'll discover that in the next episode. And he'll be wondering, like, what does this mean? What does the infinity symbol mean? And I saw an interesting theory that maybe the Ghost Abby entity is evil because she did something horrible and was broken by the place before she died. She killed all those people, and the place broke her. So after death, the man in yellow evil entity can use her for evil purposes. So I thought that was cool. Maybe that's right. Maybe that's why she seems so evil. Or she's just an apparition. Maybe she's not the actual spirit of Abby, but she's just an illusion generated by the evil entity to screw with Boyd. I think some of the apparitions are real spirits. Like, I think Ghost Khatri and Ghost Jim potentially could be a real spirit of the dead. But Ghost Abby, I don't know. She may just be an illusion of the evil entity, or she's the real Abby, but she's forced to be used for evil purposes because of what happened to her, because how this place broke her. So anyway, those are my thoughts on that scene. That concludes episode 3. Good morning, Joe still knows. I think the stuffed monsters will be Jade tripping off of the monsters. Oh, sorry, of the mushrooms. Oh shit. Imagine if the scarecrow monsters are just an acid or a mushroom trip. That would be a big letdown. I hope not. But I could totally see that.
They didn't exist, or what do you mean?
Like they didn't exist. You know, that's what she's saying, I think. But I doubt it. I don't think they're gonna. Imagine if they go that route and they're not even real.
I mean, the attack could be a vision, right? But then there's also a scene where it looks like in the daytime they find them in the ground. Yeah.
It looks like they find them. Yeah, I don't think it's that. Ellis is in the shot too, and Tabitha is as well. So it can't be just a vision from a past life. Telio says, excuse me, I'm losing my voice. I like this stream. I can't catch it when you start, but you go on so long that I wake up and listen to this getting ready for work. I'm currently at work. It's becoming a habit. Thank you. I'm trying to stop doing this and being on here all night. Get on earlier and then end earlier.
I'm trying that hard.
It's just, I don't know why I keep getting pulled into doing it. Good morning, Michelle. But I'm glad you like it, and thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it. I don't know how to say this without butchering your name. Eclavia. Welcome. Sophia is so fine. She is beautiful. Recon, he jerks himself free. I guess that's one way to say it. I guess I use some colorful terminology there. Amanda says, before getting your next procedure / surgery, let's talk. Yeah, I definitely would have to reflect on any kind of risks before I do even any minor procedure. That's for sure. I would definitely chat with you. Your live streams are awesome. You try and include everyone. Thank you. I try. I got so sucked into the chat in this stream that I found it hard to tear myself away. There were so many great ideas in the first few hours. So we didn't get into the breakdown until like 2 hours in or 2.5 hours in. So that was the problem. There were too many great ideas. I have an appointment in a bit, so thank you for keeping me up. I hope you, I don't know if you got any rest, but I hope you're able to get some if you didn't, Amanda. Okay. 117 likes. We did pretty good. So
it's 121 at the moment.
Oh, nice. 121. Awesome. Thank you guys so much for liking the stream and supporting the channel. And gonna try to do a good morning, Knickknack Studios. Gonna try to do a live either Thursday night. Well, I'm gonna say Thursday night. And if I can't finish my video in time and I get held up for some reason, then we'll move the Thursday stream to Friday. But for now, I'm gonna say the next stream will be Thursday at 10 p.m. Eastern. We'll discuss theories and predictions, and I'll probably do the call-in link. I'll let people call in and share their theories on that stream too. NSB says, just a basic question, but this is the first time I'm hearing Karl on this stream. Who is Karl? Karl is my fiance and co-host here. And he's not always logged in to StreamYard, but he's in the background. So if you don't see him on here, but you hear a voice, that's Karl.
I'm the disembodied voice of reason.
The disembodied voice of reason. Yeah. Recon says, I would like it more, but it only lets me do one. I appreciate that. Knickknack just gave us the 122nd like.
Oh, nice. Yeah. I like Sam's comment. Sam's always got me back. I love Sam.
Yeah, he's Panda Kalima and he's the man. Okay. So, thank you to the amazing chat, as always, for the great conversation and amazing participation. Great turnout again tonight. Thanks for showing up, even after I had to be late because of my pain tonight. And I will definitely get to work on my video today. I have an MRI. I have to go get some sleep, and I have an MRI, and I will get to work on my next video. So if you want to hype something and support the channel, I would ask that you, instead of hyping this live replay, please hype the video that I'm going to be working on and releasing in a few days. Please do that instead. That would be much appreciated. And yeah, other than that, we will see you Thursday night around 10 p.m. Eastern, if all goes well, for the theory and prediction stream. And Karl is so tired, he's dropping the tablet. So we're going to say have a good day or good night, everyone. And also join the Discord if you're not in there. We'll have our watch party, as always, on Saturday at midnight when the new episode drops. Appreciate you guys. Thanks, Recon.
Thank you, Annie, for what he said. Is Annie she or he, or we don't know?
I assumed she, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't know.
She said, "Good to see Karl in great spirits after surgery. Thank you so much.
Oh,
I appreciate it.
Oh, I didn't see that. Yeah, thank you, Annie.
I'm a girl."
Okay.
Okay, good.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Annie. Yeah, Karl's surgery went well, and he's doing great with his recovery.
Oh, Michael reminded you about the images video on Discord.
Oh, okay. Let me see really quick here before we end it. There was he messaged me a couple images. Let's see.
And that's about the tree trunk issue.
Yeah. Nick Nack, thank you. I think I got some hype saved up. I got you, Julie B. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. MG says might be semi-important. Not 100% sure what it means yet, but might explain the markings on the tree trunk. Let's see. Have a great few days to you too, Annie. Good night, Samuel. And I'll look at Discord really quick. So Michael put it in from images. Okay, I got it right here. I'll just share that screen. Do we now maybe know what the marks of the tree trunk were confused about on the post-watch party chat mean, or how they were made? Looks like there was a branch burst on one end, placed on top of the man in yellow suit. Did he, she, it use the burnt branch to smudge mark the trunk with soot or charcoal? Perhaps some kind of binding sigils or something. Oh, okay. I'll put the images up there. Okay. Is this just his yellow suit, and is that a stick? Yeah, it looks like a stick. And then somebody said, so Michael said that looks like a stick that's been burnt at what end? This may explain, okay, what you noticed in the watch party with the stump that appears to have black spray paint on it. It may be soot, wood char from this burnt branch used to draw binding glyphs or something on the trunk of the downed tree by the RV. Hence, maybe why Jim is bound to or shows up in that very specific spot. Okay. Yeah, maybe. That's interesting. Yeah, I could see that. So that may be why Jim appears in that exact spot. And he's stuck there. Interesting. Yeah, let me see. What else is here? And then, oh, okay. And then there's there's a burnt piece of wood here next to Jim. And then there's a burnt piece of wood there on the man in yellow's jacket. Ah, interesting. Yeah. There's, it's hard to see here because it gets a little blurry when I zoom in, but there's a burnt piece of wood right next to Jim.
Right. I see that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is clearly burnt right here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there's this stuff, like, look, it looks like it was spray painted here. So,
Wow.
yeah, maybe he's like bound there or something. Yeah, that's fascinating.
Where's the spray painting stuff? Oh, right there. Oh, I see.
Yeah, you
But
see?
they're saying, like, you know, using the char to create some runes or something that bind him there, maybe.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, it could be. It could be what that means. Yeah, we were confused by that. Yeah, maybe he's stuck there.
Oh, that would suck.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Michael. Appreciate that. And let's see. And thanks, Amanda. I hate MRIs. I've had so many of them. I have yet another one. But I'm grateful that I have a doctor who's willing to still look into things, even though I've had so many MRIs already. Yes, I still extended it to 7+ hours NSB. I'll just say good night, good day. Hey, Debbie. I'll just say good more night. MG says was from an offhand comment on Facebook by another user about something included in the scene with the discarded yellow suit. Right. Because the branch was placed on top of the yellow suit, meaning it was placed there after the suit, so presumably manipulated by the man in yellow / Sophia. To what end, we don't know yet. Yeah, it looks like it was placed there after. It was laying on top of it. Yeah, indeed. And it looks like it could, it could be the torch too. It could be a torch, like the torch that Boyd used to go back into the dungeon, like Debbie is saying here. Fire is somehow a conduit to his transformation abilities. Okay. Good night, Recon. Have a great day, Stelios, and everybody else. Appreciate you guys. Still up, about to go to bed now. See you guys next time. Thanks, MG, for the tip on that. And we will see you Thursday at 10 p.m. Eastern, if all goes well. And watch for my video in the meantime. Hopefully before then, I'll get that released, breaking down this episode. Thank you so much, guys. Say good night, Carl.
Good night, Carl.
See you next time.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook thicker than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues, spinning discord in the courtrooms, lord of views. Got miles of receipts, time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps, cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out from's where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow, she thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the clout.
They don't dive